You know, we've been having some debates, and this dude, if you think I'm brutal, like this guy is relentless. He is so freaking brutal. It's not like he's waging warfare on you. He's waging like relentless warfare, nonstop warfare on your ideas. And he is really going to test your shit. More than just your patience. He is going to grill your concepts until there's nothing left but the purest form of it. Like, you guys have no idea what you're in for if he starts debating. But I guess all good concepts need to be run through the fire, right? Even the ones that are pretty much settled science, like gravity, the theory of gravity.
A quick question. How can you say that gravity is a pseudoscience that you yourself can't even tell that to your own son?
Well, the thing about my son is he's free to express himself. So he's free to think whatever he wants. You think I should, like, force it into him? Are you not aware of the... Go ahead.
No. I'm just finding it very odd that you're saying that, oh, this is this is that, but you can't convince your own son that it is what you think is to be true. I just find that very peculiar. Just listening to the conversation from like as like from a podcast scenario.
Yeah, I mean, you can find that peculiar. That's fine. He can't convince me either. Is that peculiar as well?
I'm sorry. Would you just say I couldn't understand you? Your mic's kind of like.
That's not peculiar at all, dude. I ain't been able to convince my dad of anything ever, and this isn't even about this subject. Just anything ever, if I say it, will automatically get discounted. So that's not weird if your son can't convince you of something. And honestly, if I had a son, I don't even know if I would be convinced by what he says. I'd be like, little dude, I made you. What are you gonna tell me?
Well, I'm just curious. Do you think it's peculiar that he can't convince me of some things as well?
You just said no. It's
not. It's more of the other way around. When I said you as the father figure unable to convince the son. Like obviously the son's not going to be able to convince the father figure of anything.
Yeah, like I said.
Well, I mean, he convinced me on the emergent entity thing. Sorry, go ahead, bud.
To say your father has and had, I guess, has an authority over you your entire life. So from a position of authority, it should be much easier to convince someone of something. Whereas if you're not in a position of authority, like the son is not in a position of authority, so it would be much harder for that person to convince.
I would disagree.
Alex,
my son is in his own authority, and I'm not authoritative over him. So he does have his own authority and his freedom to think and believe whatever he wants. Go ahead.
How old is he? I was gonna ask Alex, like, what kind of relationship did you have with your dad, or are you a dad yet?
It's mainly like one of like. So like I only really talk to my father when it comes down to stuff that like we absolutely agree on stuff. I never like try to have conversations about with him that I know I'm not gonna have anything that's meaningful or productive with him.
Well, my son has complete freedom. Sorry, go ahead.
No, please, Larry, go ahead, dude. Please.
Yeah, I just want to say that my son has complete freedom to tell me to my face, "Fuck you, you're a piece of shit." If that's what he feels, he is free to express it. Because if you don't let your child express whatever they want to, right, they're going to become more, I guess, twisted in their own mind, and they might start developing, like, sorts of things like where they just blurt out, like people that have, what do you call it? Tourette's. So I let him express so that he doesn't develop any kind of concept, so he has complete freedom of expression, belief, whatever he wants to do, as most people should. All people should.
I'm not gonna lie, if I had a son and he said, fuck you, you're a piece of shit, I'd probably open hand deck him. I mean, it would just be an open hand. Obviously, I
Well,
wouldn't
just
let them
because
come out.
just
But I
because he
would,
can do it does. Sorry.
I would slap him across his mouth if you, like, there's certain things that you say, and it's like, okay, I see your
I
point, you know what I mean? But if he's just like, yeah, fuck you, dad, you're a piece of shit, I would just slap the shit out of that boy.
I
Like,
I
what?
agree with both of you, if that makes any sense, because like I had the same idea as you, Noah, until put in the position. And when you have unconditional love, right, like Larry does, and giving his son open discourse to react how he wants, like I feel that's the correct way, while still simultaneously trying. Freedom of expression is key to developing one's unique character, and I agree with both of you. But it's hard to do. It's hard to do, Noah.
Well, let me say this: just because he has the freedom to do it doesn't mean that he ever has, and doesn't mean that he would be free from the consequences. And no, I'm not going to waylay my son. He's a black belt. He could probably kick my ass at this point.
I never said whale, I said open hand slap. Slap his mouth.
Right, right. Yeah, I got
But
you.
also,
I got you, boy.
I would bet it, if he said something, if I had a wife and that was a mom, said something to the mom, I would you slap him too, mom or whatever. Like, but I mean, because that's the thing, dude. In real life, you go up to a stranger on the street, and I go up to some random stranger. I'm like, hey, fuck you, you piece of shit. Likelihood they're gonna slap me, so it's kind of like, or worse, actually. There's a good likelihood it'll be worse than them slapping me. They could stab me, beat the shit out. Well, beat the shit out of me, but you know what I mean. Like, at a certain point, it's good to express yourself, but at a certain point, there's just some things that are just shit talk. Like, they're not actually worth even expressing. They're not doing anything. And I've actually,
Well,
like noticed. Almost done. I have one last point. I've kind of noticed that like kids who have lenient parents are like the biggest fucking shit talkers when they're older, and it's just like, dude, like, do you do anything outside of shit talk everyone else? Like, your life is a mess, and yet you're gonna be sat here shit talking. And then I think like, yeah, because you never got a slap from your mom when you told her fuck you. Like, you think you should tell your mom fuck you and not get a slap across the face? Like,
yeah, I just want to say that me and my son box because he's Taekwondo, right? In Taekwondo, you're not allowed to punch people in the head. So because he's a black belt, I supplement his Taekwondo training with boxing and jiu-jitsu, right? So because me and him box, I think he has quite a bit of respect for me because when someone punches you in the liver, like you know what they're capable of, so you're not really going to want to act a certain way around them. So I think he doesn't conform to my ideas. He certainly doesn't do that, but he definitely shows decorum around me, which I think is the goal, right? You don't have to conform, only show decorum.
that sounds good to me, man. But yeah, I mean, like, I have a couple friends that, like, I guess grew up in such a way that their father wasn't around, and to be honest, they're always the biggest shit talkers. It's like, dude, you out of our whole friend group, you get paid the least, you get in trouble with the law the most, you're always getting into fights and shit, you're always shit talking, and it's like, I think it would have went a long way if you got slapped up when you were a little kid and you shit talk your parents, but I mean, you didn't have a dad, so I mean, I don't know. That's just my personal observation of what I've seen. And kids with dads usually are respectful. Kids without dads usually shit talk, and I think it's because the dad will slap the shit out of you if you're just spewing off nonsense.
Somebody taking notes, typing what we're saying down or something. Somebody's typing away. But yeah, like my son is free to be his agnostic or his atheist or a Satanist, whatever he wants to be. He can be it, right? It's his life to choose what he wants to choose. But he knows in public he's to act a certain way. So if he were to choose to carry his sword, in public, which is legal, he would know not to brandish it. And in the same way, if we're in a restaurant and we have a disagreement, he knows to hold his tongue until we get in private, and then we can have, deeper conversations.
Acting a chord. I like it.
Yeah, there's actual conversations that you definitely don't want to have it in public. So yeah, the private is important.
Yeah, when they were younger, they used to act a fool when we would go out to eat. And then me and my wife were like, we're not taking you guys out to eat anymore. You can have cold food when we're done going out to eat. And after that, they learned a little bit of decorum. So often we talk about, our rights, right? And it's like, yeah, you got the freedom of speech. And you can say whatever you want, but you have to suffer the consequences of your speech. It's like, well, if the government gives you consequences, then they're in violation of their oaths, so you hold them to it, right? But if it's just, in public and you're having a conversation, maybe you should wait till certain conversations are in private to continue those conversations, because in society, everyone has the right to life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness, right? So you can't just, carry an AR-15, like wielding it, going down the road, right? You should have it strapped to your back. And same thing with a sword. You don't brandish your sword while outside doing your Tai Chi or whatever the fuck he does outside practicing with a sword. Right? If he's on private property, then he can brandish it. But if he starts walking to the store, he's to keep it sheathed, like his tongue.
Well, yeah. Also, too, like if you point a gun at someone, I think they have the right to point their gun back at you and shoot your fucking dumb ass. Because I mean, come on, you're gonna point your gun at someone. You're gonna go out.
Yeah,
in
you
public
shouldn't be
and point
pointing
your
guns
gun.
at anybody for sure. Yeah, because let's say a property owner, he's protecting his property and his family, and this guy comes with a sword on hand, swinging it or whatever, or brandishing, or the gun pointing at people. The owner, I mean, they want to protect their family and their property. Oh no, I was playing around. I was just pointing the gun just to, I was just joking. Well, you shouldn't be doing that.
Yeah,
Yeah,
no,
it's no
that's
joke.
foolish. That's fucking foolish, dude. You can point a gun at anything other than the target you intend to shoot. Nothing else.
Well, unless you're the government. If you're the government, you can do whatever the fuck you want.
That's funny
I
you say
mean,
that. My wife, go ahead, bro.
I was gonna say the government, depending on the government. Some governments are set up so they're not supposed to be able to do whatever they like. But yeah, go ahead, bro.
Yeah, real fast. My wife showed me a video of the ATF in Houston, and the guy was at a gun range. He was standing in the range with his own rifle pointed at his uh, genitals, and he was loading his weapon, right? First of all, if you've ever been to a gun range, you know that if you point the gun at anybody, they are going to kick you the fuck out, right? But he's ATF. Then they zoomed in next to his gun, and they saw a Glock switch, which is illegal. It's 10 years in prison for anybody who has one of those. But if you're the government, I guess the laws don't apply to you, and that's why we call them sovereign citizens. Thing.
You're calling the government agents a sovereign citizen.
Anyone who thinks the laws of the United States government and the states they're in don't apply to them is what?
I don't know.
A sovereign citizen, right? If you think the laws don't apply to you, isn't that what a sovereign citizen is?
It depends. Well, in the analogy you use, it depends on whether the agent is on duty or practicing with a service weapon and is entitled to use that type of a weapon. There are weapons that ATF agent or an FBI agent or the military can use that may be prohibited to a citizen, right?
I understand that. So on military bases, they can have certain weapons that the everyday person isn't allowed to have. But can that guy then walk out into public with that fully automatic AK without a license?
If the person's a FBI, a federal agent, he probably can carry it as part of his duty. As far as like firing it at the local a gun club, the gun club could certainly tell him to leave. We don't allow that type of weapon. We don't allow that type of ammunition. It's the gun club certainly has that power because it's private property.
So do you believe that the laws apply to everyone equally or not? Do we have a class system here in
Well,
these
again,
United States?
Larry, there's a exception. If somebody's if there's a federal agent on duty executing his oath, executing his office, he's allowed to have weapons that may not be allowed to the average citizen.
But if he sees someone else with that weapon, he can take away their freedom, put them in torture cuffs, and throw them in a dungeon to await trial, right?
Potentially, if this is a federal agent acting under his authority, he's allowed to have weapons that are not allowed to the average citizen. Now, if he's not on duty or something, then he's breaking the law just as anybody else is. I don't know if they're considered to be on duty 24/7 or not. I have no idea about that particular thing, but he certainly has to abide by every other law when he's not on duty, though, I would think.
What weapons do you think they have?
Is
That we
it,
don't
is
have?
it is it reasonable to ask someone then come up to you and they have a gun and they're telling you what to do? Is it reasonable to then ask under what authority they're telling you what to do? I guess since you just claim that they can do certain things when they have a certain authority. So like, if a cop pulled me over and he was saying get out of your car or whatever, is it reasonable for me to ask under what authority? Like, do you have an authority or are you a criminal? You know what I mean? Like, is that a reasonable question?
Yeah, it's a reasonable question to ask why you're being pulled over or why he's stopping you. Am I detained? Am I free to go? Those are all reasonable questions.
It really depends on how long you want to stick to your guns on that. Personally, I'm not willing to give out that much time on it. What chat applies to this this room, this voice channel? Can anybody hear me?
Oh yeah,
Yeah, we
my
do.
brother, we hear you loud and clear.
Okay, cool.
Yeah, we can hear you.
I would think whatever the general terms of service are for Discord, right? And then whatever and then whatever terms that the channel owner dictates, as long as they don't violate Discord terms of service.
Who is there a problem?
No, there's no issue at all.
Okay, because I am the captain.
He's the guy with the authority now.
No, I just woke up. What's going on, everybody? We're not being serious, are we? It's way too early to be serious.
I am offended.
Oh,
I'm offended as well.
I'm going to call police on you.
I'm offended that you guys are offended. Okay.
I'm
dude.
gonna dox you because you hurt my feelings.
Bro, I'm gonna dox myself. I hope you guys can triangulate farts. No, I'm just kidding. I won't do that.
I'm offended. Napalm's offended that I'm offended that you're going to dox yourself.
Dude, that's so offensive.
You know what's
I'm
really
offended
offensive?
that Clay's offended at the fact that Crypto's offended by me being offended by you guys being offended.
Well, you know what? At this point, this is just too much.
All right, shake your dicks.
I'm
This
just going to
pissing
time out
contest is
everybody that's
over.
offended.
Yeah, start sending out warnings, bro.
Hey,
I'm
Napalm,
not
what
offended.
time you
I'm
got?
not
I
offended, but that makes
identify
me
Elbow
offended.
as the offended one, fundamentally.
Kind of funny.
Sending
They're
out
actually
people is
designed to
offensive.
triangulate farts when you listen. You can get a directional hear. Your directional hearing is kind of like triangulation.
I have a
What do
master's
you?
degree in triangulation of parts.
I
Oh,
use
you
my
guys.
I use my personal satellite to triangulate that part.
It's
I've
the
I'm
got
actually
triangulation of flatulence, boys. Flatulence. Gotta spruce it up a bit.
dude. Have you guys ever seen a fart through a thermal camera? It's like a colorful cloud that comes out of your butt.
Yeah.
Actually, I've seen them, but I think most of those are fake because infrared doesn't really work great with gases.
Yeah, I was about to say the same thing.
Really? Oh man, my
Still
hopes and dreams are dashed. What's going on?
You'd see a warm spot in the pants form.
That's
Yep.
good enough for me, dude. Any way to like, okay, because farts, they've already got prime real estate as far as the five senses go. You know, with smell. Okay, sometimes you can even taste them. But if I could see a fart, oh, you can hear them too. But if I could see a fart, holy smokes, dude, that would be absolutely over the top hilarious. I mean, it's hands down one of the top 3 funniest things that can happen in the history of the world. Like, what's funnier than a fart? Just your butt makes a
Dude,
noise.
you
A
piqued my
Glover.
curiosity. I went on YouTube and I typed in thermal fart to see what came out. It makes sense. And apparently it's a thing, thermal farts.
I'm not messing
What's
around, dude. I
funnier?
wouldn't just bring that up.
What's funnier than a fart? Saying that you're gonna fart and then you shit yourself. That's funny.
Okay,
That's called a shart. When you
that
shart.
is called a shark. That's a number 3 in
Do
some
you know,
cultures.
like, while we're on this topic, I just
Wendy's in
wonder
England.
how is it that sometimes there's, once in like every 5 months or so, there's a fart that literally hurts.
That's called you need to eat some more fiber, bro, or maybe lay off some of the fast food. I don't really have painful farts ever.
Look,
No,
sonic
like
weaponry is a
not
thing. You know
hurt.
that, right?
That's called the furt. That's called a furt.
Yeah, farts.
It's like so high pressure
Directed
that it
fart
hurts. You know
weaponry.
what I mean?
High pressure. Are you saying that your body is like a container and there's like a gradient of pressure?
Yeah, and sometimes
Okay.
it's very rare that I have pressurized it to a degree that when I release it very quick, it hurts.
Okay, well that I've never experienced that. That is
Oh,
shocking.
okay.
That sounds highly fucking.
That sounds German. Are you sure you're not like blitzkrieging your own butt or something?
Yeah, maybe.
Yeah, you may
First-
want to get that
first-
checked
Just
out.
stop it
first-
in
first
sausage, man.
farts over here, huh?
That's called a buttskrieg.
There it is. I knew someone was going to come up with that. I was like, how do I infiltrate blitzkrieg and farting?
Yeah, I'm still going to go with. I think thermal imaging of farts is BS because I'm looking at right now Jamie Heineman.
Heineman?
Talking, and his breath is not appearing in the imagery.
Also,
yeah.
Flappers, just so
Isn't
you know,
that-
Flappers, if you just so you know, if you have a really bad case of diarrhea, that's called a
You're kind of breaking up, but I appreciate the fact that you're a PhD.
Diarrhea will show up in infrared.
Dude, why do they always have to beam Crypto, bro? It's like every time he wants to talk, he gets beamed.
If you got a really bad case of diarrhea, I was trying to drop a bad joke, so it's probably for the best.
Yes, some sort of gremlins absolutely fucked up your wires when you tried to make that.
Dude,
drone.
yeah, there was like a unicorn
but you know
dancing around.
Yeah, I wonder if the internet just hates his bad jokes.
Nah, dude, I don't think it was going to be that bad.
Well,
I
he
don't
was
know.
gonna make a shit joke, so the internet decided to cut the shit.
To crap out on him? Yeah.
Am I back? Am I back?
Oh, you're back. You're back. You're back. I heard everything up to diarrhea.
Okay. Yeah. If you have a bad case of diarrhea, that's called a punami.
Oh dear.
Dude, that was not. That was totally worth it. They were absolutely beaming him to keep that from getting to me. You know what we call a punami in certain parts of Florida, North Carolina, and Pennsylvania? We call it a La Promenade. And I can't tell you on the live stream why we call it a La Promenade, but if you ever say the words La Promenade to me, there's a story there, and I will tell it to you, but not on the live stream.
You know, I think that is given this guy that's in the BC is a PhD. I think that's the technical term.
So, guys, I've been in like not a coma per se. It's not like a medical coma, but I had I had surgery on Friday. I have pretty much been asleep, and today I don't know if you guys knew that it's Monday. So wild that it's Monday because it feels like Saturday for me. But I've pretty much been asleep for like 72 hours.
You experience time dilation, bro.
100% time dilation. Confirmed.
Yeah, big time, boys. Big time. I
Moved close to the speed of light.
whew, take care of yourself.
It was better
That's
than
all I'm gonna say.
Yeah. It's better than experiencing butt dilation, I guess.
Yeah, Clay, you better watch out.
Dude, I do that by accident to all my customers all the time. Butt dials. I mean dilation.
Well, I had some really trippy dreams. I'll tell you that much. But yeah, it turns out the human body can just pass out for a while.
Anyone see this truth hidden in plain sight on Shane's BitChute?
No, what is it about?
It basically shows how all the math in the solar system is all like made up, basically, and it's all based on like the pyramids and shit like that.
Yeah, dude, you gotta watch it if you haven't seen it, Platypus.
Are you talking about? It's like a 5-hour long
It's
hidden
pretty
in
fucking
plain.
long.
I've seen that. I've seen that front to back many times. They talk about like the Schumann resonance and like hermetic principles and sacred geometry and like the layout of like all these different capitals in the world and stuff.
The capital is definitely, yeah. This is the second
Dude,
time
yeah.
I'm watching it.
I saw that in like, fuck, dude, that was a long ass time ago I saw that. And I saw it like right after I got red pilled on 9/11. And I just remember that was like way over my head, but I knew that I was going to come back and rewatch it like later in my conspiracy theory career. And I did. Some very interesting stuff there.
Dude, there's a new one out by the same people. It's good.
Ooh, okay. I'm interested. What's it called?
I gotta look it up, but I'm driving right now, but I will send it to you when I get home later.
For sure, dude. Thank you. I appreciate that. You just saying that reminded me I need to check my DMs because I have a lot of them.
Yeah, stop ignoring me.
Well, that's what I was about to say. If you've ever DM'd me and I didn't DM you back, yell at me through the VC because, yeah, I'm really bad at that.
But yeah, basically the projected the supposed moon shape and volume, the supposed shape and volume of the Earth are just like the same numbers, just different. Like it's dude, this fucking documentary is so crazy. And then you think about it, the moon is the same size as the sun, like in what we experience in day-to-day life reality. And so it just kind of goes to show the entire globe model is just based on the sun and moon and how they move in the sky.
Did they make the connection of like how big the moon is compared to the Earth, and then like how many days a woman is pregnant and stuff like that? Did they make
I'm
that
not
whole
gonna lie,
connection?
dude. Yeah, it, this whole fucking thing. I'm just watching it like a second time now. It's so like it's just so undeniable and crazy. Like basically, you have two choices. You can become a conspiracy theorist, or you can become a coincidence theorist. But if you're a coincidence theorist, you have to believe in like the world's largest coincidence of all time.
Right. Yeah. There's a line I've heard it used a bunch of times. Basically, like I'm too old to believe in conspiracy or to believe in coincidence. Kind of subscribe to that, honestly. Like,
When they made that huge with the fucking headstone taken off, and where you go to in DC, that subsumes all the monuments and shit. And then where the pyramid ends, and there's supposed to be like the capstone. If you go to where the eye on the capstone is supposed to be, that's exactly where like the head Grand Lodge of Scottish Freemasonry is in DC. So it's literally in the position as the eye. Like, dude, it's just go to this info league, BitChute, Shane's channel, dude, and just look for. It's fucking so crazy.
no,
I've already
dude,
watched it once. I've already watched it once, and it's just still like the second time I'm watching it, it's blowing my mind even more. It's like, wow, like fuck me, like holy shit.
no, and that's where they buried Albert Pike. You're talking about the head lodge in Washington D.C., right?
Yes, yes,
Yeah,
that's the one.
yeah, dude.
That's the when you look at a street view from above,
That's
you
where the
connect
eye
all the
is.
monuments. Yeah, you connect all the other monuments. They make that trapezoid, the pyramid without the headstone.
Yep,
And if
yep.
you draw the headstone on, where the eye is located, the Eye of Horus or the Eye of Providence or whatever you want to call it, it's exactly where that fucking lodge is located.
Have you ever listened to a girl named Probably Alexandra? She's on some wild shit. I don't know where she does her research, but she does some kind of crazy stuff, like presentation wise, about all this.
Well,
If you just look up, yeah,
the
go ahead.
street layouts of the architecture.
Come on, bro, spill it, Platypus, spill it.
Holy smokes, Gemsy, I had you turned up to like 200%. I was just gonna say you can search Probably Alexandra. Search those two words, you'll find her. I think she's over on BitChute these days.
Everything that's truth related is on BitChute that you can't find on anything that's censored on Google. Like you look for something and you can tell that it's censored. Usually I just go to BitChute and it's like, wow, like that was easy. Like that was easy to get around the algorithm that's like vigorously trying to censor information. But I mean, the whole street layout, the street design, and the architecture design of all these buildings and monuments and shit, like it's undeniable. It's right there in stone. Like at this point, you can't deny the evidence. So yeah, and it's kind of impossible for it to be a coincidence how they're designing these buildings and laying them out on the fucking floor and shit. So the only other option is that it's a bunch of guys working together, and guess what that's called? A conspiracy.
Well, even them, they have to build their whatever they're building based on axiomatic things, right? Fundamentals of reality. And a lot of people talk about these structures, the Mayans built them or whatever, but maybe when you look at the stuff under that, it's even bigger and more impressive. So maybe they just made it there.
Yeah, I think there's like an overarching theme that I think they're really trying to highlight. Like, if I remember correctly, at the end of this 5-hour documentary, they're not like, and there's not like a big gotcha moment. They just kind of lay out all these facts where they're like, yeah, look, all the buildings, they're built with these mathematic principles in mind. They're modeled around these these numbers of like frequencies, these measurements, the units of measurement that were used a long ass time ago, you know, like the Egyptian golden mile and stuff like that. And like all of our monuments and all of our capitals, they're all perfectly distanced from each other with these units of measure. So like I was saying, there's no like gotcha moment, which that's why I'm interested if there's a part 2, like if they've done an update since, I would really like to know what it is, like how they're going to tie it all together, because I mean, at the very least, you can show somebody who knows a little bit about math and architecture and history that there is some sort of theme that the people in control are adhering to.
Well, they're like sat there having these like. You heard of this AWAR guy talking about these telluric currents or whatever, or they call them like ley lines or whatever, or some sort of fucking thing that they can harvest based on our location geographically. But like, honestly, like I don't know about that or whatever, but at the same time, there kind of seems to be evidence because, like the other guy was saying, I think it was Gemsy, they literally build their temples where the other temples used to be, and all these temples line up and in these like lines on the earth, and all these temples seem to have like similar building techniques, I guess, during certain time periods and shit. Like you have this old fucking druid fucking whatever thing, and then these fucking Templar fucks come and like build a church on top of it, and now it's like some abbey somewhere. And then on the other side in South America, you have this fucking Mayan ruins or whatever, and then the Catholics come over and build like a fucking church on top of it. So they're using these.
Not just that, bro. They're aligned to the luminaries, to the calendar in the sky, to the clock to the sky. They're aligned to that too. So it's kind of crazy.
Yeah, that part. That yeah, yeah, so, yeah. I don't know.
I think they're
That's
actually aligned to
I was
the pyramid in the sky, the actual city of God that is
exactly.
up above.
Well, that's what I had heard the same thing, and that's what it shows, that these ley lines that exist within the Earth's crust all have these energy imprints along them, and these structures have been built to capitalize on that's very same these ley lines. And then there's also this astrological alignment, or not astrological, astronomical alignment from up in the sky, with even down to the moon, capturing the alignments and the stars and everything else. So it would appear that everything from beneath the surface all the way up to the moon are connected through these energy patterns, it would appear.
And some of the we were talking about the pyramid. They're also the biggest pyramid, I think, is in Mexico. It's a pyramid on top of a pyramid on top of another pyramid, and below those three structures, and then there's a church on top. Below that, there is an aquifer. A spring, a water spring. People say that's a sacred place. So there's water involved in the mechanics. There's water under the three pyramids.
Yes. So back in the rumor is back in the heyday, Egypt, when it was in full function, that the seawater came in to the Sphinx's paws, that far in. And yeah, salinated water, underground water fissures have been discovered underneath where the three pyramids are. That's all part of it, man. It's like the energy creation from salinated water. I don't know about fresh water, but salinated water, because the salt seems to be the thing that makes it a conductor.
Well, heavy water also has minerals in it, so I'll guess it's probably also
Yeah, fresh water conducts as well. It's only distilled water that doesn't conduct.
Oh, really?
Yeah,
Oh, I
because
didn't
the
realize
water that
that,
comes
dude.
from really deep, the mountains is they call it heavy water, which is
Okay.
has a bunch of minerals. Yeah.
I didn't realize that specifically what Elijah just said, that distilled water is the only one that's not a conductor.
Yeah, because it's pure.
Yeah, I
All
suppose.
all the water on Earth is not pure because water is solution, right? So things dissolve in water and take up the solution. So the only way to remove those impurities is to distill it. But once you remove the impurities, there's nothing to conduct the electricity, right? So
And
Yeah,
that makes
I
sense
would
because you have to
I
add
would
your
add I'd add
elements
like a
back to it.
small caveat that if you had distilled water and you put specific additions into it, depending
Yeah.
on what they were, that might still remain non-conductive. But
Well, I think
generally
you got to add
speaking,
salt.
say again.
I've heard you got to add pink salt, or adding pink salt will help to it. Sorry, but go ahead, man.
So
I don't.
any type of salt dissolved in the
Not
water
table
makes the
salt.
water conductive.
Table salt would be bad.
Table salt
Right,
works.
but
Table salt
I'm
makes water
pretty sure
conductive.
it's just generally speaking, if it has mineral content in it, then it's conductive. But to more or less of an extent, depending on what content it has.
What I just can't really figure out, like I have an idea of why somebody would do this, but it's like, why didn't they leave more of instructions? And the only answer that kind of makes sense to me is that the way in which they built things and the places in which they build them were the instructions. And they were just basically like, look, if we just build this big enough and strong enough so it withstands wars and natural disasters, and it's like humans would have to put in insane amounts of resources to like tear these down to hide these principles, these whatever it is that they're showing off with these structures. Like that's how I would do it. I would be like, oh, you're gonna like try and rule humanity for the next 1,000 years and make it so humans don't have access to these natural functions of this world. Well, I'm just going to build something so big that demonstrates these properties mathematically, astronomically, and geographically. And there's just nothing you can do about it. Like you're going to have to, cover these pyramids with dirt and trees like China did, like, I don't know.
I think it was this. Everything is designed to copy the design of this place, the information, the designer, the way you can build the strongest structures. It's kind of like an achievement for people, or let's say nations, to build these these wonders, right? These built wonders, that people call them, the pyramids. To achieve that kind of stuff has to be in a high mindset. Not just any guy can just build that stuff, right? So it's like a demonstration, and it's based on design. Obviously, it's designed to. I think it goes up to the heavens, and the input from it is information that is in the system, and it's axiomatic. What is the stronger structures? Isn't it the pyramids? Like you
That's
said, long
interesting.
lasting. Go ahead.
When you said what's the strongest structure, I understand the strongest structure, at least for holding liquid, is a hexagon. You'd think circles, but if you look at the way bees store honey, I mean, nature has dictated that the most efficient way to store fluids is through a hexagonal pattern. So a lot of this stuff, when we're arguing, like, is it a sphere, round like a pizza? Like, I keep my mouth shut because I don't have anything to back this up. But gun to my head, dude, we're living on a hexagon.
Oh, spheres for compressive loads.
What's that?
Spheres for compressive loads. Depends on
So
what
why
you're
isn't
talking
it?
about strength.
So why isn't it the great? So why isn't it the Great Spheres of Egypt instead of the Great Pyramids?
Because you can't stack rocks in a pile that's spherical.
So you're saying if they built giant spheres in the desert, it would have lasted longer than the pyramids?
I don't know. That's also not a compressive load.
Hold on. I'm thinking about this.
Have any of you guys heard of this concept of Plato's form?
Okay, so a hexagon holds 6 triangles perfectly, right? Six equilateral triangles. Stand by.
Yeah, the hexagon definitely is kind of like an expansion of the builds into the system. Yeah, there's many. All the shapes are in nature, right? You not just find one, you find many, right? It's a bunch of them put together to do different things. It's not just one thing.
And that's what a hexagon is, right? It's a series of triangles like spliced together to make a bigger object that you observe being strong. But I think it's the idea of simplicity that this is only three sides to comprise this three-sided object, which adds up to 180 degrees when you cut the triangle.
Also, if you think about like snowflakes, they like naturally form to hexagonal shapes. It's pretty interesting. And like when you go to the extremes of our world, be it super far north or super far south, no matter what you believe we're on, it gets real cold. I don't know.
Yeah, like Iwi was saying, like you're saying as well, there is a foundation, like a design. Some people say the shape of creation, and from there you can build other stuff. Because you have the containers that have a certain thing, like you're saying, the hexagonal container for the honey, or can contain liquids better for sure. And then the liquids have a different shape, right? I mean, they have a different construct than the container in a certain way, right? So there is a foundational shape, but when you look at all the pyramids in the world, all those constructs, and when they're aligned to the luminaries, and then you look up with equipment and you can see the pyramid, I mean, the shape of a pyramid in the sky that is basically in the middle of all the luminaries moving, like it's the center of the clock. It's a pyramid shape. I mean, that's probably why they depict the pyramid almost everywhere and put the eye inside of it.
Where do we see a pyramid in the sky?
Up above.
Where?
I'm not saying it's a pyramid. I'm not. It could be, but I'm not saying it's a pyramid. I'm saying it's a shape. It looks like a pyramid of light.
Yeah, but where? I've never seen a pyramid in the sky. I've heard of it in concave Earth, but I've never seen any indication that there was an object up there that we consider to be pyramidal in shape.
Well, the observation is there. It's just that, let's say concave Earth. You haven't seen the concave Earth. You only seen the observations that people say that means concave Earth, or you see. So the observation of the pyramid of light, it's there. I mean, in the electro-optical, in the infrared, the Russians have done it. The Americans, the Canadians have done it.
Does anybody have a link to this? I've never seen this.
Well, Gemsy, you also think about the placement of Polaris as the North Star, and then that claim of the creation of the sun and the moon on either side creates a triangle. Sorry, somebody's getting it.
Yeah, that's kind of like I'm saying as well, but that's what I'm saying. Like we do the observation, we see the triangle even up in the sky, and basically in the middle between the luminaries, and that's for me. It says some type of design, and then people on the ground looking at that stuff are building, aligning the structures on the ground to that.
Does anyone have an example of what this guy's talking about? Because I'm curious. I don't know what this guy's talking about, but I'm curious.
No,
it's platypus?
Literally Polaris at the very tippy top, right? That would form the peak of the pyramid. And then think of the two angles coming off on either side, the sun on one side and the moon on the other.
Okay, that's almost never in that condition. I mean, it's like
Okay,
No,
okay.
that's
Noah
not
was
what I'm saying,
asking. Okay,
Kiwi. That's different, bro. That's different. You could draw a pyramid, a triangle doing that, but the electro-optical actually shows the pyramid shape, right? And then it shows the sporadic sources, which is helium, the sun, anti-helium, the opposite side of the sun. Then Polaris is the north toroidal. That's Polaris, which is basically above the pyramid shape. And below, at the center is the apex, which is the equatorial line. And then at the bottom of that is the south toroidal, and that's
Okay,
the
wait, Jamesy.
sources of all the phenomena that we call sporadic meteors, right? And then
Jamesy.
those are the six sources, the six radiants. Everybody can go outside, and if you want to do an observation of the what we call the sporadic meteors or the meteor showers, you have to look to a specific point in the sky, which is called a radiant, and there's many of them. I think there's the main ones are six, and then from those points, specific points in the sky that also have cycles during the year, that's the source of all the phenomena we call sporadic meteors, right? And then in the middle of that, in the center of that, you have the pyramid shape, which is an observation that has been done in electro optical and in infrared.
so. You must have a link to this.
Yes, I do have one. I do have multiple, actually.
Yeah, can I see that? Because I'm having a really hard time visualizing what you just said.
Yeah.
I
All
just think
right,
it's
so
funny.
if you do optical imaging of the radiant sources of the meteors, then it makes like a pyramid from the center over top of the Earth, like a pyramidal energy distribution.
Wait, say
Pyramids only have
I'm actually saying that you can draw a pyramid from those points, the radiance, which are apart from the pyramid shaped light source, right? Because there is the pyramid that you see in the electro opticals, and then the radiant sources are not the pyramid, are away from the pyramid. So those are different things. We see the
Can we get a
radiance.
visual? Can we get a visual? Because everything you're saying, I'm listening to it, and I don't know if my understanding is not big enough or whatever, but I'm having an
Okay,
extremely hard time visualizing what you're describing verbally.
I just jumped in right now, so Jim, just to clear it up, let's clear it up for the room. You can look up at the sky with electro-optical imaging, and you will see like a pyramid.
Show us.
And you're okay. Chill out, bro.
I got some stuff. Yeah, go ahead. Go ahead with it.
Okay, so and tell me like what I'm not understanding is I was under the understanding that did have to do with radiant sources. That the actual term of that is where meteors come from. So we have some that are like reoccurring cycles, right?
Yeah.
We
Which
have
the radiants are like dark spot. They call them spots in the sky. It's kind of like they draw a circle, right? But that's a drawing on a picture, right? When you want to see the meteor showers, they come from a specific radiant. From this point, the helium. Then there's the anti-helium, which is on the other side of the sky. Then on the south, what we call the toroidal, the north toroidal, the Polaris. That's one of the source of the radiant. That's one of the radiants as well. Then there is in the equatorial line, there are multiple radiants as well. And between all of these radiants, in the middle of that, you see the pyramid on all the cycles that we see of the luminaries, the sun, the moon, the north toroidal, the south toroidal, even at the equator. In the middle of all that is the pyramid of
Have we
light.
posted this yet? Because I'm looking in the main chat, and all I hear is you repeating the same thing over and over again. I was wondering.
Yeah, whatever.
Yeah, he hasn't posted it, but I'm gonna ask a question. So,
I mean, we've seen the images. If you haven't seen
there's
them,
a-
then you should try to research them.
No, I'm not going to do that. You've got them.
Jesus fucking Christ! I'm trying to fucking say something.
Sorry.
There's an invisible, I guess, pyramid, but when you in the sky, but when you look at it with like infrared or something, it appears. So Say I go
It's
outside
actually
and I wait.
electro-optical.
Yeah.
Electro-optical, I guess they term it with electricity or some sort. But it is also infrared in the equipment, but they added they call it the electro-optical.
Okay, so I have this electro-optical instrument, some sort of special telescope, right? Let's just say I bought one, or fuck, like a Jesuit priest came and just gave it to me, and I just have this fucking telescope, right? And let's say I wait 12 hours and it's night. At least for me, it's morning. So let's say I wait 12 hours and it's in nighttime. Where do I point my telescope, see this invisible pyramid that shows up under, I guess, this electro-optical spectrum?
Just to clarify, from my understanding, like you have the electro-optical imaging, and that's just above infrared. Like that's just above infrared. I think.
Right. So I have this special telescope, and I'm said to be able to go out at night with this special electro-optical telescope, right? And I can point it somewhere in the sky, and you're saying there's going to be like a floating pyramid in the sky? And so I'm just wondering what part of the sky that is. And I get, yeah, I have a lot more questions, I guess.
You hear me?
Yeah.
Wait
So
1 second. Let me.
yeah,
Okay, so the observation that was done, it was a research about the sporadic meteors, the sources, where they came from, right? So they set up multiple equipment. It wasn't one; it was multiple. I think it was 2 or 3, and they set them up 60 kilometers apart or something like that to have a bigger angle of the sky towards the north sky. Because it's in Canada, and they were looking kind of to that angle. And yeah, they set up these electro opticals, and they did a 365 days scans of the sky, and they were able to determine that all the sporadic meteors, the phenomena we call sporadic meteors, all of them, they come from specific spots in the sky. They call them the 6 radiants. And like I'm saying, between these 6 radiants, you can see a pyramid of light, and that's what I'm saying.
Okay,
yeah.
so
So let's just clarify
where
for
does
the
six
room a little
radians?
bit, just so everyone knows. So you have near ultraviolet all the way down to near infrared, and that's electro-optical imaging (EO). And when they scanned the sky, they saw these sporadic meters created like a pyramid over the Earth. It's just pretty simple. It's just very interesting that these sporadic meters always seem to come from the same radiant sources. Like that seems to be much more consistent with a sky that has phenomena that's cyclical and specific and orchestrated and has a purpose over a stationary Earth. And then what's interesting about it is you start to look into that idea, like, oh, there's actually seemingly like pyramidal energy, which would maybe add a lot of context to all the pyramids, and then the source at the top and how it radiates light down, blah blah blah.
Okay, so where are these 6 meteor sources in the sky? And where is this pyramid in the sky that you say is in relation to that? Like where, like if I'm sat there looking at Orion's belt, like where do I have to point my telescope away? Like what direction and angle do I have to point it away from Orion to see this pyramid of light?
That's a really good question, bro. Because remember, we're looking through layers, right? So maybe you're looking with your eyes and looking through the telescope to a specific point on the sky, but what are you gonna see? You're gonna see the night sky, and you might see some lights crossing your telescope or that kind of stuff. But I don't think you're gonna just see the shape of creation with your telescope just like that. Like I'm saying, there is equipment. I seen the Russians posting. The Russians have their own observations of it. The Americans and also the Canadians. Pretty sure more people have the observation of this. But I don't think you're gonna see with your telescope, bro.
I can't look at it. How is it observed then? How is this pyramid of light
It's
observed? Like, how do
in a
you observe?
specific spectrum. It just has to be in a specific spectrum. Like if whenever they look out at the CMB, right, the cosmic microwave background, what they're doing is looking out in a certain span of the spectrum, and they're making an image from that. Just like you can't see at night, but if you were to jump into like an animal's eyes, it would be a totally different shade. You would actually be able to make things out you could see at night. It's the same thing. It's just limiting it to a certain spectrum of light, looking at the sky, then you get to see different phenomena.
And what I'm
Which again,
saying,
with
I brought this up. I brought this up because we were talking about, people were talking about the pyramids and the structures. And I was adding that these structures are also aligned to the sky, right? Like a clockwork. They're aligned to the sky, to some of the luminaries. And I'm saying the luminaries are aligned to the pyramid of the sky. Then we have pyramids on the ground. So people making the design that comes from, I guess, is the design of things. People, all regions of the world build the pyramids and did all this, and then you see the pyramid in the sky. It's pretty interesting stuff. Go ahead,
Is
bro.
it? Oh damn. Well, yeah, it's just like what's his name, Jim Henson or whoever who created the Dark Crystal, where Thra has three sons. But there's a certain time of year that you can look at the sun and invert the colors, and it looks exactly like um what he depicted in the Dark Crystal. So yeah, all of these images and these artworks came from somewhere. They've seen it in nature somewhere.
yeah, and then what's interesting is if you look at stuff like the Antikythera mechanism, which is actually way towards the end of people being super advanced and looking at the sky. Like, admittedly, now they admit that they knew how to map the sky better than people can even understand now. And so it makes sense that they would even know of something like radiant sources of these, consistent meteors, right? So it's very interesting. One of them is called the Seymour radar. I dropped right there. That's the people in Canada. I dropped a couple pictures, a couple articles.
I can see a pyramid shape in there, I guess. Sun. Yeah.
Yeah, it just looks like. I mean, it's interesting if you look at here. Let me get a picture of like the famous Illuminati symbol. There are many of them that has the eye at the top actually having like light come down from it, out like a pyramid. In my opinion, it's called Freemasonry because they took the ancient masonry as their own for free. Like they just discovered Freemasonry. So they pass these symbols on, like look at all this masonry that's super advanced, but the average person doesn't really even know. And then here's what it's truly representing and what it's aligned with.
Yep. This is because there's got to be a reason for the whole globe thing. Um, in relation to this topic right now, look at what believing you live on a globe did to the people who saw the sundogs in Mongolia. They think, and there's mad articles out there talking about China creating suns, but that was the distraction away from actually talking about the sundogs, which couldn't possibly be there just because of a ball of gas in the sky and just the sky. So people's minds have to constantly be filled with other imagery so that they don't figure out what the hell is going on.
What's super interesting is like, so these happened during the daytime, and so they weren't typically visible. They're not typically visible. So then that's when they were like discovered it, even though it was somewhat recent, right? Because it happened in the daytime. And it's pretty interesting to think like, were they able to do that back then? And it makes you also think like, however this place was set up, we're not supposed to see some of these sporadic meteors at times because they're in a spectrum of light that aren't visible during the day. And of course, to understand maybe the potential significance of that, you would have to, of course, acknowledge like this place was created. and seemingly thus the sky can be for signs and basically a cheat code.
Wait, you spoke about the Masons. Look at this photograph that I took the other day from a building. They're building the building. Look at their symbol.
Wow.
Coincidence? I mean, probably the builders are doing this. They probably don't know anything about what we're talking about, but it came from somewhere, from someone, right?
So I just
Yeah.
oh well, let me look at that first before I cut off your point. Hold on. I wanted to mention another symbol. Wow.
Just adding that to the fun because we were I was saying, the people were talking, like I said, they were talking about the structures on the ground, the pyramids. I was saying the pyramids are aligned to the luminaries like clockwork, and there's we can see a pyramid in the sky. So it's kind of like a coincidence, right?
You know, I've brought this up a few times, but I also, am apprehensive about bringing it up. I hated bringing it up because of my perspective on it, but it just changed. So it's the cross. Now, the reason I hate bringing it up is because I'm like, well, I believe what's in scripture, but I'd hate to, make people question just because of what I said. So here's the thing. You have a laptop, you take your phone out, you turn on the flashlight, you point it at the laptop, with the laptop off, and boom, there's a cross. And I'm like, man, this Roman Catholicism is everywhere. But I hated bringing that point up until just now because I just thought the same evils that are here today who think that they can, take God's creation and bend people to their will probably existed back then. They were probably wearing crosses for whatever reason. And oh my God, they killed Jesus on one. So my new perspective is just because you can see a cross, because I originally would have thought, oh, this is where they get the story from and blah, 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 blah. But actually, if these people are pagans and these people are all types of different things, they would do some shit like, worship a cross and then hang Jesus on a cross or whoever else they've killed on a cross for some symbolism, specifically because of how light refracts through certain material. So it's just crazy, yeah.
It was their pagan symbol, and they killed Jesus on their symbol, basically. And then people walk around with that symbol and think that they're representing the guy that was basically mocked with that symbol.
Right. Better said than I could have said it. Yes. That just made me mad.
Bro, that is fucking... I have to sit here and think now. That is fucking crazy.
That's right. That's fucking...
Dude, also...
That's insane.
Think about what the most common curse word is in the English language. It's Jesus Christ. It's in movie, I say it all the time, Lord forgive me, but I do. It's just a trip. It's a trip how they've turned this world into like even what day is it? What's the date? It's 2023, 2000, 23 years since what? Right?
Yep. Dang, who the hell are we really dealing with, man? It's scary.
Dude, they're just, in my opinion, there's not a really good name to call them. Because, I want to call them, nerds. But nerds aren't even that bad, they're just,
Sith Lords, bro.
Sith Lords? Is that what you said?
Basically. They're basically Sith Lords.
They're real goofy for sure. They're definitely.
You know how we have Lord Rothschild. We have these titles. Actually, people in high places call some of the Rothschilds Lord. right? Then there is other people that call the people the overlords. There is like lords, overlords. It's kind of
Oh,
creepy, like Elijah is saying.
I bet you Hillary Clinton can shoot lightning out of her fingertips like Palpatine.
Yeah.
No, dude.
Sure.
I think that those types, like the Hillary Clintons of the world, the Joe Bidens, like they are just like the equivalent of like a fucking truck stop bathroom in the spirit world for demons. Their body is it is inhabited by whatever demon needs to be in there to get whatever they're trying to do done. And then like to even for a human body to even have such evil within it, it takes so much out of you physically that they're like addicted to adrenochrome. And I know I'm being very like I'm not gonna I'm being
That's what a good sorcerer is. That's like the most lit like sorcerer ever. That's what they're trying to be, right?
yeah, it comes at a price, obviously.
I mean, everything you described was just sorcery, and that's exactly what they're trying to do. So
True.
I mean, speaking of sorcery, like, doesn't the Bible mention like scrying mirrors, like these black mirrors? Now we have phones today, technology, quote unquote, and I'm again, like I'm saying, like the black mirrors that could have potentially been, what we call phone screens now, maybe, perhaps, I don't know. Again, like you point a light at that, and you see the symbol of the cross, and it's like, damn, what if they had all this shit back then, and we're just, I don't know, man. I don't know.
I don't know. Have
they
you guys
have like
seen the like the carvings of the people that look like they're holding like sitting at a computer and holding a phone or like an iPad?
No, I haven't seen that. I've seen the hieroglyphics where it's got like a freaking helicopter in it, and like the Wikipedia page is like, oh yeah, they messed up, so they just just basically did a hieroglyph over a hieroglyph, and it looks exactly like a helicopter. It's just a big mistake.
Yeah.
Not really buying that.
I'm not buying a lot. Like, so, the one there's like this guy holding a pocketbook. Like, look, it's an ancient pocketbook. Like, who takes like 10 years of their life to carve a pocketbook? Like what the
Even
hell?
some of those black and white photos that have like alleged time travelers in them, where they're like wearing weird clothes, or they're just like, there's that one where this dude, he's like filming something with an iPhone, or like with a smartphone. The way he's holding it, he's like pointing it. It was bizarre, dude. I don't know if those are real or not, but
And then
because
I'm
I
not
don't
like
necessarily. Yeah, go ahead.
no, I was gonna say I'm not an art person, like right, like for modern day art. But like, if you were to take this modern day art and date it back to ancient times, it doesn't have any like resemblance of reality in it. It's real weird stuff.
Well, yeah, modern art is really bizarre. The idea that like as we get more and more technologically advanced, our artwork is becoming less and less like reality. Like it looks less and less like art. Bizarre.
Well, who's to say that's not what they were doing? They're like, let's make the weirdest looking stupid idea, and then they put it down. Now people are like, no, that was the future. Just like they do with modern day art now, like weird stuff.
Well, I think that psychedelic drugs may have something to do with that. Maybe.
Have you heard of this idea?
Because I'm not gonna lie, man. Like, speaking of the scrying mirrors, right? The TVs and whatnot. It's like when you're tripping. I don't know if anybody else has tripped before, and you watch TV It's almost like the directors and the director cut is made just for that experience. To those who know what those experiences like, because you see things in a different way.
Dude, I can't watch. I can't do technology when I'm tripping. Like, don't call me. Don't turn on
Same.
the television. Like, it bothers
No,
me. There's something about it
you
that
get like
doesn't jive.
you get like the fractals and the all of the weird stuff. What all I'm saying is that like when when you look at movies, like whenever I have tripped before, I always think, damn, whoever made this movie was on this drug because they knew exactly how to produce this shit in a way that is somehow I don't know if I'm explaining it right. Where are my words today? But it really does seem like okay. For instance, you watch a movie, but then you watch them with 3D glasses on, right? It's like, well, this movie was made specifically for 3D. In a way, that's how I feel with certain movies and certain psychedelics. It's like, damn, like did they
Like
make this
I would probably watch
during?
Mary Poppins and think that, but you know, if I was
Yeah.
tripping and watching Mary Poppins, I'd be like, they made that shit for this, but it's just a cool
Yeah,
movie.
there are some of them that are clearly made for it, like Alice in Wonderland and
For sure, for sure.
like that, like a brick in the wall. You know, is like literally, admittedly made for it. That's why the music changes so much. Yeah, I mean, I don't like Avatar. I think that a lot of the movies are actually made in a way where they look at the final product from a perspective of tripping, and they like guide trips through it. I think it would be naive to think that they didn't do that. I mean, maybe not all the movies, obviously, but
Well, no, that's
Yeah.
actually a really good point. Is that it guides you through your trip? Because one thing that I was always told when I was a kid about like why to not do drugs is because it's like your soul is like tethered to your body, and when you trip really hard, that leash, that tether gets elongated, and like you like leave your soul, and it can get so long that it like snaps to where like your body is just like open. It's like a car with the door open and the keys in the ignition. Anyone can just hop in and plug and play. And so like when
Perhaps that's
you're
why sometimes when people like there have been instances where people like trip and never come back. Like they're never the same. Like maybe I don't know, but
I have friends that
Yeah.
they
I mean, it's
walked
even in the
they
word.
walked fucking Venice Boardwalk until the end of their days. Yeah, no, that's for sure can happen to people.
Even the word you're using to describe it, tripping. Since when is that a good thing? Like, tie your shoelaces up, get your balance together, walk straight down the road.
Yeah, you're going on a trip,
yeah.
like an adventure, like a journey, tripping.
I guess, but I guess if you come
assure,
back, you would. Oh, go ahead.
I can assure you that they make this shit for weed though.
Nah,
dude, if
weed
someone
doesn't do
If
it.
you ever smoke
It
weed
does.
and watch Rick and
Weed
Morty,
doesn't do it. Not even close.
dude,
no,
when you
no,
watch a show, it's like specifically made to be funny for a stoner. Like,
Okay,
I tell you,
funny is like
it's kind
a
of entertaining.
clown's like flower and squirt like
Funny how.
water show compared to what happens when you're tripping. I'm
yeah, I
telling
think
you, like
even like
just
the
weed and
Disney
laughing is
movies,
like no,
even the Disney movies,
No,
especially
all
the
that, dude.
Disney movies.
I've
Yeah.
tripped many times before. I know what you're talking about, but what I'm saying is, when I'm watching a show and I'm sober versus when I'm watching a show or movie when I'm high, dude, I think they design it, dude. Like I was watching Pirates of the Caribbean the other day, and I was stoned at my friend's place. And I'm not gonna lie, all of the jokes hit much better when you're fucking like I don't know, dude. I feel like they make it for when you're high too.
Maybe it's just that people don't understand the jokes until they're high.
I feel like it
Because
gets, yeah, I feel like people blur.
They can't read the room properly.
Yeah, it's like we're blurring it together a little bit. Like you're making a movie, right? You're supposed to go on a journey when you watch a movie. You want to feel like you're there. You want to feel like you're part of it. You enjoy the characters. You like them. They have their personality. You grow fond of that person. And then you add drugs to it, and then people are like, well, look, it's like they made it for us to like kind of get attached and be in there with them in the journey. Yeah, that's what a movie
You're
is, though.
insane.
Well, no,
I
but no, I'm talking about they guide you to be okay. Like it would be the same as being a kid that watches it So when you're tripping, you're like a kid. It's like because you get like wiped clean, you like Men in Black pin in a way, and you're like just taking everything in and like please guide me and teach me what is. So it's like watching it like a kid. So they basically guide the kids through their trip that is their life because they're developing and they're in that state as a child. So they're just like being brainwashed and guided subconsciously to interpret things. They do that. It also applies to when you're tripping and watching it. And like there are movies that are well known for this. Like everyone watches Alice in Wonderland when they're tripping. It's like a famous movie that people watch when they trip because of that. And same with the Pink Floyd Brick in the Wall movie. And you know, I would have to rule that I agree that tripping is typically used with negative connotation. Like, bro, you're tripping. If I say I'm going to Florida, you're not going to be like, oh, you're tripping. You know, you're going to be like, oh, you're going on vacation or you're traveling or something.
You're tripping because you have a different perspective than the norm. Oh shit! Look at that. We
Like
just
tripping is
connected
like
the
when you
dots.
fall down, dude. Tripping is when you trip over your feet. You know. So it's like stumbling
Seriously,
down
tie
the
your
road.
shoelaces together, please. Do them properly.
Yeah,
Walk upright, be a man.
like basically whenever you're quote unquote tripping, you're like stumbling down the road as a drunk man. You know, like you're just like guide me.
With the psychedelics, you for sure like 100%. You feel like you're in the movie. Like it holds you captive. So I wonder what they're trying to to do there. Like this, because after the trips I've had, like the next day, I'm just resting, thinking about the experience, thinking about life. I'm in a totally different perspective, but then even though that makes me sometimes feel invincible, like I get these ideas and I'm like, damn, this had to be a spiritual thing, like God must have wanted this. But deep down, and I'll say this, deep down I'm like, that's not what God wanted. It's not for whatever reason.
So
It's
funny
not.
if you Google like movies to trip to, there's a Rolling Stones article that pops up and it says that number one is Alice in Wonderland. Like Alice in Wonderland, literally, it like takes this clock and mesmerizes you. You know what I mean? Like I've
Hmm.
actually never tripped watching it. I literally just was someone told me that, and I went and looked at parts of the clips that they're talking about. It's clearly to mess with you, dude. It's like very obvious.
I think it
So
might be to rebel against God, because perhaps you feel like, man, this is the shit that I wanted to know more about the world and the creation, and now I know there's more to it. And it's like, that could be a moment where you're like, well, fuck God, what do I need him for? Like, or whatever it is. Because it's not just that, it's also the Catholicism, it's every religion that they have put in place to make you hate God, when God has nothing to do with religion in the first place.
Well, I
So
think you're
you got
taking it to a bad place.
you, I mean,
let's just let's show all our
maybe
kids. Wait, snack. So like, do you think that we should show all our kids the movies? Because when I did Wish Upon a Star, I discovered that like all the Disney movies are literally glorifying stars that come down from the sky, and then like people worship them, and that's what the whole thing is: the firmament, the stars coming down, all of it. The star breaks through the firmament, comes down, and intros Disney that then draws the firmament with the castle popping through the top. And then you go watch stuff like Aladdin, and then this demon ghost pops out of the freaking once he rubs the little whatever it's called. He pops out of it and he's like, "Oh, thanks for saving me. It's been 70 generations." Dude, that's how long it says the Watchers get locked up, dude. Is that a coincidence? Like it brainwash. It's like planting seeds
Robin
subconsciously about
Williams
the whole
is a
thing.
saint, so
But then
whatever.
also think about it. LSD was made by the government. And
Yo,
then these
peep this, dude.
movies, these programs are also made by the government.
Yeah,
Let's
but
get the room's
Let's keep it
opinion.
real.
in my opinion, right? Most people who do psychedelics, acid, mushrooms, whatever, they learn to love like the earth. They're little like earth, like tree huggers. Like, oh man, I just love this creation. Look how it works. This is all, like, look how it works together. This is so beautiful. And they just
Yeah,
go
but
from there.
you're not. But
Yeah,
you're
they
explicitly.
become
You're
useless. There
explicitly
is a
not to
fight going
worship.
on for mankind,
You're
and they
not to do
become
idol
useless in that
worship
fight.
or any of that stuff. And there's got to be a good reason for that. I mean, because look at where we are in the world today.
Here's what I want to ask. So
Not
let's
on
just get the
acid.
room. Let's get the room's opinion, okay? So there are ancient stories that say that entities came down from above, landed, and then basically ruled mankind, and then took women as wives, and then had giants that then further ruled mankind. They divided the earth up and ran it, and they were worshipped. They told all kinds of secrets. They knew all kinds of things from like this heavenly realm, all these bigger secrets that they didn't know, and they guided them and showed them how to grow and have wealth and abundance and all this stuff. And they were worshipped. Okay. And the story goes that they came down and then they tried to go back up and couldn't go back up. And that there's a firmament and that this crazy, powerful civilization tried to build a tower so big that it would get there. And then we look at modern Disney movies, and the intro for all the Disney logos is a star swooping down and sliding around, spelling out Disney with a big firmament drawn over top of it with the castle going right to the top of it. So is that just a coincidence?
Yo, none of it. No, no. And you know what? You know the one word that comes up whenever I trip more than any other word? Coincidence. Because I keep saying whatever experience I'm having and whatever thought I'm having, I'm like, dog, that can't be a coincidence. Ain't that many coincidences in the world, bro. I'm sorry.
Yeah, like let's hear the room's opinion, like with how I laid that out, because that's all just facts, right? So, knowing those facts, do we think that's the Disney intro just by coincidence? Like, can someone sell me a good argument as to how it's just a coincidence?
I already gave my opinion once. Maybe somebody else wants to.
No, you got no. The specific question is about that star swooping down and drawing the firmament with the castle.
In my opinion, I would say it's just a coincidence if there weren't so many other ties that are just blatant. There's too many coincidences. So then my answer is no, it's not a coincidence.
Well, standing alone, it would be. Like, I can't even say standing alone, it would be at all. Like, for me, I mean, sure, you could say it could be a coincidence, but it just doesn't make any sense. And you're right, you do end up having to draw on the context of stuff you already know. But I did provide the context of you already know that all these civilizations said this about what happened in the past. And then they told us all of that was just artistic allegory. None of it actually happened, and they were stupid. Come listen to what we say. We find out they're nowhere close to stupid, and they knew more than we did. So, okay, so we have to give a little bit more validity to the ancient claims, especially when they're geographically distributed across the whole world and consistent and corroborative. And they like all say this, bro. Like all of them say things came from the sky and they worshiped them as gods, and that they made offspring on the earth that was also like worshipped.
Yeah, not to take you off track, right, too much, but you know the you're talking about the ancient. Not to take it too much off track, but have you or any anybody who has made a more accurate flat Earth map using the ancient megaliths and the ley lines, etc., that could corroborate positions on the Earth?
No, but I
That
think
is
that's the
off topic.
only way you.
That is so
Yeah.
off topic. It's not even. Okay, we could just ignore that. That's not even. That's just the most horrendous non sequitur I've ever heard.
Yeah.
And one more thing, I'm beginning to hate when people say flat Earth maps, because that again is just another layer over your eyes to not see the fact that maps are just maps. Like, what? Every time you make a map, it's in reference to something on the Earth. It's not a different Earth, different kind of. It's just a map, a map, a map. Can we have a different map based on what they saw? Maybe a map, just a map, a map. Sorry.
I know what word you
No,
better not
that's
see when
actually
you're
kind of
tripping,
a
Elijah.
good point.
Better not see the word
That's
map.
That's a
Blow
pretty
your
good
bug.
point though. Like, why? Like, we just
Whole
give
map
them
for
the word map. So
Yeah, all maps are flat, though. That's the problem.
Exactly. So why do we give them the word map as if we have to distinguish a flat Earth map? You mean like a map?
Yeah, like
Just a
all
map.
maps. All maps are two-dimensional papers depicting seas and lands. That's it. That's all it is. Nothing else. Fucking ink.
I'm on board. I'm on board. Just you know, it would be nice to tie it together.
Yeah, well, I think that is the only way that you're truly going to start to discover parts of the Earth. But there's like some hiccups. Like one of them being, it looks like a lot of water fell on the Earth, and some things may not still be above water. Actually, we know that not everything that used to be above water is still currently above water. So that throws like a wrench in it, right? So we are at a standstill. I mean, we can definitely try, and we could pin down the areas we need to go to find out.
It's just that's. It's like, oh, I'm point. You know, we can't trust like their, you know, whatever they're going to reaffirm with their flights, right? It's just reaffirming it, right? But if you were to trust these ancient, you know, cultures, like you're saying, like maybe they were more knowledgeable or trust their knowledge or whatever, you could scrap everything you know and just go off of those. I don't know. I don't do any work, so that's why I was asking. It's not like I'm going to put the work in.
Well, I'm saying just imagine that some of the stuff is now underwater. It depends on how far back you go, but
Yeah.
but I do
Don't,
think I
don't
will say just with the you guys got to tell me, bro. I want to know, like I just want a general room consensus here. Like, is it a coincidence that all the ancient civilizations all made that claim, and then like modern media and everything makes like seemingly reference to it? I mean, I don't even know how we could deny that. And if we're truly trying to figure out what's going on above us, for example, on this Earth, we would definitely need to know if something like that was real.
Well, it's
dude,
just what makes it.
even in today's paradigm, that's what aliens are. They come from the sky and they give you technological. It's the same story. Except with a globe.
It's also, I would just say, it's you know, it's not like, okay, you're saying, well, like all these modern companies are depicting like a flat Earth, right? And it's I wouldn't say it's like part of their plan exactly, right? It's just everybody, except for the people who are anti-flat earthers, right, around here in this spot. Just when I say where are the aliens coming from, they're going to point to the sky. They all picture it locally. They use everything. Like, yeah, a plane's going to fly up, it's going to fly straight. Like, you know, it's just how people. You know, so it might not be a deception as much as it is. That's just what they know is true, and they're writing it down, even though the Earth's a globe or whatever. You know.
No, I don't know. That
Yeah.
didn't resonate with me, bro. I don't. No, like to me, like what? Like why draw a firmament depicting a star that had come through the firmament and build a tower going through it, or just coincidentally a little dome they drew over top of where the star came from?
Specifically Disney again. Yeah, no, Disney's in on it. I mean, that's
Well, Disney. So that's like that is a cosmology thing. Okay, there's another one like Paramount Pictures. All the stars come down and they circle around and like land on a mountain. That's the story. Is that the Watchers came down and landed on a mountain.
bastards. Yeah.
Dude, imagine being able to just like go to the top of all the mountains, like quickly.
I was gonna add to that. You know, according to Enoch, there seems to be portals or windows in the firmament, and according to the Ascension of Isaiah, these are principalities, these extraterrestrials, aliens, whatever you want to call them, right? They do have access to at least the second layer of heaven, right? And until the end times, they won't be thrown down to the earth, right? So they still have access to the upper layers, and they could still come from the sky, and also from inside the earth. So you know, if you believe in hollow earth, they come from in the earth and above us.
Like
Yep.
what?
Yeah, it's crazy. It's crazy.
Like a brine layer. I don't know how Hollow Earth would work.
Well, we know what the mainstream is going to say as that starts to ramp up, and it's just like Anunnaki. right? Can we all agree that that's the psyop? It could be summarized with that one word.
Yeah, Zechariah Stitchin's Anunnaki, Sumerian tablets talked about them, but those are the same angels that Enoch talks about. People refuse to accept Enoch's account, but they have no problem accepting the Sumerian account.
Exactly.
It's on the History Channel, so.
But I was gonna say too that I don't know if you follow Kingdom Crew, but or West Blaze, but he's been posting a lot about possible planetary objects that do orbit the Earth, not in the heliocentric sense, but that there seems to be mountains or actual physical objects that are up in the sky, unlike the luminaries that are not made of anything solid. Right, there seems to be object or an object, if not more than one, that may be is considered Mystery Babylon the Great. And the Masons call it the Phoenix. The Sumerians called it Nibiru or Planet X. That there is like an object up there that does sometimes eclipse the sun and the moon. That is solid and maybe even contains some sort of city. I don't know, but what do you think about that?
No, yeah, I've seen a little bit about it. That is, it is interesting because there seems to be like a decent amount of people that say there's like a floating city or cities. I don't know how we could think that's so crazy when they have full control over how high we go.
That's another
So
thing,
who knows?
right? That's another thing. The whole. Hold on. Let me close this window.
Yeah,
It did just
that's
make me trip
the
out.
thing
Go
about
ahead,
the
Skip.
sky, because I mean, it's crazy that the supposed distance to the end of this part of the sky is somewhere around 30 miles, and that's just from that's just over to the next town. That's not far. That's like right there. I don't believe that we couldn't know more, or that there isn't more that we could know, but I don't know if we should know, or if we should be concerned with that sort of stuff.
Yeah,
Well,
I don't
we
even
do
know if
as
it
flat
matters.
earthers need to. As flat earthers, we need to point out that this depiction of this dome right over top of the Earth, and then people saying it's 60, 70 miles, doesn't even like make sense. Like if you go 100 miles you're just at another city. So just flip that up. Now, how much of the Earth is that covering? So how low is it? So it's basically flat. It would be like basically flat,
Which
right?
it is, dog. Hey.
Yeah, exactly. And
But
so, but
that's
in
my
addition, it's like
speculation, though.
when you say the number 30 miles, that's like not that far at all. But when we look up, it's like mind-blowingly far. So if you have many miles to deal with, we have no idea. I don't think people grasp how big the sky is over this huge Earth, and that's really like the trick, and that's why they put that little disproportionate dome on there.
Right, the square footage and whatnot.
I think it could be so freaking tall, dude. I think the Earth is huge. We have no idea how big the Earth is. I don't think anyone ever will. And imagine like a sky over top of it.
Yeah, I mean,
So,
if I were to do it in a small scale, like a fish tank or something, the if I put gas or something or liquid or whatever, it would move out laterally, right? And then it would go up. It would just get wider and wider and go up to whatever height is the top
yeah,
of
I'm
the
guessing.
ceiling.
I'm guessing what I'm saying is they tricked us into thinking it's so incredibly big and everything's so far away, right? But actually, it's way more local than they said. But I think it's still like far away. Like if you actually apply your mind to it and you think like, imagine something 50 miles away above you. Like, dude, that's like we've been in planes and it's just a fraction of that.
Right, meaning that because they want us to believe that up there is outer space. So we live in space technically, if you think about it. And that space, just like the space of the ocean is super vast. We're just like Sucks to say, but like a speck of dirt in that amount of space. We're like a drop in the ocean. And the ocean is just the ocean. Add the sky to that. We're just a drop in that. Not just a drop. I don't mean like, we're not significant, but I mean, it's a big earth, man.
Yeah, you're just talking about
Don't,
volume. Yeah, like
Yep.
I
Don't you think
posted
like as a
yeah, real quick. I posted a meme. A couple different scientists. You have Sir John Frederick William Herschel, right? An English astronomer, photographer, and inventor of the blueprint. He says invisible moons exist in the firmament. So obviously, this guy understood, the realm. He understood that there's a firmament, and it's interesting that he says that in the firmament, because in the scriptures it says that both the moon and the sun are actually in the firmament. Now, how can that be possible? I have no idea. It's beyond me, but that seems to be the case.
well, the
I
firmament
think
doesn't
it's
need to
easy
be
when
like
you
one like no depth, no dimension to it. Like it can be as thick as it wants.
Look at this this
there's a
meme that
more
I put at 48 minutes past the hour. Like, I mean, they're even depicting perspective there, obviously, with the pillars and whatnot. Like, everything is here. Sorry, it's crazy.
well, it's funny. This is like 1792 to 1871. This whole like, oh, everyone's known for a fact for thousands of years is so laughably wrong. Actually, people were told that this guy tried to use a globe and got lost. That he was in the wrong place, but he was in the U.S. What are you talking about? Like, this is like the 1800s. This is an astronomer, a photographer of the sky, inventor of the blueprint. So it directly goes against their narrative.
Flat
He
maps
was a
again.
quack.
More flat maps.
Why you guys be lying so much for your side? That's the question. Why they gotta lie so much about the globe narratives? Why can't they be like, dude, a lot of people still thought the Earth was a stationary plane with the firmament over top of it in the 1900s. Why they gotta lie about that?
because it helps them like cope.
I mean, it's like crucial to them deceiving like everyone. Like you won't find a glober that'll like fully ever state that.
Well, you know,
They'll say just a
the
few
whole
people.
the whole mind protection thing that happens when people receive trauma. They have different personalities and all of that. It's just like that, but on like a societal scale. Depending on what piece of the trauma you're triggering, they're gonna come up with a different personality and tell you a different story. So when you actually hold them to account and go, "Yo, all your personalities are disagreeing with each other," they don't get it because they're only. Sorry, there's a massive engine outside. They only present in one at a time. They can't really step outside their position and go, "Oh, sugar, the whole thing is incongruent with it." But before we leave the drug topic unfinished, yeah, don't do drugs. Don't be tripping. Tie your shoelaces. And as far as showing these kind of things to your children, or to any children, have you ever seen happy children, like truly happy, content, doing good stuff when they just sat down watching that stuff? I don't think so. I think children at their best are outside climbing trees, building stuff, eating food, chatting with their friends, that kind of stuff.
Yeah, but
So
on
in terms of a decision making things, like let them build their foundations unsullied by subtle manipulations before you give them even the choice to be exposed to such things, knowing what you know.
and I'll tell you the poor guy earlier who professed that I think it must have been his parents. Like, when I was a kid, I was told that my soul would become untethered. Man, that's a harsh mom and dad.
No, that's
Solomon.
sound. That's sound.
That sound. Solomon actually in the scripture talks about that. The silver cord being unlatched, right? The idea that if you, because you have to understand that when you do psychedelics, bro, like profession, like people that are actually into the occult, they do the best sorcerers in ancient times use psychedelics. Like you have to be, and if you call yourself a sorcerer or a magician and you're not using psychedelics, then you're not a sorcerer. As simple as that. All the druids, the Egyptian sorcerers, they all took psychedelics because they would catalyze their experience in communication with entities that were beyond the veil. So it breaks down the veil so you can communicate face to face with entities that give you the power. You know, a lot of these sorcerers, they gain their power from demons and angels, right? So, and the idea is that to astral project, to actually have these visionary experiences, to be able to experience the realm, right? And not actually have to physically travel in a rocket ship, the places that you can't travel to in flesh and blood, right? You have to, the only way to travel there is through the mind. And they would do psychedelics and they were able to, you could actually travel the realm, but you can, if you stay too long and you go too far, there is a chance that you're going to become comatose. You ever heard of people doing psychedelics and never coming back because the silver cord was cut?
Yo,
Mostly PCP.
especially with DMT. You know, the dosage of DMT that people do for the heroic, you know, the heroic dose or whatever. Um and the things that they explain, like Terrence McKenna and all that, where they talk about breaking through some sort of flower like structure where beyond that you could see these little elves or whoever, these kind of entities that come up to you and interact with you and shit. I don't know, man. I don't really know. I don't think I'm gonna be taking that ride. But
If they ever do one of these flat Earth conferences, like on the East Coast where I am, and I see you guys there, and one of you guys has like some acid or mushrooms, just remind me not to take it with you. I'm not doing it.
well, I think that, I mean, because we already know what sorcery and magicians, like what they really do and what they really are. It's sleight of hand, because if you can get someone to perceive what you want them to perceive, it's not that reality changes, is that they've changed your mind in some way. And I think that's how they use psychedelics. I don't know if it's really going to a different place or whatever. I just think that they get different perspectives on how to control people, which is
Astral
probably why it's
projection.
not good.
Yeah, like the glow. I kind of relate to what you're saying. You know, as far as this, as that all this like globes, this and whatever. Right. It's really just a psychological. It's more of a psychological understanding than it is a um geometry or math or whatever. If math helps you believe something, then the math is what changed your psychology. Yeah, it's all it's more important. Psychology is more important than everything, than the other things. Like what drives you.
Have you guys ever heard the idea that they do this like astral projection at night and then go meet with each other?
Sneaky fucks.
Then go back to like the real world with a game plan.
Oh, we
Yeah,
can just do
that's
that
what
on cell phones, though. What the fuck?
I mean, that's what I've heard, bro, about the Masons, that like when you get up there, 33rd degree Mason, like that's what they do for fun. Like they'll trip together and meet in the astral plane. Now it sounds absolutely nuts. I understand, but DMT is being studied, and they're starting to find out like shared hallucinations is an actual thing. And how do you explain that? And then if you go further, well, you're having shared hallucinations in a group setting in the Amazon. Well, what if you can actually meet in the astral plane with your buddies? Right? It's not too far fetched.
I know, but but they're friends. They're real friends. They care about each other. They're, why do they got to be
They're coming
demons?
up with plans to control everyone on the earth, bro.
For their own good.
I don't care. I don't care what the reason is.
Their justification. Yeah.
And then you got like Travis Scott with Astro World. I don't even know if Travis Scott really understands. Like, I think to him, it's just like a marketing thing, but the Astro World is legit. Like, you know how he has the portal and his concerts behind him?
Yeah, with the people falling off the top, or what was it? Like demons walking on top of the stage and that whole thing. Yeah.
No,
Yeah.
bro.
So imagine being
He
in.
knows. They know the entertainers know because they take these drugs. In fact, I think they have to take these drugs. Um,
Uh,
but
I
I
think
think
they
they
also
take
do it
them
at
for a
nighttime,
different
dude.
reason. Like for me anyway, like I take psychedelics one time and I'm good for years. I'm like, okay, I saw what I needed to see. I know what I needed. If anything, it makes me more grounded. But then I have friends that take psychedelics and they feel the need to do it again and again. Even and it's funny that you can't. It's not like you could do it the next day and trip all over. But for however frequent they want to do it, like they're trying to do something different than I'm doing. I'm like, okay, I'm grounded. Okay, I see what that is, and this is reality. And I know what my purpose is here. It's to help
Yeah.
others.
My question
Because
is,
what else are we here for?
I agree
But
with you, Elijah, and I was going to chime in on that earlier, but you started going off on this whole thing about how God hates that we're doing it, so I didn't want to get into it. But I have like you were describing earlier, like the opposite
uh,
effect that people want to just keep going, are just like untethered. Where I
yeah.
feel the opposite, just like you're saying. I feel grounded, but then no desire to do it the next day or a month or even 6 months later. I don't feel it.
But I mean, perhaps we agree because it's like if you take like I'm a person of God. I was seeking God, especially when I went on my first trip, and the answer was I don't need to do that again. God is right here. I have all that I need. So it's like basically telling me you didn't need to do that. But since you did it, okay, good and well, get back to getting back, you know?
Same. Same with me, bro.
Yeah.
I've done psychedelics. I've done acid. I've done mushrooms. I've done salvia divinorum. I've done all these things, even alkaloids and analogs of LSD. But I had an experience where an entity came to me, bro, and told me not to do it again, like not to come back here again. I came back sobbing from that experience. When I say entity, I think it was an angel or maybe Messiah himself, dude. I don't know, but yeah, bro. Like I'm against psychedelics now. I'm all set.
Yeah, at some point it's not like at some point the individual person grows and you outgrow things. Yeah, that's good.
I mean, I think that they have practices down pat that they go to sleep and then they just pop up and meet each other at night, and they go
I've
back
tried
to the
that.
real world knowing their game plan.
I've tried that. I could never do it. I've tried it like 3 times. Like, all right, I'm gonna eat these, go to sleep, go to sleep, go to sleep. No, fuck, I'm not gonna sleep. I'm up. Yeah. Oh, I've tried. I couldn't put myself down.
It's weird though because like psychedelics do have like amazing medicinal properties. Neurogenesis, like mushrooms, are known to actually regrow the brain and connect circuits and heal trauma and post traumatic stress and all kinds of stuff, bro. Like, so I don't. It's hard, man. But like the scriptures say,
If
like there are
anything,
things that are gonna seem good to man, but in the end ends in death.
yeah, if anything, it might be a hard reset because the situation is probably so contrast to what you thought that you're like that you use it to wake up. Because all of these tactics that they're using is probably because of this kind of stuff, right? And so we probably use it in a way to and for whatever reason it wakes us up instead of pulling us deeper or moving towards scenarios and things that we probably shouldn't be doing. And I don't know, man, psychedelics good or bad. I just
Yeah, that's what
know
it
that the
sounds like you're trying
government
to
if you want to
figure out.
wake up,
definitely
just
created
take
some of them.
accountability for your life. You don't need to take a
And another
substance.
thing, I couldn't go to sleep. You know what? There's only one time I almost went to sleep on acid. And what happened? What? Hello?
What are you talking to?
Oh, so there's only one time that I was almost able to go to sleep on LSD. One time. And that time I felt like I heard a voice, and I snapped out of it, and I was like, no, 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 not that. No, absolutely not.
No,
Like,
I didn't.
I can't imagine how
Yeah.
many people would have sank into that experience and gone, tell me more, talk to me. I was like, I don't give a fuck if I'm imagining this. I don't care if it was like, because you know how voices sound more substantial when you're like in the part
Dreaming.
of the daydream before you get
Yeah.
to sleep. You know, when you're like, whoa, that was loud. It was like that. And it's
Yeah.
like, I don't give a fuck what it was. I immediately felt like, hell no, hell no.
Yeah. No,
So
get up then.
I'd actually have an experience in a dream with a friend. If you guys want something real quick, like we had been having, for some reason, we realized that when we dreamed, we kind of were in like the same place, like looking. I would tell her this dream, and she's like, I've been there before. I know what you're talking about. And so she had a dream, and she said she saw me in the dream. And I was, whatever, far away from her, and she described what was going on. And I was like, I had that dream last night. I know what you're saying. So I didn't see you. She's like, yeah, you couldn't see me, but I could see you. So a few times we went to sleep with the intention of meeting in this place since we had already been there. And we've had experiences where we have seen each other. And then but the other one doesn't see, one of us doesn't see, and we're trying to get the other's attention. And there was the one night where we did see each other, and as soon as we saw each other, we woke up. It was like, you're not supposed to do that type of shit. Like,
Wow.
that's what it
Wow.
felt like. It's
That's
like,
crazy.
when someone goes, no, no, no. And it felt
That's a
like,
trip.
oh fuck, we're in trouble. Like, I was like, oh, what did
So,
we do?
Earlier Nate was talking about dreams not being like a valid experience, like it's not real. And how do we determine like what's real and what's not real? Like obviously it's not base reality, or if this is, I don't even know if this is even base reality, but so like what do you guys think about that? Like was that real? Was that experience legit?
Yeah,
Or are
I don't know.
dreams
That's true.
experiences?
You have to use
I don't know.
discernment when it comes to dreams because you don't know what exactly is going on. And I think the language is interesting that people have dreams. I think some of the dreams that people describe is more like the dreams I have in them, especially when you lot are tripping. It's like
Yeah.
you should take dominion over your life, not the other way around. But Sirach gives you pretty simple warnings. Like many have been deceived by dreams, so you can't just let these things rule your life. You have to know what you're talking
Yeah,
about.
that's crazy, bro. And like, I don't think it's out of this world to think that they've mastered how to meet up in their dreams and that they've chosen to do that, even though like who says they can't do it and blah blah blah. And they teach the other people how to do it, and they over the course of time they've mastered it. There's a lot of like cultural references or subliminal references even to that it's certainly worth considering. I would say
Well, people go and
because that's a
do
trip.
assassinations like that.
Because we deal with not just people, right? I mean, that kind of makes sense to say it's even more sinister than I mean, when we were hearing about the floating city, it's like, well, is it a triangle? I don't know. And then it's like these people go and meet, and they know that there are powers in this realm up higher, and yeah, they choose to rule over the earth, like to be the people that help do that. I don't know. I don't know if it's that thought out of a thing, but it's pretty crazy. You guys think I sound crazy?
Nope.
Yeah, like
I will.
I've never astral projected. I just know I've had like sleep paralysis where I felt something that no one else would maybe see, like holding me. And I know people that I trust are telling the truth. That said they've done it, right? And yeah, I don't know why. If that's a real thing and most people don't do it or know about it, then wouldn't a select group of people trying to have power and advantage over everyone else utilize it?
Yeah, I don't see why not. I mean, I it really felt like we did something we weren't supposed to do. Like, that's why we do it again, you know? Like, we're like, I don't think we're supposed to do that. It was like, nah, and I'm not going to do it again because I don't want to find out, you know?
What are we talking about? Are we talking about tripping on acid?
Meeting people in your dreams, being able to meet up with other people in a dream
Oh,
state.
okay. And then have like a conscious remembrance of it after you wake up from it or something, and you
Yeah,
both can
everyone
agree
wakes
that.
up.
Yeah, correct.
Yeah, everyone.
Interesting.
Like, think about this. Imagine like everyone knowing that it's more real. It's knowing that it's real in the sense that they're consciously meeting, and then they just go to their physical life at whatever physical location they're in, and enact their role.
You know, in Assassin's Creed, there's a part of the game where you drink a cup of some potion, and then he starts tripping, right? And everybody else, like, they all drink it, and they meet up in the astral plane. Like, it's part of the game.
Kind of
Wow.
reminds me of the Young Guns movie. If you guys ever seen that, it might be before some of your guys' time, but there's a great movie called Young Guns. They have 1 and 2, and within one of those movies, I can't remember which one, a bunch of cowboys drink some peyote, and they go into the spirit world together. Kind of similar thing.
Yeah, it's a trip,
Yeah,
bro. Because like,
in a bunch of places.
if you entertain it like a thing that could happen, bro, like think about how you're gonna bust them for a crime. You're gonna get some physical evidence on these people or something. Like, it's just kind of crazy. It's so above. If that was a real thing, it would be such an advantage, you know. Other than, of course, just do living for the creator. Pretty insurmountable advantage there.
Have you ever done DMT?
No.
Or any hallucinogen for that, matter?
Yeah, I've done shrooms and acid.
Did you experience any like entities or deities or anything when you were on mushrooms?
Deities, no.
Yeah, I've done mushrooms a few times, but there was only one time that I experienced something that was seemingly beyond this realm or behind the veil, so to speak. And it was these little gnome-like characters that were all working together, and it was a trip, dude. It, really hard to explain, but yeah, there was these little beings, if you will, and they were working, and one of them actually looked at me, and I looked at it, and then shortly after, like, the whole experience just kind of like I snapped back into reality. Like, it was a pretty profound experience.
You seen the infamous Clockwork Elves, the machine elves?
Yeah, they were, there was these gears and gizmos that they were it was like the internals of a clock that they were all working on, and the way they were coming through was like in these bright neon colors. Like, it was kind of like the outlines of them. Like, it's
Rainbow
really hard.
colors.
Yeah, it's like really hard for me to put into words, but yeah, I do
Damn,
remember, like,
imagine that's what light is. Light is literally holding our reality together. Like, that'd be crazy. Oh shit.
I've heard a lot of people talk about, like
Talk
Joe
about
Rogan
taking
talked
the
about
Kool-Aid.
those elves. Terrence McKenna had many speeches where he talked about those elves.
well, they were like they were more like gnomes than elves, in my opinion. Like, I don't know if you've ever seen like a garden gnome, but they look nearly identical to like what a garden gnome looks like. They have these like weird, like conical shaped hats, and I think one of them even was like smoking a pipe or something. Like, I mean, this was years ago. It's hard for me to
What
remember everything.
What's crazy about gnomes, like not gnomes, but when you said conical shape, it brought me back to refraction, the one refraction that you guys never talk about, conical refraction, which is, in my estimation, what a rainbow is.
Yeah, and they were coming through in like a rainbow, like neon spectrum of color. It was so bizarre, dude. Like words. I don't even know if I can capture the essence of what took place within words, but that's the best I got, I guess.
Amazing.
Yeah.
That was like a
was
pretty
after about a
reoccurring.
half ounce of mushrooms. Like an eighth didn't quite get me there.
That's it. Oh, that's what I was. Yeah. The eighth is not doing it. It's not. Nah, not on that. I've never taken enough mushrooms to trip like I have on LSD. So I know that just an eighth of mushrooms isn't going to really get you there at all.
Yeah, I don't even think I took half of a hit of LSD, and that, like, I got a body high, but there was really no visuals to it. And then even with like an eighth of an ounce of mushrooms, like I got small amounts of visuals, but the half ounce is really what did the trick, man. Just throw it out.
I think the fresher the mushroom and the type of mushroom, because I had some pretty fresh Liberty caps from Oregon that like half an eighth that just put me on my ass, and I was out there, man. Tell you.
What I find crazy, because there's this guy on YouTube. I'm pretty sure everyone can find him if you guys type in heroic dose. So like this guy is talking about how psychedelics, specifically psilocybin, has shaped or revolutionized medicine, or mental health therapy, because these dudes are dosing at 35 grams, and I said, no fucking way. That sounds insane to me. Like clinically, they'll put you under for 35 grams. I don't even know how that's possible. But they say it right there on YouTube.
You said 35 grams of psilocybin.
Yep.
So I guess there's like an extracted version of psilocybin.
Yeah, they probably.
Obviously, it's going to be a lot stronger, but yeah, I think you can get the dosage a little bit more correctable within an extracted version.
So what's the end goal for this? What's the purpose for taking it?
Well, if
Not to
everybody's
do it.
experiencing,
Everybody else that sounds like they have a soul on here seem to get the same message. Don't do it. So.
Right. So.
Well, I don't know. I mean, I
what,
wouldn't say don't do it. That wasn't my take on it all.
Yeah, I know.
Like,
I said everybody who seems to have a soul. Sorry.
Man, you throwing shade at him like that.
Sorry.
Oh man, that's tough. Granted, I haven't done it since I had that profound trip. I don't really feel the need to.
You're safe. Okay, your soul is good. All right.
I find even the language hilarious. Like profound
sorry,
trip.
go ahead.
Like it was profound when I fell down the stairs. It's like, no, dude, you fell down the stairs. Be happy that you're still able to walk.
Well, it's the real life.
Is totally green. He don't know.
Bro, I don't need. This is the thing that makes me laugh. I've never needed to do this to see coincidences in the world, or to see things that for whatever reason you lot need to like smash through a window, shove your head through the pane of glass, and go, "Oh, I didn't realize this was like that." I think if anything, just don't eat, don't do less, and figure out more.
Well, I don't think it's
like what you're saying. Like everything that we're talking about can be achieved with supreme clarity, I would call it. Like not being high at all, not smoking
Right.
cigarettes, weed, any drug. Like I'm
There is a
talking
right
about.
way and there is a wrong way.
I'm trying to
Yeah.
defend my soul here, but I'm getting like Elijah from both ends. So I don't know, bro.
Yeah, both
No,
Eli's coming at you. Sorry, go ahead, Dyso.
Yeah, my bad. Go ahead.
Well, the profound experience is the fact that I've had a realization that I wouldn't have had I not had that experience. Like knowing that now I know that there's more beyond what we experience here within this reality. Not that I didn't already have the idea of that, right? Because I'm a spiritual person to begin with and a God-fearing person. But just the fact that it's experienceable within this reality. Like you don't need to leave your body to have this acknowledgement that there's more to reality than meets the eye was the profoundness of it in my experience. But I don't know.
Well, yeah, Yah can use all things for good.
Yeah.
Right. Like
I just think in the
I wouldn't
same.
have made the comment that Eli made about not having a soul, but rather like the maturity level.
I
But
was just joking.
like Daiso said though, the consequence kind of helped him, and now he doesn't want to necessarily go back there. And sometimes
Yeah,
you
he
know you
didn't
need
need.
to. Sometimes you need to steal somebody's lunch money for you to realize that that was a bad idea.
Well, that's kind of what I was trying to sum it up with, because my friend actually makes DMT. He gave me some. I have it. Have I used it? No. Do I intend to ever use it? I don't feel the need to. Like I've already experienced what I needed to experience to have the assurance that there's more to this reality than meets the eye. And within that experience, a whole nother story I'm not going to go into, but within that experience, I discovered how valuable water actually is, and the fact that it's the most powerful substance that we have in this entire universe. I know it's subjective and that's my opinion, but whatever happened to me in that experience left me with this knowing that there's more to water than what meets the eye and that what science can put words to.
Right.
Yeah.
I think the pursuit for at least the guys in here, from what I can tell, the pursuit seems to be a desire to have a greater understanding of stuff that's just being occluded from us for whatever reason.
And then
But
you trip and you're
would
like, wow, I'll never know. Like that's the summarization of it. It's like, yo,
no,
I'll never know. That was way too much, dog. That's not. Could you
no, but
imagine stepping
let me finish
outside of
the
creation if you could survive it? Because you're like, well, the world is big enough as it is. Imagine you could step on the other side of the containment. You'd be like, fuck, I don't know where to go, what to do, what danger lies ahead. Fuck this. Let me go home.
right. Okay, yeah. So what I would say, from especially with those who give any credence to scripture, right? Can't help those who don't. You know, maybe they can help themselves. But if you're after revelation, I think the pattern's pretty clear: is to seek the one who gives revelation, and that's the Creator. And
Yeah.
as best as I can understand, if you want to go through like a mechanistic approach to that, that seems to be praying and fasting. So
Yeah.
Yes.
in
Yes.
terms of
that's a trip.
what revelation you could get about, I mean, Dicelo, right? Your example. I'm not gonna poo-poo it because it happened, right? And sometimes I think, let's put it this way, like, because if we're going to class it as something that's not a good idea to do, we've all learned that the hard way in other aspects of our life, and we'll go and tell our friends and our younger siblings or whatever, right? Hey, don't do this because I did it the hard way. Don't play with these kind of girls because they do this. Like you read in the wisdom scripture, it's like from experience, right? But in terms of revelation, read Daniel, read what it says. Hey, I can't answer this question to you, Nebuchadnezzar, but I know who can, and I'm going to go seek him. I know, like, I have this question that I can't deal with. I'm going to go to the Creator, and praying and fasting seems to be the way to get true revelation that you can tell hasn't been tainted by some substance that has kind of altered or can lace in a narrative, because you're not really knowing what's going on.
I will
Well,
say
there's
this
one
too.
more.
I'm sure that could be distilled in less words, but that's my position. I think is
Yeah,
worth
think about this.
One more
Think about this.
sharing.
There's a. Yeah.
one more key mechanism to what you left out was not sinning while you're fasting and praying, because it
Right, yeah, because
distorts
that's
everything. Like,
counterproductive.
right. Sorry, go ahead, whoever the other guy.
So
that's
check
not
this.
that wouldn't be fasting then, would it?
That's true. But most people don't understand that. Like, they think that they
Yeah.
can pray and fast, still commit the sins, and have the same effect of the aftermath, and it's just not there. Go ahead, man. Sorry.
Well, yeah, the genuine prayer, you're not going to be sinning at the same time or right after it. But like,
You'd be surprised.
but what I do find interesting is there is a parallel with like the Watchers coming and giving secrets. So it was not actually the knowledge itself that was bad. It was how they delivered it deceptively and cut line to tell us what it was instead of us figuring it out in wisdom. So it's like
Yeah.
it's the same thing.
And the purpose for it, right?
Somebody asked earlier, if I could just get in real quick, guys. Someone asked earlier, why do people do this? And I would say because they're seeking revelation. And the people who are not seeking revelation or a deeper meaning or the spiritual realm, when they're doing this, are most of the time young people who just want to have fun with their friends and they've heard it's fun, right? But you're going to have a different experience with each person. And some of those experiences may be similar, but the reason there'll be different experiences is because if there is this spiritual realm, those who do this open up the influence, so you can be easily influenced by outside, entities, people, whatever. And I've said in the past, if someone who is wicked already has you in the bag, they don't want to show their true colors and show you who they are. But if you're entertaining this already, that's their opportunity to, highly influence your thoughts and the way you live. And if you guys, if you go into the gloom too long, it'll take you. I don't know if I could speak much on the subject, and I could speak from experience and things like that, but yeah, I think you get the point.
I will say, like, I had like a quote unquote trip type experience fasting, and honestly, it's like significantly better because it's like much more clear and in control. So, you're like in this confused state if you're like taking some type of substance intentionally to get messed up or trip. It's totally different, dude. It's totally different. And I don't care what anyone tells me. I'm not new to this. Like people always come back and they feel like they figured some stuff out, but they're like kind of confused exactly what all they thought they figured out. They forgot what they thought they figured out, or they just realize like really they're still confused and they don't know. Now you hear the occasional like, oh, this confirmed to me that there was a realm outside of this, and
How many
etc.
people who have tripped on substances have influences during that use of the substance? Like you watch a movie or you listen to this music and you watch the a Wizard of Oz with the dark side of the moon, like it's like you have these influences approaching you as you're using these substances instead of having like being in a meditative state, I guess, where that would be more beneficial if you're using these substances instead of having these things that are going to um, do harm to you while you're under a substance.
I couldn't make sense of what you were putting down, dude.
Oh, I'm just saying, like when you're like some people who are tripping, it usually happens like they do it in this environment that's not beneficial to the substance they're taking. Like if you're using a substance that is or that is like a psychedelic or something like that, you want a certain environment to do it in.
Oh yeah.
You're comfortable.
Oh yeah, for sure. Yeah, the setting and the people that are around you has a great impact on the experience that you're going to have, and maybe even the realm within. Like it's all conducive for sure.
Let's talk about the most applicable piece of knowledge that the Watchers brought, which would be the cutting of roots. So is like the cutting of roots intrinsically evil? I would suggest no. You
Can
know,
you
it's
elaborate
a
on that? Like the Watchers and the Roots? I've never heard anything about that.
yeah, the Watchers that came down and told man all kinds of secrets, like how to find metal and make weaponry to go against their brother. And blah. One of the things they taught them was the cutting of roots. So how to cut roots and create different potions, if you will. And it is cutting roots bad intrinsically? I would say no. It's the same thing that we were given clarity as to the answer to that. It's not that the knowledge we were shown is bad. It's about how we were shown, how we didn't come to it in our own wisdom. So, like, as that applies, like, oh, you see a tree, maybe you are supposed to know by looking at the tree. Oh, I'm not supposed to consume those roots. I don't know. Or once you know what the roots do, I don't know how it all works. But anything that grows here seems to be for our benefit, and we're so detached from actually getting it that we really get it all jumbled up.
Sorry, yeah,
Well,
I wanted to add real quick, that in Hebrew, the word roots is used many times in the Bible, and I don't think one time it's actually used for literal roots, right? Actually, I take that back. There is a couple verses that just came to mind, But anyways, like roots in the Bible has to do with genetics, bro. So when you talk about cutting of roots, you're talking about genetic splicing.
Well,
Well,
yeah,
well, there's
that's
all.
even crazier for sure.
Because Witzer, remember when they were told that? Read the order in which it was told, and you'll see that that's the reason why they were giant. It wasn't because they were mating with them that they were giants. They were giants because of the root cuttings, and that's why you have giants after the fact when those watchers are already tied and bound up.
What exactly does that? I mean, I guess it's hard to grasp what that entails being physically done. Like, would it be like?
I don't think it does, because this is something that people know nowadays. Like, there's I think it's 5 or perhaps 7. I can't remember the number, but these growth hormones or these growth substances, and they use them in modern times, like in Miracle Grow and stuff like that. And they have all their like Latin names or whatever they've called them. So the application of this stuff to cause things to grow big, it's already there. You see what I mean, or would you like me to elaborate?
Well, just obviously, my interpretation is the actual act itself is not of the normal order. So, like, would that process be the cutting of the roots? Is there something physical regarding lineage that we don't fully understand that does that? Like, to talk about post-birth application doesn't really stack up with all the evidence where the women are
No, not
dying
not
at their
post
birth.
birth. During gestation, I think is the word.
So, like they gave things to the mothers so that their babies would grow bigger.
Yeah. And what's interesting about that is like people have done that now. So there's experiments and stuff that they do nowadays, right? You can even get like, say someone has stunted growth from like someone smoking. So you have like the opposite effect, like nicotine and all that kind of crap can stunt the growth of a child. But equally, if you're eating like cod liver oil and stuff, your child can get to the more natural height, like their more maximum limit. So you have this kind of within the okay framework. But then you have it after the fact. If you want to go and think about Nimrod, for instance, I assume based on the scriptures that Nimrod was born kind of normal, just like everyone else. But later on, he learned this knowledge, applied this knowledge to himself. How he did it specifically, it's not really detailed. But he made himself a Gibborim, I think is the word.
I just posted something. Sorry,
go ahead.
I just posted something in the chat. Mind Unveiled posted something today, or that I just watched this morning today. I didn't even know why I watched this. I was like, why am I watching this? And then I'm like, oh, it's funny that we're talking about this. In that video, they're talking about how they basically made people into freaks.
Right.
Yeah. In scientific ways.
Yeah, but I think I think there's a difference. So I think there still would be a difference as to who it was that made you with the act of sex. Like, I don't know. I guess I can't. I mean, or is that to suggest that if these entities take like human form, that if they just make babies, they're just like everyone else? Because it can't be. Because the whole thing about it is that that's not the natural way, right?
Oh no, I maybe I didn't clarify, so apologies. I'm not disregarding that, but specifically the giantism. I think the amount of giantism that was able to be achieved with the Watcher's offspring was of higher magnitude than could ever and was ever achieved in the ones that were just born of man and woman. But that's when you read it in order, it's not just because they're offspring of the Watchers that they were giants, but rather that the giant aspect of them is associated directly with the cutting of roots, which is I'm saying, I guess this could be interpretation, but I'm saying that was the purpose why they taught the women that in the first place.
Yeah, so I don't think there's a way to actually, I mean, that I know of, there's a way to become a giant through hormones. Like, yeah, you can maybe get 10 foot
There
tall, but
definitely
dude,
is.
these giants were not 10 foot tall. These giants were way bigger than that. You know what I'm saying? So I think they went directly into the DNA. They were messing with genetics, bro. Like the
I
cutting
mean,
of
where does
roots
it
is
say that in
genetic
scripture, though?
splicing. And no,
So they
Where
but
say.
it
does it
says
say
it
that?
in
I
Enoch.
mean,
It
if
says
you
it in
think
Enoch.
about, I
But hold on,
mean,
real quick,
if you
Well,
real
think
quick.
yeah,
about
but
who's,
is
Let me
Enoch
if
finish.
part
you
of the
think
scripture?
about who,
Moderation.
Hold on, hold on.
Let him finish. Let him finish, and then I slow you up.
Because it talked about, right, the smiting of the embryo. The Watchers taught mankind the smiting of the embryo, which is abortion, right? Not only that, but they talked about genetic splicing, bro. Like just like in the days of Noah, so it's going to be in the time of the coming of the Son of Man. Like we're just getting into genetic splicing today, something that we haven't been doing for thousands of years. So they had this technology. It's not just like cutting roots, bro. Like that's not. I don't believe that's what the scripture's saying. It's talking about genetic splicing. That's the only
All
way to
right,
get
so
20, 30-foot giants. There's no way you're gonna take a root and become a 30-foot giant. There's no way. It was
Yeah,
genetic
that
splicing.
makes it makes more sense
actually,
to
I was
me.
next.
Yep.
So where does it say in the scripture that the size of these giants? Because the only spot that I saw was when they were talking about, like Goliath and the size of the beds. Like they talked about the size of the beds that these giants were sleeping on, but nowhere have I seen where it talks about 30, 40 foot tall giants.
Well, it says the
Yeah,
people were like
it
grasshoppers in their
compares them to
sight.
the cedar trees of Lebanon.
Yeah, it says that the people were like grasshoppers in their sight.
I want
I,
I want
I'm,
to add something though,
I'm
because
glad that. Hold on,
when
hold on. I was also trying to get in that little kerfuffle.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah.
Um, I think I don't know. Like there has to be a separation between what God said and what man said. And it's also interesting that you point out that like you don't know where in the Bible that these specific heights are except for David and maybe the angels. But every time I go to like there are places in Queens like Main Street, there are Asians everywhere, and I'm a foot taller than everyone, like everyone. I go to other places like Knickerbocker and Bushwick, a foot taller than everyone, and I'm just thinking, could that be why some humans would describe these giants in literature? Because there are people who've come from somewhere else that are just like way taller than them on average. And to add to the point about genetic modifying and all of that, well, we do live in America where they're like, dude, what are you feeding your women? What are you feeding your children? Look at how massively big they are compared to what other countries that don't do the type of shit that's done to us and our food. Perhaps, I don't know. I'm leaving it open for you guys.
right, so
Well, we found some fake bones.
what I wanted to add with the scriptures, there is a specific delineation. Now, people will disagree with me, but I don't really care because I can show it within scripture between the Watchers' offspring and those giants, and the giants that came after the flood. Because the giants that came after the flood, they weren't offspring of Watchers. They were
Talking about the
offspring of.
Raphaim.
Say again.
Is it the Nephilim or the Raphaim?
There's a few different names, but I'm just giving like time qualifiers, right? Because those watchers were all bound and imprisoned, so they're not making babies anymore with people. And when you go and read, I think Jubilees is probably a good book to read about how this started coming back again. So I think it was one of Ham's, so it was Noah's grandchild, one of Ham's children or something. I can't remember which name specifically, but he goes and finds these tablets at some point after the flood, and he starts sinning because of what's in the tablets, and that was the knowledge that is mentioned in Enoch. So some of this was preserved on tablets that he found after, maybe
Writings
in a
on
cave or
cave
whatever.
walls.
Say again?
Writings on cave walls, yeah.
Right. So he goes and sins because of this stuff, and it was that knowledge that allowed people like Nimrod and that to become what they became, and those Canaanite tribes that were different. You know, the lion. You have the lion tribes. You have the just the super tool tribes that were then dealt with later on by Joshua and his crew. So the reason I mention this is that yes, what which was talked about earlier, it was connected to the Watchers, and I'm saying the scope of which to which they could be giants was clearly more because they were not fully human. But the reasoning to what made them giants was directly associated with the root cuttings, and then you have that within Scripture. Now, if you don't want to think about Scripture, it's a completely different conversation. But within Scripture, you have that as the defining feature, either side of the flood.
Yeah, and Jubilees actually says that they bear unto them sons when they took wives. So it wasn't a
Right, yeah. I wonder if there was. I don't think there was any women involved. Like, so female demons is probably just cross-dressing demons.
Yeah.
But what's interesting, this is kind of an aside. So if anyone wants to go back after I mentioned this to what I did mention, it seems, at least from Enoch, I think, that the wives that the Watchers took became sirens. So if there are any female demon stuff, it wouldn't be their offspring, but rather whatever the flip happened to those women, which is a different concept that's not really spoken about too much. So I can only really speculate. But
Yeah, and Elijah, we've found tons of like huge human skulls and human bones, and all this stuff has kind of been swept under the rug by that Smithsonian.
For sure, and I don't know, like I think maybe it's a perspective thing that would need to be switched. What you were saying, Lion, earlier, that you don't think just by some kind of modification or adulteration that you could get 30-foot giants. I don't see what the issue is there, like, at all.
No, I mean, it's a possibility. It's in the realm of possibility that, by supplementation that you could get that big. I think the latter option is more probable. That's all.
The latter
Back
option being what?
to Elijah's point, being beings from somewhere else that are just bigger, and we can't fully explore the world, so there may be beings still out there that are just as big, beyond what we know, beyond where we can explore. And if we don't want to get stamped on like an ant, then maybe we want to stay away from those places.
I mean, back to your point earlier, Lion. What would be the alternative, or the other one, that because you left it unsaid?
I mean, think about
genetic splicing.
Think about
what do you mean by that?
Genetic engineering.
Yeah, but how is that different from what I was saying?
Because one is a permanent change in the DNA. The other one you would have to take supplementation your whole life. Like if you begin.
I think I get it. Yeah, I'm just simplifying it with the scriptural language. I'm not going into detail about how, but yeah, it would still be some kind of genetic adulteration, manipulation. Like the mechanism is not really relevant to me. I'm just stating the difference between those pre-flood and those post-flood, that you can still get giants of whatever magnitude without having to be born of a non-human creature.
No, yeah, no doubt. Yeah, Nimrod most likely was through supplementation.
Well, think about that
Well,
though. I mean,
yeah,
I
because he
don't I
was
don't
off,
think so.
because he was already a man before he started doing that. He did
Yeah,
the
I don't
change
think
for himself as a
It's like
ground.
I don't
sex
think so.
changes like they're doing today,
Can y'all
bro.
hear
You know,
me?
you take hormones, but you have to stay on those hormones for your whole life. You
Can
can't
y'all hear
stop
me?
taking them. Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, I don't think so. Just because the wives that because I mean, if you read the scriptures, it says that all men, all women, all creatures, beasts and cattle, yada yada yada, were corrupt, right? The only one that found grace was Noah and his lineage, right? Which was practically a pure non-corrupt lineage. Then they had to take wives. The wives that they took was from Canaan, and they're corrupt, you know, because of the whole. Like I said, it was all creature, all what is it? All flesh was corrupt. So all they had to do was their blood still had that that angelic DNA, which will then mix with the sons of Noah
Yeah, but that's
and
a
have that.
presupposition, though.
Was it? I mean, because the scripture says all things like they were all corrupt.
Yeah, but look, he destroyed all of them bar the 8 that he put on the ark. So why would he destroy all bar 3 people and then put them on the ark with the rest of them? That doesn't make any sense.
But then what happens afterwards?
Well,
All the lineage of Noah. I mean, all the lineage of Canaan were also hunted, right? And destroyed.
Say again.
Didn't after they came out of Egypt, they destroyed practically lineages of Canaan.
Yeah, but you're jumping. This is why I read and suggested what I suggested, that so in Jubilees it tells you specifically that one of Noah's grandchildren goes and starts sinning according to this knowledge, and this knowledge is pre-flood knowledge that he's now applying again, and it's those people. So it's Canaan's line or Ham's line that ends up becoming the ones who do the bad stuff. So not only do they start sinning in their own life and doing all this other stuff, they start sinning against their brothers because they were allotted a certain portion of land, and then they went and usurped that land, which is why they had to be dealt with in the first place. And some of them were dealt with by just kicking them out. Some of them because of all the other abominations they'd done to their tribe, to the point where they're not even legit creatures anymore. They were instructed specifically to go and destroy them to the last animal. But when you actually go and analyze that whole thing that Joshua did on his journey over the Jordan, it wasn't all of them that he did that to. He was only given that instruction about some of them. Others of them,
for those that
they
were
were
higher,
just
taller than whatever.
others were just sinful in terms of being in a position in a land that they weren't supposed to be in. Others were sinful for other reasons on top of that. You see my
Right,
point.
but
So
it was a genetic deficiency. It was a genetic issue, not something that had to do with.
But this genetic issue was a tribe-specific issue to some of them, and it wasn't because of what you might suggest that it came off from the flood, but rather what they were doing after the fact. Because if it was what you're suggesting, that these wives were that had some portion of corruption, then it would be every tribe would be screwed, and we don't see that, and we see specifically that when it comes to being part of the kingdom of heaven or not, it's not about your genetic position, like in terms of who you were born from, but rather how you choose to live. Because when he spoke to the Pharisees and he says, "You are of your father the devil," he's not saying he's offspring of the devil, but rather because they choose to live in the degenerate way that they did, they've made themselves part of that family. But equally, if you go and look at Joshua and Caleb wasn't Caleb wasn't from the line. He was adopted into the ways of Israel. I might be getting the names mixed up, but you get my point, right?
Yeah.
I got a theory on the giants that there wasn't as many of giants as there are humans, and humans were the ones making the giants. And I have a feeling that a lot of people felt threatened by giants, so they would always try to get rid of them all the time. So they would always kill these giants, even though the giant could have been, friendly as well.
I wanted to add to the idea that Noah's wife or his son's wives were tainted, right, with Nephilim DNA. The Dead Sea
Oh, maybe.
Scrolls, they do expand on this, and because the idea is that from Adam to Noah there was ordained marriages, and Noah was very specific to who he allowed his sons to marry, and his sons only married Seth's lineage. They didn't marry Cain's lineage. The idea that Noah married a Canaanite, or not a Canaanite as in post flood, but a line of Cain is erroneous. He wouldn't have married because it was like a covenant that they weren't to mingle with Gentiles, right? And the idea of a Gentile is a heathen. They didn't mingle with the heathen. Yeah, I'll post some evidence to what I'm saying. I'll post a screenshot that I took. So right here it says, "Then took wives for my sons from among my brother's daughters, and I gave my daughters to my brother's sons according to the law of the eternal precept, which the Most High ordained to the sons of men, and in my days when according to my reckoning." So right there we see that he basically chose, ordained. It was ordained marriages. It's the way things worked back then. And Noah was a smart man. He wouldn't have chosen Nephilim brides for his sons.
Exactly.
Because people think
and also think about it from the other perspective. If you're gonna cast the blame onto that these wives were genetically tainted, then you're taking away the agency from Ham and all his offspring's misbehavior, as if they didn't really have an option but to be degenerate, but rather they did have, and they've always had the option to choose the right path or the wrong path.
Jubilees corroborates the Dead Sea Scrolls name of Noah's wife, Mzada, which the canon does not tell us who Noah married for whatever reason. The Jubilees does, and the Genesis Apocryphon does. And she was of the line of Seth. Now, because you have an idea that maybe the giants survived through Noah's son's DNA or his wife's DNA, and that's just not the case.
Well, I mean, think about it. I mean, when the scripture says all was corrupt, what does that mean? All flesh corrupted his way.
Yeah, but Noah wasn't, was he?
I mean, that's why he found grace in God's eyes.
Right. So the whole
like
reason reason
cattle,
why he was given position
think about this.
to survive.
Sorry, go ahead.
Well, no, think about it. The whole reason he was given the ability to survive is because he was pure, both in deed and in flesh. So it would make no sense. It's like, oh, let me save this one pure guy, but put 7 or 4 other impure ones along with him, completely defeat the object of destroying the rest of the corrupted stuff. To the point where not even the animals, you know what I mean? Like it doesn't.
Well, I mean,
it doesn't
it
follow.
says,
it doesn't logically.
But it says that I like men and cattle and beasts and birds and everything that walks on the earth. All of them corrupted their ways and their orders.
Yeah, except Noah and his crew. It's just the way you speak. If you're saying like everyone in the class failed except for Timmy, who got 10 out of 10, it's like, well, everyone except Timmy, because that's just the way you speak. You don't go, It's just long-winded or weird way to say it. Like most of the class failed, but Timmy got this. No, the whole class failed, but Timmy. It's just the way it's written, and it specifies, right? Specifies that he was set apart, and that obviously his sons would be set apart. And like Lyons said, and has given you citation, that he wouldn't, being that he was set apart himself, Noah, being that he did the things righteously, he wouldn't even dream of allowing his sons who were pure to go and marry someone impure. There's no foundation for that whatsoever.
I can see one way the Nephilim getting through the flood is like developing lungs or the gills. Sorry, because the fish didn't seem to get messed with.
Yeah, if you want, but they would have had to know that ahead of time, and I don't think they did.
That's actually a very plausible way because according to the scriptures, Genesis does distinguish between it actually says that all flesh with the breath of life on dry land perished. Why would it say on dry land, right? And then the idea that you might have had Nephilim in the water, aquatic Nephilim, or in the earth that could have survived in caverns in the earth or through gills. That is a possibility because in the pagan lore, right? In the
Maybe the
occult,
mermaids are from pre-flood times.
Well, hear me out. In the occult, they talk about that their gods came out of the waters, right after this deluge, and you have
I don't think
Dagon,
it.
Nineveh. Dagon is the fish god who apparently survived the deluge. Why? Because
I
they were.
don't know. I don't know. I don't know if that. I mean, you guys tell me because you guys are more knowledgeable in scripture directly. But a thought that came to mind was, freshwater fish are for freshwater fish and saltwater fish are for saltwater. So it's like if that were the case, like these people probably had boundaries even in the water, so the flood would have mixed all that up. I don't think even that life would have survived.
Dude, a lot of fish enjoy both salinity and fresh water. Sometimes they'll even go to produce offspring from salt to fresh. There's tarpon that can breathe the the air, so they don't even need oxygenated water. It's insane when you start to look into that. But good point,
Salmon,
bro.
salmon. There are sharks also that can go upstream from the ocean.
Yeah, real quick. Let me just add this: that according to both Jubilees and Enoch and Yasher, right, the Watchers mess with all kinds of DNA, from plants to fish to reptiles to birds. All their orders were corrupted. The orders referring to the genetic orders of all life on Earth was corrupted. There were chimeras of all different kinds, including aquatic chimeras. It is of my opinion that the aquatic chimeras might have had a chance to survive the deluge.
Yeah, I wouldn't see that as an issue, considering like all the stories you hear about sailors and pirates and all that. Like the weirdest stuff that has ever happened always seems to be on the water. So something like a mermaid being a pre-flood creature that's still causing havoc, that makes some sense.
Also, we know that what's that fish god? I'm not the fish god. The what's the one of the biggest creatures,
Poseidon?
bro? No, the other one.
Squid?
No, not Poseidon. The dragon. No, the one that Job describes.
Not Behemoth, the other one.
Yeah. Leviathan. If Leviathan survived, dude, like, come on.
Leviathan's a clean creature, though. Remember that.
I'm gonna be eating Leviathan, bro.
No, it won't be for you, man. You won't need food. It will be for the for those who are still alive.
No, I think
you're gonna be your resurrected self.
Bro.
We should take
that
comfort.
time's coming before I'm dying, bro.
I think
So we should
give him my understanding of scripture, Torfa. Yeah, you'll be eating from the tree of life. But go ahead.
You guys heard about like
right? If I survive the end, I'm treated as those nations.
I'm sure you guys have heard about like most people that go missing. They go missing near like a large body of water, or the UFO versus the USO phenomenon?
Yeah, like you got the was it the Bermuda Triangle BS or non-BS, whatever you want to call it.
Yeah, but that's before NASA drops their shit down that doesn't go to space.
Maybe. I'm just saying, like, you have so many stories when it comes to the water.
And
Elijah,
remember
you're
what?
right. You're
Sorry,
right.
say
I'll be
again.
Remember what?
quick.
Sorry. I was going to say, remember where the Bermuda Triangle story started, right? 5 military guys flying planes, and the story goes, blah blah blah, right? So it could very well just be like military propaganda.
Yeah, I just used it as like a quick example, but you have things like the Loch Ness monster. You have things like all these stories about flip. What's that Moby Dick one? And I'm not using it as a citation, but rather just as a repeating theme of weird shit happening in the open ocean. So, though I don't have enough information, I wouldn't put it outside of the realm of possibility that some of this stuff is older than post flood times, at least within the water. So that's probably, you know what, that that's probably even more reason to eat clean, from especially when you're considering what if you're eating genetically degenerate creatures from pre-flood times, if you're going fishing eating like shrimps and all sorts of weird shit.
Yeah, that's
Eat
kind of
clean,
like,
baby.
you know,
It's for your betterment.
that's kind of like finding out, it's a trans woman, not one with a uterus.
Oh dear. Yeah, man. See, this is why I don't really blame some vegans. I'm like, you know what? Like, err on the side of caution if you feel like it. There's so many worse things you could do to yourself than not eating potentially genetically altered meat. But
Oh, I guess I'm like an
if you
old
can
fashioned
source
guy.
good meat, eat beef, eat lamb. It's great for you. Go ahead, Larry. Sorry.
Yeah, I guess I'm an old fashioned guy. I like those women with uteruses. The womb man.
Can you say that again? Like the first portion of the sentence was muffled and I couldn't distinguish.
Sorry, I was saying I like the old fashioned women with uteruses because I'm an old fashioned man.
Yes, that should be like the vetting. Like first date should be like, right, let's confirm. Let's get the ultrasound out. Let's confirm you're a real one. Forget ID checks. Forget drug tests. That should be the test.
Well, what's the Crocodile Dundee? He meets the tranny, and he like instead of like giving him a handshake, he just goes right up there and grabs the crotch. And he's like, just checking.
Oh, the
Lucky.
movies,
That thing's
right?
got
I
no.
gotta watch it. Oh yeah, I forgot about
Yeah,
those, man. Oh yeah, some movie nights
we
tonight.
should stream some of those outrageous for the
But I do
modern
think,
world movies.
like, just like we were talking about psychedelics and reaching clarity some other way. Like one thing I've been clear on is what a girl looks like. Like I don't know how anyone else. I've never been tricked by a single tranny. Like you just know when you look at them. I don't get it.
You guys seen Miss Iowa?
Maybe because other guys like body modifications and stuff. I don't even look at women like that stuff.
See, this lends even more like weight to the idea of marrying from families that reputable families with reputable households and all that. Because like there's if you like, let's say it's like he read from scripture, whoever it was earlier, right? that he chose from his brother's daughters to give to his sons as wives. If people did like that, there wouldn't be this. Oh, I don't know. There could be this potential, because like you watch that family grow up, you know that's a legit creature and not some abomination.
Yeah, no,
that came
that's
off the street.
archaic though. It's too archaic.
There's a reason
Man,
for
archaic is the way.
arranged marriages and stuff. We know it's for power and blah 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 blah. It's really just to preserve information and the continuity of your bloodline. Like when I pass and I pass my estate over to my daughter, and I expect all of that to live on and to be multiplied throughout
Right.
the ages. But you can't do that if
It,
you're living in this New York style. Everybody just marry whoever they want, whatever, doesn't matter. Who's your grandma? Who cares? Like that's the thing that's wild to me, you know?
No, but you're right, and most of humanity even agrees with you, though they would outwardly oppose you. Because if you're going to go and buy a house, for instance, right, you don't just go, oh, I'm going to just lay down this 200K deposit or whatever nonsense, right, or I'm going to take this mortgage for the next 60 years and just buy a house anyhow. You go and vet the price. You vet this, like, is the land okay? Is the electrics okay? All of this stuff.
Who's your daddy
if
and
you're
what does
gonna
he
buy
do?
a car, you check the owner history, like how many owners has it had, how many miles has it got, all this stuff. But somehow suggesting that to do with something even more important, as like the person you're supposed to live with for the rest of your life, though people don't take marriage that seriously anymore, and somehow that's a strange idea to the world. It makes no sense.
Why else would God put on us to leave an inheritance to our children if we're just gonna just live for ourselves and have our kids figure it out? Like that's dumb.
True. You know that scripture in Proverbs that people somehow like, generally speaking, they like to cherry pick it. They go like, wealth is built up for the righteous, or however it is. Like the wicked build up an inheritance for the righteous. But what they fail to read is the verse prior to that, which says, "A good man will leave an inheritance to his children's children." So it's like it's the complete idea has to be
That's how you
taken
know
into account.
that's
That
how you know that this isn't the land of God, because you got a bunch of mindless workers who will argue with me about the tax system and how government is the devil and this, that, and the third. And I'm like, you mean the people who have a clue versus you who see the two options in front of you and choose the one that makes you a slave for the rest of your life for no reason because you're not passing on any wealth? It's like,
right.
it's ridiculous.
Kanye said it best, right? Slavery is a choice.
That is most definitely true. Like the Bible specifically tells you how to become wealthy. Like, specifically, it's very specific. And nobody, and I can't say nobody, most people don't pick that up.
Because this is the thing. It's like, why would he put us in this world to rule it and to have dominion over it, to test us and see how well we do it, as if it doesn't have any significance? It's like he made this thing. Like gold was his creation, land was his creation, fruit trees and all this stuff was his creation.
Well,
Wealth
that's the
is like wealth
reception,
is
right?
part of the design of creation. And part of the
The reason
inheritance of the believers is a portion in the kingdom, a wealthy kingdom.
the deception is to keep us away from that, from knowing that truth. And that's what we're battling with the globe and and all that stuff, right? To knowing where we truly live, that it's been created, and that we are here to prosper. Prosperity in the definition which comes not as what man has not the man's definition of prosperity, but yeah, you guys are talking about it right now.
Yeah,
Abundance is
it's the
nature.
complete idea.
There's this whole like like especially the prosperity preachers, like they'll even tell you like, oh, it's not about money, it's about this, it's about it's it is about fucking money. Like, come on, fam. It is. How's it how's it not? Because money is the symbol to what we accrue from our energy and what we do.
Yep.
What's wrong with that? As a matter of fact, the Bible doesn't say anything's wrong with that. The Bible, I mean, the word rich is in the Bible all over the place. I mean,
Well, I think the distinction is between rich and wealthy, because rich seems to have connotations to it, and I'd be curious to look into the Greek and the Hebrew for this.
yeah, yeah,
But
yeah,
but
yeah. I get
wealth
that.
is
But when I say like it's about money, I have to, double back and say when they say it's not about money, technically it's not because your mindset, the mindset is what leads to what you have. So it's not about the money. It's not about working for money. You'll never get rich working for money, because if you work for money, you're gonna think time is money, and that's like one of the biggest lies that we've ever been told. Because like I told my guys over at 24/7, the way that I can prove to you that time isn't money, it's the biggest lie in the world, is if I told you I would give you $1 million, but the stipulation was that you had to die today, you wouldn't take it. But you know, if I told you, well, if you had $1 million and I told you that there's a cure that would save you, but it costs $1 million, there'd be nobody who wouldn't take that deal. So
right.
it, it's the mindset that leads to what you have. So it's not necessarily about the ticket itself, but it's what you do in your mental health that leads to what you do when you get money.
Well,
Yeah,
it's the result of good stewardship. If you're a good steward of the resources that, by the way, don't belong to you but have been given to you to steward, then the result of that
Yes.
is abundance. So if you take care of the land,
Yes.
the result of that is you get plenty apples, plenty steaks and all this good stuff, right? Wealth. But if you're a dullard, then what you get? You get an empty belly and you die, or or you have to be a charity case.
yeah. What's
Yeah,
that
they're
movie?
the black pillars,
Brewster's.
and
So he has to
they're
spend.
the black. Oh, go
He
ahead.
has
Go
to
ahead.
spend. Sorry, he has Brewster's Millions, Richard Pryor movie. He has to spend like $30 million to get his inheritance of like $300 million, but he can't have anything to show for the money that he was originally given. He has to have no assets or anything like that. And the idea was to make him, because he was a poor man and he got an inheritance, and so he had to be sick of spending money. He had to hate to spend money in order to learn how to properly, or take care of the money that he was going to get. And I don't know if some people go through that. You talk about like people who win the lottery and stuff like that. You give them, they get all this money and it's just like blow it. There's like a curse. You hear about
But
that stuff.
you are supposed to, well, not blow it, but you have to spend it. Like using it is the only way that you get more. Somebody like I gotta share this guy's channel with you because I think he's absolutely genius. But he talks about cash flow, and he uses an example of the bodies of water. He's like, a river flows. You have an inlet and an outlet, and then you have certain bodies of waters that just have inlets but no outlets, and then you just have things like the Dead Sea, because there's nothing in there
Stagnant.
alive, because
Yeah.
there's no inlet and outlet. It's a body of water. You don't want to have money just sitting there doing nothing. You're supposed to be doing something with it, not
Eli,
blowing it, of course, but like,
Eli, you know, there's a parable for this, right?
Of
You
course
got
there
the
is.
you got the two you got the two
Go ahead.
G's. You got the two G's in the mug, right? The mug goes and buries it because he's a mug, and the other one's going double it.
Yeah. Right.
It's about fruit, right? The fruit of the good steward is more fruit. It's more like it's multiplication. It's the family unit. You start with two become one, and then boom, you got 12 or 24 or whatever you can manage. That is
Yep.
that is the fundamental of the creation model, or like, what do you call it, like the operating procedure
Yeah.
of how creation is supposed to work is always been abundance.
Right.
And
And that's
anyone who
the
thinks
the
otherwise,
guy made the point.
go
The
ahead.
guy made the point that the the first thing that someone tells you, that they tell you that about themselves because it's the most important thing. And the first thing we find out about God is that he creates. And so when you think about Adam in the garden, he's like, if the economic step ladder was real, to where, okay, these people have all of this, which means absolutely that there are people on the other side of the spectrum that have to have nothing. That's another thing that is the biggest lie in the world. Because, I mean,
Right.
God would have put Adam in a bagel shop where he had finite resources. Like, but no, he didn't. He put him in a
Right.
garden where you would take an apple and you would create trees that would produce more apples. But we
And
think that
produce
we
more
live in this
trees.
finite world where riches are finite, and we have to really believe in this black pill fashion that all the rich are just it's like, no, forget about what other people are doing with their money and their riches. You're supposed to be accumulating money so that think about the people
It's your
who've done
responsibility.
things that have touched your life. Like I just bought something from someone somewhere that I will never meet, that will never even have a thought about me, right? And it's like, how do you do that? You don't do that by being broke. So how could you really reach your full potential and do what God wants you to do if you don't have the resources to do it?
Yeah, and so we have to, the people who just like run through their cash, spend it as soon as they get it, like that mindset. Like, how do you even change that mindset?
By
Si-
seeking
Simply
seeking
by
the
reading.
creator's
The
will.
way we do everything else, learning and by reading. Yeah, by
Yeah.
reading.
So
Well,
yeah,
this
Elijah.
is
Like
why I
Like you said
describe.
people that watch
earlier.
YouTube video to figure out how to fix a car, they
Yeah.
never thought to YouTube or find a book that will help them, psychologically, or that will help them do something meaningful, like learn how to cook in a survival situation, or like these are things that we all can know, but just don't. There's no excuse for not knowing this stuff, and that
No.
includes wealth building.
Right, and you know what?
Yeah. So,
What's really bad these days is when you go and read scripture, right? It says we will always have the poor. So there's a reason why that was mentioned, but I'm just kind of doing a little citation. But the definition of poor is basically those who are unproductive. And back then, those kind of people, they had reason for it. Their reason was because they had shriveled up arms, so they couldn't go and work the land. They couldn't go and do something productive. So they had excuses, right? And then you have other people who are lazy, but most of the time it's because they had actual physical excuses. Nowadays, you have environments to such a degree where someone, even if they can't move their legs, can't move their arms, can't talk, can still earn a living. So then when you think about it like that, it's not a state of situation, but rather a state of individual and what they're like as to why they don't have resources. Because they haven't managed what they've been given properly. And is it always their fault? No, I wouldn't make that claim because I think that's not right, because so much indoctrination has gone down. But as somebody who's matured and has like been exposed to the world, they really ought to, at some stage, take accountability for their life and make some decisions.
Yeah, I was going to say to Elijah that that was a good point about because there's like so many rich people in the world. There's going to be an opposite or an equivalent of that many poor people. But I think that there are enough resources and there is enough opportunity for everyone to gain wealth. I used to think that the more rich people there are, the more poor people there's going to be. I used to think that. I don't think that anymore. And so I think that was a
Yep.
good point that you made.
Especially because the age that we're entering in now, there's going to be an exponential growth in poor people versus rich people. I mean, because less and less people are figuring out how to create wealth, especially when things change and times change, seasons change. People are going against the grain. They're not learning. They're not trying to get with the times. And it's going to hurt them in major ways, unfortunately.
Yeah, do you think that because of the greed that people think that the people who are wealthy, they may be greedy and they may think that if other people become rich as well, that they're going to take away from their wealth because
Nah,
of the greed
Um,
mentality.
I
because
don't know
most
that
wealthy
that's
people
what
don't
that's
spend
what
time
they
thinking
show
about
us.
poor people. Sorry.
Yeah, go ahead with
Yeah.
that point. I think sounded like a good point.
Yeah, like most wealthy people don't spend their time caring about poor people. They just spend time about taking care of what's theirs and being productive. To answer your question though, because
Yeah,
I think
because
your
me
question
like
does does make sense. I'll be quick. There are certain groups, and it's not because they're wealthy; it's because they have nefarious desires over humanity that are manipulating the environment so that people remain in poverty, remain slaves to their slavedom, as it were.
and the only reason that they would have to do that is to control the way people think. Because if I was wealthy already, oh well, I guess I am wealthy. I don't have a lot of ducats yet, but I mean, I'm on my way there. I have the right mindset now, so it's like if I were wealthy in the monetary sense right now, there would be things that I would say and things that I would do that wake people up. You can't have too many of us out there doing that because that's just going to ruin their program because they're trying to take shortcuts.
Well, think
That
about
I
this: like
think that's the problem.
the very act of acquiring wealth actually requires some type of integrity. Like, despite any type of malevolent intent, that you have to provide a valuable service to someone for them to give you
Yeah.
money for it. So it's like fundamentally not a bad thing. It just gets abused and people are like, oh, well, this actually isn't good for you, but I'm still going to give you something. You're still
Can
giving
I?
something.
Can I? Yeah, there is an integrity between rich people. They have their pacts between each other where they screw other people over, and there's sort of integrity to that because at least they can keep to their own. But I thought it was interesting when
Well,
people are talking about poor and wealth. Where I'm almost talking about poor and wealth and how you can have money but not be wealthy because you don't know what the fuck you're doing. And then I thought it was interesting because in Matthew it says like they say like, oh, John sends his disciples to go see if the Messiah is here or whatever, and then Jesus says to the two guys, "Hey, tell John that the blind receive sight, the lame walk, the lepers are cleansed, the deaf hear, the dead are raised up." And then he says, which I find kind of interesting, the poor have the gospel teach to them. So it's like that's kind of weird, right? Like being poor is not having the word, I guess, like is what it's directly saying.
well,
Yeah,
I
that's a
mean,
trip, bro.
because
Because
the,
like,
because it. I was just gonna say because like how to get wealthy is specifically in the word a lot. So I mean, if you don't
yeah,
have it,
think
you're
about this, bro.
probably not reading the word.
anyone that's consistently made money with someone else, like a business partner or something, the way that you are successful business partners, like the prerequisite is that you operate on word and agreements, you know, and obviously if you're having to like go write something up every single time you guys have a discussion, then you're holding back the actual productivity. So like all the wealthy people I know, they make like verbal agreements and it's like their word is solid. When they come to a verbal agreement, that's what happens. So there's like
That's good enough.
integrity and
Yeah.
honor. It's required to really, produce a lot of wealth quickly or just at a high
Yeah,
rate.
when you're writing stuff down, and you're like trying to keep a like maybe there's like a distrust between your partner, and that partnership is going to fail.
Well,
Yeah, like
let's
not that written agreements at all aren't part of wealthy transactions. They of course literally are. But I'm saying that they like come to a verbal agreement and it's good as gold. It's done. Now people are writing it up for them. Like it's it requires integrity. And then if you're like, look, we should definitely work together because I'm going to benefit off of your exposure here. That's going to help me push this, but simultaneously you're going to be able to make a cut doing this. It's always a mutually beneficial agreement that creates wealth.
Yeah.
So it can't be fundamentally bad.
Did you
yeah.
realize
This is
Yes.
why in Luke. This is why in Luke it says that the sons of darkness put the sons of light to shame, or something to that effect. And you can see this for just pick any large monetary entity that you have an issue with, like Amazon or whatever, right? What they're actually doing, forget about the degeneracy that's behind what they do in private, but what they've actually enacted is a system that is in obedience to what Genesis says, which is be fruitful and multiply. So they're actually enacting one of the first instructions given to mankind.
Yo, can I say something?
Right.
What Witsit said earlier, how you have to give your word, and well, they say your word is your bond, and it's funny because we don't have money anymore. We have credit and debt, and when you write your signature, they give you credit based on that word, which is a bond. Every time you create a bond, you create credit. So it's kind of
That's
interesting how
correct.
that works.
And dude, the most like the success stories are always someone believed in someone else and had some available capital. They came to an agreement, and then they increase in productivity or like they start making money together. Like that requires you giving your word and it being real. So it
See
opens you
now,
up to potential investments that you don't have. Like, so if you have a relationship with someone that they know they can trust you, and when you tell them something, you're like giving them your word, and you're discussing some type of like financial investment agreement, like that barrier is significant. All wealthy, it's for common sense reasons, bro. Like if you're going around investing a lot of money in people that don't keep their word, you're just going to lose your money.
yeah. If that wasn't true, then they wouldn't be trying to propagandize us with wealth being bad. Because here we are talking about wealth, but when you really think about why we think wealth is bad, it comes from movies and cartoons. It
Yeah,
comes
and
from
yeah,
movies and cartoons. Think about all of the heroes in all of your favorite cartoons. Superman, it, it uh, Peter Parker, you name it. These are humble people, and the villains are who? Very wealthy people. Now, there's a hero that's wealthy, and it's Bruce, but he's an asshole. He's a dick, right? And that's
Yeah,
how they portray wealthy people every
Yeah, they're
single
always
time, and
inverting the story, aren't they?
it's bull.
yeah, like it's crazy to think like the real meat of it is going to be where you're saving money while simultaneously being selfless or being giving, but simultaneously saving money is actually the proper way. So obviously compartmentalizing it into saving money being bad is stupid. So it's like, and then obviously the part that always gets left out, like Elijah said, it's like you're supposed to be building wealth to pass on to your family. I mean, you're supposed to have like a dude, or say you have a daughter and this dude wants to marry her, and you're like, look, I'll help you have this land over here to build on, or even you have a son, you give it to your son, and they start a family on this other piece of land because land is wealth, right? So
What's
it's
that
like
word?
that's a huge
Lowry,
important context.
not
Dowry.
Lowry. Dowry.
See, so there's that dowry, yeah. There's that there's that propaganda again, where all of the rich princesses are forced by their parents to marry some other rich asshole, and they go find some poor humble dude, and it's like, yo, fam, think about it. When has not all propaganda is bad, but when it relates to this, when has it ever been anything different than these stories, where you have these women that are just like, I mean, and then think about the state of the female mentality in America right now, where they want to be free, they don't want to be tied down, they want to be sexually liberated and all this stuff. And I don't even know how many women actually believe that, because I know, knowing that it's propaganda, I probably want to give women here more credit, because there are probably a lot of them that are like, no, something's wrong with that. Because I did, like, look, your parents know what's best. They're probably not going to hook you up with some asshole. They're like, hey, I've been friends with this family for years. We've been doing business deals with for years. Why don't you go on a couple of dates with their son and see what's up? And that I
It's
don't.
also
I
it's
think that that's how
practical.
it is. I don't think it's they just make
Yeah,
that
that's like
seem
a good
evil
thing. That's a
100%
positive
of the
thing.
time.
Also,
Yeah, there's like a
Eli,
Yeah, I
positive.
know this
the
kid. I know his record. Like, I know everything about this kid. Like, sure,
Eli,
you know what I'm saying. But they make it seem like, oh, this is some. I don't know, man.
Yeah, I know
Eli,
what
you
you
know
mean.
Obviously, there's some.
the fairy tale that you were talking about? Like they want to like pair them up with these rich assholes or whatever, and they like twist the story so she falls for the undesirable
Shrek.
man or whatever. But it's from a practical point of view. The parents are doing the right thing. Because imagine if this poor geezer, he might be the salt of the earth, best guy in the world. But if he doesn't know how to manage the kind of resources that this woman that he wants to take has lived in, then he's just not gonna know how to be her husband.
He's not.
Because
He's a thief that stole a carpet and then went up there and got her to sneak out the back.
oh, okay, yeah, but just generally speaking, right? The one who's actually going to be the most applicable husband to someone like that, a princess specifically, is another prince, because he knows the lifestyle. He's already been able to manage someone in that kind of thing, so he's going to be able to take a person like that and give her the life that makes sense. So
Right,
it's
but to make
just
up.
from a practical point of view, it's like how are you going to let the fisherman try and be a husband to this queen of the world? It makes no sense.
Right, but
You
but
don't
they
have the
they
right
try to they,
mindset.
they try to portray it like the princess is all sad and she's not in love, and yeah, that's the propaganda.
I wanna touch on
And
something
like,
else that was said about superheroes though. Eli, you said like that Batman's an asshole, but like you know how they invert everything. So they're just trying to twist the real geezer. And I would say that Abraham was like the original of that. He was the wealthy dude who, when his nephew got kidnapped, he's like, yo, I'm gonna take, because I'm wealthy and because I've got the soldiers that can do this, I'm gonna take 300 of these gangsters and I'm gonna go bust all these kings' asses and take my nephew back, and a lot of booty
Abraman.
on top of that.
Did you say
That's the
Abraman?
story. That's the real story.
yeah, that's a trip. And like, yo, daughters like trusted their dads. You know, like the fact that their dad was like giving them a suggestion, it wasn't interpreted as this like you're controlling me thing. It was like, oh yeah, you found me someone, because he loves his daughter and wants the best for her. You know, so he's like using his connections and resources to help guide her through that. She's like, yay! It's so backwards now. So
Yeah.
Yo, that's a powerful thing for a dad. Like that, yo, that being a part of a dad's role is so not seen in America. I didn't even think about it till you said it. Even with my daughter, I'm just hoping she finds a good man. I'm like, no, fam. Like,
No,
my work
you
is
gotta start
done. I'm supposed
cultivating
to
the
be.
right men.
Hey, that goes the same. That goes the same with raising a son.
Right,
You're gonna
right.
raise a son, and you want him to be a good man and treat, because eventually your goal for him is to marry and have a family of his own, and you want him to be a better man than you were, or as good as a man, depending on your history. But I mean,
Yeah, don't be kicking
yeah,
your children out at 18. Don't ever do that. That's the worst thing you could possibly do. Keep the family together, grow the family.
Yeah, it's crazy, dude. It's all backwards. All the propaganda makes you do it all backwards. Like, take it a step further with what the scriptures say, and then it's saying, it's like this dad is like, bro, tons of these sons would love to marry my daughter. She's a gem. So when someone's like, look, check out the resume of my son, or check out the resume, my son's coming to you saying, check out my resume, and then saying like, I will give you land or animals or whatever. It's not really like super crazy. It gets represented like they're buying her, but they're not. They're like satisfying like the amount of effort they think the dad thinks that the daughter should be shown to get the blessing.
Right, because I mean, yeah, she's valuable, and the reason that you get married anyway is to build a stronger bond between two families. So it's like, yeah, I'm gonna give you this part of my business because you and my daughter we're gonna leave this to you guys one day. Like, why wouldn't you want to give your potential daughter-in-law or son-in-law, no, well, daughter-in-law, gifts in that way?
Yeah, I was just listening
Like,
to a
they
radio
make it seem like
today.
it's the craziest shit in the world. Like, yo, this world is so backwards. At least America.
No, on the radio station today, there was a DJ, and he was just like, he was bringing up a fun fact or whatever, and he was talking about marriage and stuff, and like the percentage of merit of people between this age and that age, and he was just bashing marriage all over the place.
I got next.
Like popular radio station in my region, it's like, what's this guy even talking about? I turned it off. Like, this is
Yo, notice that Globers will not
There
touch
is
this. Where they at?
I got next. I got next.
there is some
Wait,
context
hold on,
to
hold on,
that
hold on, hold
though,
on.
because what marriage has become is far and distantly removed from what we were discussing.
Yeah, so
I suppose.
going back to ordained marriages, it sounds barbaric, it sounds archaic. Like, how could you force your daughter to marry a man that she doesn't love? But I just want to assure those believers in the chat that this is scriptural, right? In Matthew 22, Messiah himself says, the kingdom of heaven is like unto a certain king, which made a marriage for his son and sent forth his servants to call them that were bidden to the wedding, and they would not come. Now, this is speaking about himself because Messiah is the bridegroom, and we know that Israel made a covenant with Messiah in the desert. He is the bridegroom, and his father was the one who ordained that marriage. But to add to that, right, to add a second witness, in Enoch, we have chapter 106, verse 1. It says, and after some days, my son Methuselah took a wife for his son Lamech, and she became pregnant by him and bore a son. So this is actually scriptural. The idea of ordained marriages is not some culty thing. This is actually scripture, and this is the way it was before the flood. And actually, in the Dead Sea Scrolls, Noah prophesied a time where his sons would begin to choose their own wives to their own detriment.
Mm. And you know what's crazy? It's like because people look at scripture to criticize it. All I've ever done is look at scripture to see how does this make sense? Is what this is showing me right now. If I applied it to the world right now, would it be hurtful or helpful? It's always been helpful. So I'm like, but other people are, caught up in, is God real? And how do you know that there was really a story? Who gives? Yo, like, you're missing the whole plot. Like, it's
They're still talking
the
about the
ordained
floor that they're
marriages and
standing
things
on.
is like, obviously not sinning is to your best interest. And perhaps the way that marriage is spoken about in scripture is to your benefit. I mean,
Right.
because this 50% of marriages ending in divorce can't be to our benefit, can it? All of these prescription drugs and all of the court papers and all that can't be it, obviously. But but people will still go, oh no, that's archaic, and this they're fighting against the thing that would save them while living in a life of degeneracy, doing whatever they want and tearing their lives apart. And it makes no fucking sense. It
I
makes
can.
no sense.
I'd like to speak on this topic because the idea that it's like archaic is a bad thing is like, hold on a minute. Wells are archaic, but they give you good water. So the idea of archaic, I think, is just okay.
Well
From my
water
point
is
of view, that's the right way to do things.
yeah.
The old school way is the way to do things. But specifically with like the the negative things I would say about arranged marriages or whatever, let's think about it from their comments. Like, oh, she doesn't love the man or whatever. It's like, well, first of all, what are you using when you say love? Because when you use love within the scriptural context, right? The kind of love that is needed for a marriage when it tells a husband to love his wife, that's not the feelings love. That's the doing what is right and what is your obligation as a husband to your wife love. That's
The
the
action.
obedience to the Torah love. And when it comes to that, if your father following the Torah, so doing the love, the proper love, chooses you a good wife, and then you go and come together and treat each other correctly with the proper kind of love, the love that people then talk about later, that is something that you can choose to have. The feelings love is a choice. I can choose to get all up in my feelings about whoever the flip I want. But I'd rather have it founded on something that's strong and solid and is going to last, and then go, okay, this thing that I know is good. Now let me outpour those feelings that are wonderful in the right context.
I like
with
that.
the structure already there versus like
Right.
some sort of vase with cracks in the bottom or something that
Right.
is just ultimately gonna just hmm
Yeah, because everyone knows that the feelings stuff, like you can choose to like you might hate somebody, right? Because
for anyone.
they're just rude
Yep.
to you at work. But let's say you choose to, and go and do this, by the way, and do this for yourself as an individual, because some people just hate themselves. But just choose to be like, you know what? I love that person, and it doesn't have to be amorous love. It can just be like I have positive feelings for that person at work because I've had enough of having negative feelings. It's
Yep.
all in your mind. You have complete self control to that. So if
This is what
anyone's
you
like,
do with bad
if anyone
relationships.
has
You're
that,
like, yep.
sorry, because I know I'm repeating myself, but if anyone has that kind of negative notion about a structured marriage that's chosen by a well-meaning father, then they're missing the point. Because a lot of the time it's like, oh, he's providing for me what he's providing, wife's providing what she's providing, and then they choose to have the feelings, and then it lasts forever, and all they have is positive tales to tell their grandchildren and their great grandchildren, etc.
Yeah,
Because
this last
when the found like you know how what you're saying is true. What you're saying is true, and I'll tell you like this. Like you can choose to love someone at first sight because they're beautiful to you. Like you unleash those feelings all at once, right then and there. You're like, yep, that's the one. Yada yada yada. Now I have had my share of not so beautiful women also. But the thing is, I have had these feelings for them just the same because maybe I didn't approach them because I wasn't attracted. Maybe we were working together and I realized this person has a solid personality. And then those feelings do come regardless. So it really is a choice.
It's like with
So
family.
why not have the foundation laid down before you
Right.
decide to have those feelings?
It's like with family. Like you could have a sibling or whatever. Now, obviously, we're using love in multiple different applications, but those feelings, or fond feelings that you have for your brother, your sister, your cousin, your mom, whatever, right? All of that stuff. It's not like that was the choice first. It was the context. The context is you're already related with these people. You live in their household. They fed you when you couldn't feed yourself. All this stuff, and then those feelings are connected to that. But the obligation and the duty and all of that stuff comes first. And I think this is especially in the English idea or or the modern world idea of where love comes from, it's from like a language manipulation thing. Because this kind of conversation that we're having, it's an unnecessary conversation to have in other parts of the world, because they just know. It's like, well, obviously, a marriage is is a contractual thing. Like we agree to come together to do this thing to perpetuate our kind, to make more children, etc., etc.
Well, it is a
all of
contract
this
because
stuff,
you have to
right?
get a marriage license, and then both people have to sign it.
Yeah. The
And
whole
some people,
concept that the
yeah,
whole concept of that is ridiculous. A license is
yeah.
only required if you're doing something that's not right. Like a license to kill. It's like you don't need a license to come together and do what is natural.
No,
It's
you're
a
right.
private. It's a private endeavor. It's family. Family is the root of everything. Go ahead.
I was gonna say, last night I was laying in bed with my son, and like I felt like my chest expand. Like it just felt like like it wouldn't stop. Like it was going to explode. Just because I love him so much, you know. Um, so it can be a feeling that we have, like, I mean, with people who are close to us. Like, and but then there is the concept that you have to learn to love, or you have to teach love. Like some people aren't going to know what love is unless they've been loved.
No, but
Yeah,
see, that's the thing. Like learning to that again. The problem is with how people define love, because the how many people have been in toxic situations with someone, and that person loves them.
Right? I
No,
love
that
him.
person is chosen to have feelings for you, even though they don't know how to deal with you. You see what I'm saying? It's basically going back to what Elisha was saying. It's like those feelings. You got to be responsible, because you can love anybody. You don't need to learn how to love. Everybody knows how to feel. If that's what we're talking about, if that's what we mean, you don't have to learn how to feel for someone. You just have to make the choice to do that. So, if you're gonna make the choice to do that, it may as well be with a good pick. Because people
Right.
choose, and they choose the wrong pick all the time. Like
And the
they'll
thing
go
with
with that
feeling,
feeling. They're like, yo, that sex was the bomb. Another thing that you probably should withhold, because me specifically, like, and I'm choosing to go down a road of potentially celibacy, because sex is one of the things that, like, I feel like I'm a good natured person. So if a girl that I've laid with calls me and says, "Oh, I've stumbled into problems. I need help with this. I need help with that." Guess what? I'm taking off my path, because first of all, let's just keep it real. Like, women are a huge energy suck. I don't care who it is. When you make that decision, it's a huge. You have to put your energy into that, and it's not always easy for them to understand that when you're building wealth, it's monotonous. Sometimes it's the same thing, and they don't understand all the time the will of a man and what that takes. To them, it seems like selfishness. And then, a man is a good natured person, because the woman feels wronged or feels like you're being selfish, will slow down in his appointment, in his assignment to do what he's supposed to be doing. That happens all the time, to me anyway.
no, I hear you.
I wanted to kind of elaborate on the difference between feelings love and the proper kind of love, because the Greek and all the different applications of the different words, that English is oversimplified. So let's put it like this: if you were a paramedic or EMT, whatever you call it, over there in the States, and you suddenly just didn't feel like saving this guy's life, who's crashing, or whatever the expression is for that term, then you become a criminal, right? If you act on those feelings, you suddenly become a really wicked person. Now I'm using an extreme example to paint the picture. So if in a marriage, which is an agreement that you've made till death, right? You suddenly you lose those feelings that cause you to start that agreement in the first place, and you're just gonna go and renege on your commitment. It's equivalent, right, to that paramedic who suddenly goes, "I don't feel like saving this guy from a heart attack. I'm
Right,
gonna just
because
leave him to die on the street." You know that that's twisted and that's wrong, but somehow people seem to not see the consequence of making a decision based on
how
feelings
many
for the rest of your life. Whereas if your decision was based on obligation from what is the right thing to do, you know, all these things that were talked about earlier about choosing the right partner for your sons, etc., then even if the feelings did change, you had a bad day, you're like, well, I had a bad day, but I've made a commitment, and I'm not gonna change my commitment just because I felt funny one day. And
yeah,
then
you stick with
you
it.
get over it the next day, or maybe you have a conversation because maybe there's something that's an issue, you got chemical imbalance, you know, you haven't been eating right, whatever that is, but you don't make rash decisions that can destroy both your life and other people's life. Anyway, I just thought
That's a
I'd
good
elaborate on that concept
yeah,
to see the
that's a good
importance of
point.
separating feelings from duties.
Well, okay, so say your duty is to be married to another individual, and as soon like the paramedic who doesn't decide who decides not to help a person whose life is in danger, what I mean, there has to be a statistic on this, but how many divorced people decide to end their lives because of the divorce? That's the extreme. Like that's like
Oh shit!
parallel right to what you're saying,
I'm
dude.
gonna go ahead and make correlations that are like probably not reasonable. But look, yo, male suicide is much higher than female suicide, and women leave men a lot more than men leave. Look, I've never really, I I find it extremely difficult to leave a woman because it's like, dog, I made a decision. I knew you were fucking annoying at week 2, and I said, you know what, fuck it. So here I am, and I'm like, it is what it is. I made that choice. It's usually the woman that goes, you know what, I don't want it anymore. Now it's easy for me. Oh, thank God you made the choice, not me. But like, still, I think there's a thing like because the red pill quote unquote can't stand those guys community talks about how women are quicker to leave than men. It's like I've even left a woman my apartment because I was like, well, what is she gonna do? Like sleep around to figure out where she has to sleep at night? I'm a man. I know I could work it off and figure it out, which I did. And it's like I chose that instead. Like because it just seems like the thing that ought to be done. And it's like I
Like
think
the
that
less dramatic,
say again.
less dramatic. Like the drama, like the drama that's good that my actions are gonna cause are less than what say
Yeah.
the yeah the female is going to be more dramatic with her actions.
Hmm.
And
She gets mad, she's like, get out. I get mad, I'm like, oh fuck you. Going to sleep. You know what I mean? It's never get the fuck out, figure it out. It's like we don't do well, I don't know a lot of men who do shit like that personally. Like they're just they might complain about their wife, but they've been solid and faithful for 25 years. Like, yep, she gets on my nerves, all these other guys in the street, they know I'm gangster, but to my wife, I'm a bitch. You know, she might, try to punch me and all that. I'm not gonna hit her back because, whatever, that's my wife. Like, and it's the but we don't get that. There's no reciprocity there. Like a woman will fucking leave you if she had the chance. It's unfortunate. But that is why a man's foundation has to be strong. Because if you're under a woman's foundation, well, she's I don't know a lot of women that Well, am I lying? I mean, there are some women that'll but see, a woman will take you on because they want to build you up and they think that you have potential. Like, I can take a woman who has no potential and say, "Well, it is what it is. I don't really need her to whether she stays where she's at or
No, I
whether she
used
wants to do something more, like that'd be great. But it is what it is. I got it. I can take it." A woman is not thinking that. She's thinking, if I'm gonna get with this piece of work, at the end of this person is going to eventually take the reins. We don't think
she
like that.
well
We just
she
decide, and we're
yeah.
just like, we decided you're our pick, so it is
When
what
I
it is.
when I was dating, I that's the way it is. I used to think of myself as a piece of clay, and that the woman that I meet is going to mold me into the man that she wants me to be. You know what? That's baloney, because I'm already a man. I'm, and my parents raised me right, and like, if she needs to mold me into, like, I don't think that's not a relationship that's going to work. A man has to be solid, not malleable. He has to be solid in the foundation, and in order for his family to build on.
The moment a woman does mold you, that's when they lose respect. It'll never work.
Yep.
It'll never work. But anyway, good stuff. Good stuff, guys. I hope we didn't offend any
Women.
any only fans hoes out there. But
Um,
I wasn't offended by your conversation.
Thank you.
hey Kelly, what's up?
Hey, and I do just want to say one thing. I agree on the thing about women being quicker to leave men. It's because, so my husband said this, and he said he thinks that he got it from somebody that he like watched, that women, it's in their DNA possibly to not get attached to men so easily because men go off to war and die. And I was like, oh, I never thought about it
What?
like that. Yeah.
Well, they go off. Well, maybe, okay. So if it's in the DNA, then it's not off to work. It's off to hunt, and hunting can be dangerous depending on what you're hunting. In that respect, I can maybe understand that comment.
Right, and I said war. I didn't say work. If you
Oh, you
misunderstood.
said war. Oh, off to
Yes.
war. I'm
Yes.
sorry.
Yeah. No, it's okay.
I posted a verse, Proverbs 31:3. Do not give your strength to women, your ways to those who destroy kings. Because that's what it does, bro.
yeah,
Like you get distracted in life with
yes,
all these.
and another thing I wanted to mention. Oh, were you still reading?
Well, no, I actually want to change the subject, but I wanted to go back to wealth and class, and
Wait,
but
don't
yeah,
change it yet.
finish your thought.
Yeah, that's another thing that I was surprised to find out. God don't want you to have multiple wives. He's like, that's a terrible idea, fam. Don't do it. Now, there are people in the Bible who have multiple wives, but God is explicit on this, specifically because of partly because of what you said, and it's just that, like what I was talking about, like multiple women with a decent enough guy will be pulled in multiple ways. He'll never be able to build anything. He'll be too distracted. It's just not. I'm telling you, it's not possible with my
Well,
experience.
that's perfect that you brought that up because this is going to segue to what I was going to talk about, and it's going to connect to wealth, right? So, the idea of the equal distribution of wealth, right? Whether it's socialism or democratic socialism or communism, theoretically it might sound good, right? Everybody gets a fair share of wealth. We all get an equal portion, right? But what might sound good on paper doesn't ever work in real life. It's not practical. Reason being is because there's different people with different work ethics and motives. Like, I think it was Elisha earlier. He said that some people just don't work. Like, they just don't want to work. Sometimes they might be handicapped, right? But
I
no,
think the
most people are
parable.
lazy. But hear me out, right? So polygyny, not polygamy, but polygyny. You mentioned multiple wives. I wasn't gonna go there, but since you brought it up, in the scriptures, the patriarchs, they didn't treat all their wives equally. They didn't have to. It's all right to have one wife that's your favorite wife that you sleep with every night, and you still have other wives, but they have their own beds. And the patriarch would sleep with his favorite wife, and it's okay to have a favorite wife. The idea that you have to treat all your wives equally, that's not scriptural. Like, yeah, you have to shelter them, and you have to feed them and give them sustenance, but you don't have to literally love them all equally. Oh, nor your children. You don't have to love all your children equally. And we know that Yah, he favors the righteous. He favored Noah. Noah found favor, right, from Yah. And that's okay. That's not Yah being unrighteous because he favored Noah and his family. It's because Noah was obedient. And if you have children that are disobedient and you have one child that's obedient, it's perfectly okay for you to favor the obedient child. And anybody that tells you otherwise, they don't understand. And when it comes to the distribution of wealth, whether it's money or love, the idea that everybody gets an equal portion of your love or of your wealth, whether it's government, that you can't find anything like that in nature. There's no hierarchy, but there's no biological hierarchy where you're gonna find the equal distribution of wealth. There's always gonna be a low class, a middle class, and a high class, and that's just the way it is. Even in the millennial kingdom, according to the scriptures, there will be those that will be considered least in the kingdom of heaven, and every man will be given according to his works, and we can all store our treasures in heaven, and we can have an expectation of, like, we have a savings account right now in the heavenlies that according to our works, like literally, like land, houses, all that, bro.
There's an
There's that.
Now,
equivalent.
I was gonna say to make the. I think that what served what you were saying best was Elisha when he brought up the parable. When he was talking about God giving these two individuals an equal amount. One stored it and one cultivated and made more. Is that's it. Even if everyone was given equally, there are just going to be people who do more,
Yeah.
who
And
gain more because of what they do with what they have. So this whole notion of equality will come from giving to everyone equally. That's we know that's bullshit.
that's bullshit.
We know it.
Equality of outcome is bullshit. And another way to prove this is that the hierarchy in heaven with the principalities, different classes of angels, there's literally different classes of angels going all the way up to the seraphim and the archangels, the cherubim and the ophanim. They're different classes, bro. There are higher ranking angels, and that's just the way it is. And even within the father and son, um, the father is the highest. The father is higher than me. That's what Messiah said, right? That right there shows you that there's a chain of command, bro, and it's just the way it is. It's always gonna be like that. And people, they get in their feelings. They want like imagine the lower class angels getting in their feelings. They're like, well, how come I'm not a cherubim? How come I'm not like? That's just, you gotta suck it up. Like, that's just the way life is. It's the way reality is.
So is like being equal though, having the same quality as perhaps a baseline where we all come from a certain point, not like a big bang, but like a certain point we're all given life, and this is the equator of all things, and that is the creator. I to me, equal, that's what equal is, like the
But
baseline.
when scripture says all are equal in Messiah, it's referring to their position in terms of Nobody can claim that they're better than their brother or anything like that. But that doesn't negate anything that Lion just said in that those who are equal in the sight of the Father are still going to receive different things depending on how they behave. So I would summarize it like this: the judgment is an equal judgment. So it's not like he's going to judge this brother as like, okay, let's give him favor in terms of how lenient I'll punish him or won't punish him for how he behaved in the law. But then this guy, I'm going to judge him like really sternly with the law. So in terms of the proper application of the word, it's in that respect. He's not going to judge differently. He's not like a corrupt judge who's going to go, oh yeah, just going to be a bit of cash under the table. He's going to judge everyone according to the law. So from that point of view, there's the equality. But that goes hand in hand with what Lion just said. So it's about context, it's about application. But hopefully that clears things up.
For God's sakes, in America we have equal opportunity. Now people don't believe this because of the result of those who simply don't, I don't know, are ignorant about the system. Like that's all it is. Individuals who, now I mean, whose fault is it? I don't know. Others without experience would say that it's the people up top that are conniving and lying to us. But actually, I've spoken to enough people to know that it's people who block their blessings. There's people who choose not to take on information that's beneficial to them,
For sure.
regardless of what I was given. Like and there are
You know
people
what?
who will be, you know what I mean? Like
I feel you. But I'd add something onto what you say, like equal opportunity. I don't even think that's accurate enough because look at Floyd Mayweather. He can't even read, man. He's illiterate. So his opportunity isn't even equal because he's come subpar to like his peers. Yet, and with respect to his ability in a certain area, right? And I'm not insulting the guy. I think it's a reality that he's illiterate. And even if he wasn't, there's something wrong with that side of him. But yet, look at what he achieved. So this whole idea of whatever people want to like paint it as, like you were suggesting, is a silly idea because all you have to do is just go like there is results, there's actions, and there's results. So if you want those certain kind of results, then you have to do certain kind of action that breeds certain kind of results, and that's it. So that fundamental, like I think, with respect to the statement equal opportunity, I think it's just equal access to the fundamentals of reality, which is you reap what you sow. End of story.
yes, that's a better way of putting it.
You reap what you sow.
Did someone just repeat? Did they have a question or was it just an agreement?
Yeah, I was just doubling down, bro.
Okay. Yeah, because I really like, with respect to the political discussion and all of that stuff, and at least in the States, Mayweather's a flipping hilarious example because I don't even rate the guy. Because I don't know, I just my particular flavor of fighting or whatever. But you can't ignore what he's done. And then if people want to raise up the race issue, it's like, oh, no, feelings again. It's like, well, look, you have these really I don't know what the expression is, but like they're like thorn in the side of any of these arguments of people like him, people similar to him, and in other such venues, like be it media, be it other sports, even if it's not like high money sports, could just be like achievement in the Olympic sports, which don't really generate that much income. Like, look at them.
I
Like
would even say,
anybody who's complaining just needs to look at the kind of people who are comparable to them, and then go, what's your excuse?
sorry, that's my background.
No, I do the chit chat a lot. Go ahead.
Yeah, but even like, damn. Now, what was I gonna say? My background was loud as hell. Oh, like, because we're like, damn, why don't the stars do anything? Like, why don't the people with more money and more access, why don't they help? Have you seen the internet lately? Have you looked to your left and looked to your right for the people around you that gossip? So I keep pushing this idea that bigotry is the breakdown of all communication. And so I would say that just like we're marginalized, like the celebrities are even further marginalized. And the only reason that they have this disdain for us and this distrust toward us and this superior complex to us is because we literally have been bigoted towards them. There are hundreds of thousands of us that they come into contact with on a monthly basis. So to me, they're justified with washing their hands with the many. They'd rather stay to themselves, and they're like, well, I mean, because even if a wealthy person was to try to, again, try to breathe wealth into someone with a poor mentality, again, if you have a poor mentality and you're not going to change that, then all of that energy is going to be wasted on them anyway.
It's not going to matter to the rich person though, because they have enough money. Like whether they waste their money or not, they do it on a day-to-day basis, investing in the market and this and that.
Brother, I have a lot of family with money, and they're good people. So you need to, just kind of understand who you're talking about. You got
Yeah,
to be specific.
that's exactly what I was saying, brother. I don't know if you haven't been here for the last hour and a half, brother, but that's kind of what we were talking about.
Well, you don't
No,
have to get your feelings about it. I was just saying, there's
Yeah, and
people
I'm
with
just
money.
telling you that what you're saying right now is basically the reason we're talking about it, because we're talking about the and I brought it up, this idea that wealthy people are, the propaganda behind them being bad. I brought up heroes and how, to children, all of the stories about Superman and all these people. Well, the super villains are just people that are wealthy and yada. Yeah. We already avenged your wealthy family, so chill out, bro.
Okay,
no,
no, see, that's not why I spoke up at all. At all. He was making the mistake of saying that wealthy people don't care about the lesser than. That's what he was just saying. So I'm correcting him on that, and that's okay. Brother's keeper, brother.
okay. Is that the word philanthropy?
Yeah.
Where you
Philanthropist.
Yes, that's a word. Yeah.
where you use your money to help out those less fortunate? Is
Yes.
that the definition? There are plenty of those. I
Right.
live in a place I see there's buildings everywhere. And they have a wife and a husband. I assume they're a wife and a husband, but their name is like on buildings everywhere. And it's usually like a community um, building or a little clinic, like a little health clinic. But I see them everywhere. So they're
Okay, good. Okay,
yeah.
good. Yeah, that's one example of philanthropy. There's a lot more examples that no one's ever going to find out about or know about. A lot of people with money privately donate and privately set up foundations and such, as well as people who do it, publicly. They put their names on the buildings and such. So, yeah.
The breadth of the conversation, not just what he may have said, but the breadth of the conversation was about, you know, people having a wrong idea about wealthy people. Because first of all, wealthy people have a wealthy and an abundant mindset versus a poor mentality. And if you have a poor mentality, then you're very limited on resources and very limited in your idea of how it is to touch people's lives and reach people and help people.
Well,
That's
so
what
a
most
poor
of the conversation was about.
yeah, so a poor mentality it's a projection of this state of being. Like a poor mentality is going to create more poor mentality um, and they're not going to be able to escape that unless there's some like interaction. Um, like I agree. Like I have family. Like they're trying to set up. They're trying to set up the next generation. They're gonna whether it's a life insurance policy or or investing in certain things. You want to leave. You want to leave your family, and that's okay.
It's more than okay. It's what you're supposed to do.
Yeah, because we've all been given the opportunity to do so. Maybe some people don't realize it, or they're stuck in a cycle, or say you live in an area where like you are given no hope. So can I bring that word into the conversation? Hope.
Well, yeah, man. I mean,
Because
you could use any kind of wealth that you have, not just monetarily, but wealthiness of wanting to help somebody out if you can, if you got the opportunity to do so. Uh, yeah, nurture that, share whatever you can to try to help somebody out. Just because it's funny. It's like you don't have to have a lot of money to help anybody out, too. Anyway, go ahead.
yeah, it's like
But hope,
but
yeah, cultivate hope. Sorry, I was going to agree with you.
Wisdom is
Cultivate hope.
free.
yeah.
But you know what? Because I think you were asking a similar question earlier. Strange Days or whatever your name is.
Yeah, close enough.
It's not. What does it say then? Strang. Why have you got such a weird name? What's wrong with you? Anyway,
Because I couldn't I had to eliminate the E in order to get the name because somebody else already had the same name and I just took off the E and I thought it was close enough.
thesauruses work. But anyway, the point that I was trying to articulate earlier that I think still pertains to what you're asking now is there is a distinction between those that are wealthy and then those that are perpetuating this degradation of society and this weighing down of society to the point where they're in an environment that if they don't do everything that they can, they remain in poverty, they remain in slavery, they remain in all of this stuff. So
Yeah.
yes, it's the choice, but the environment has been cultivated to a degree that these people are born into situations that are shit. And it's not that the wealthy people are doing this. No, the people that perpetuate that kind of system, they tend to be wealthy people, but it's not because of their wealth that they do it. It's because of the other stuff that me and Eli and the other guys were talking about. That they don't want people to be free. They don't want people to prosper. And
Right.
No,
But in,
there's
in
it's
the
not a
same
greed
breath,
thing. It's not a greed
but
thing though. Their motivation for this is because they hate truth. They hate life, and they want to hold people down. And one of the best ways to hold people down is to keep them in poverty. Because if you don't have freedom, right?
an
Because
impoverished mind.
being
You know.
wealthy is freedom, right? If you have freedom to eat good food, to be physically healthy, to
drink
have
clean
enough,
water.
to be able to investigate subjects, and you're not weighed down with the fact that you have to labor 80 hours a week just to survive. When you have that
Mhm.
kind of freedom, then all the lies that are perpetuated, they don't have the same impact on your life because you have the freedom to investigate them and to attack them for what they are. So that's the motivation. The wealth in and of itself isn't the issue. It's just a side effect, and it's a side effect of somebody doing good resource management. So I just want to make
No,
that
and
clear
to
from what you were asking earlier. It's not because of that. It's just associated with it a lot.
and to add to the top of that, even with those kinds of people, even with them manipulating people's mindsets or mentalities, that is not the well. I mean, if someone is manipulated, then it is what it is. But like it's It's the lack of action on the person who's born into poverty that keeps them there. It has nothing to do with any. It has nothing to do with someone having so much that they have to be poor. That has and always has been. That is and always has been a lie.
Right. And that's where the
Always. I don't
accountability
care. I
comes
don't
in.
care if you're in Africa, somewhere in one of the poorest parts. I don't care if you're in one of the poorest parts of America. I don't care where you are, because this is God's kingdom and God's government at the end of the day, and we all have the potential to utilize it and accumulate wealth. Each
Right.
and every one of us on each and every corner of this plane, unless you're in the version of slavery that the Bible forbids.
Right. That's true. Because do you remember what I mentioned earlier, Eli, about how at some point there's like you have to take responsibility for yourself kind of thing.
Mm-hmm.
So I would just say arbitrarily to just not get lost in the nuance. Up until like you're a 20-year-old, yeah, it's kind of outside of your control because they've cultivated an environment. You were born into the hood, whatever the hell it was, doesn't really matter, right? But
Mm-hmm.
after a certain point, like what excuse do you have? And that's why I go back to the example of someone like Mayweather. Look at the shit that he had to deal with. But yet, who can hold up a candle to him? No one. And it's not like he's something special. He just did the work to get the results. It's that simple. So
Yep.
yeah. So
Yep.
I'm not denying, but there has to be a point at which everyone has that choice of, do I choose to remain in this? Do I choose to remain in the shithole that I was born into? No. The answer should always be no. But people, if they don't want it enough, they're not going to do it. So like, there's an apple on top of that tree. Do you want the apple? If you tell me yeah, and then I come back at night and the apple's still there, then I don't think you were telling the truth. But if you say yeah, and then I come back later and the apple's gone, and you're like, yeah, it tasted good, then okay, I believe you. It's that simple.
So what is your guys' take on like the giant trees being cut down, allegedly being cut down by angels? Because when I look into
We're
that,
switching topics big time. Sorry, you caught me off guard.
I was reading something about it, and so like what I put was, if you want to finish, if someone wants to respond or finish that point first.
Now we kind of labored this point.
Yeah, if Strange wants to say anything, then otherwise we can move on.
All right, I'm just going to read this. So the reference seems to be directly tied to the 200 Watchers. It's actually in the Book of Giants from the Dead Sea Scrolls, where it states that the Watchers had a vision of angels being sent down to cut down 200 trees. They went and asked the Nephilim Council to help explain it. They then go and consult Enoch for interpretation. Enoch then explains that the 200 trees represent the 200 Watchers, while the felling, or the cutting of their trunks, represents their coming destruction in the deluge. So some have taken that combined with the Enoch verse about labor to also be literal, and that the trees were cut down as a physical act representing the prophecy, so that there was nowhere to escape during the flood. However, it appears in all situations, including Daniel, it is used as an allegory to represent mighty leaders and their coming fall, and even nations. It does describe a vision of a heavenly garden where Yah sent angels to cut down 200 trees, and then Enoch told them that it represents the 200 Watchers and their destruction in the coming deluge, which is kind of a repeat, but that is typically left out. So from my understanding, people interpret it to have a literal application that the angels were sent down to cut giant trees prior to the flood as a sign of what would come, but it requires assumptive interpretation, and it's actually founded upon the Book of Giants and Enoch. You guys disagree or agree?
I think it's my answers are going to be somewhat nuanced, because when we understand the judgment that was given to them, the judgment was done prior to the flood. So according to Enoch, they had that conversation, like, when they asked him to petition, and then he was like, and then the response was, you were supposed to intercede for men, not the other way around. And then they get the punishment, they get the notice that they're not going to be forgiven. All of this that happened, and that their children, the Nephilim, were going to go and kill each other off in wars and be done with. All of this happened prior to the flood. So the punishment wasn't the flood. The punishment for the earth was the flood, to cleanse it because of the consequences of those guys, right? So whether or not that book is a legit book, I don't even think it's necessarily addressing the order in which things happen correctly. So I would say that lends to some issue with it. But the suggestion that a vision like that would be given, I don't see an issue with that. I just see that it's not the most accurate depiction of what happened. Does that make sense? Apologies if it was convoluted.
I may have missed it, but I guess my question, because I was also reading, and that's my bad. But my question overall, of course, is this idea I've heard quite a bit that, for one, they would say that the rebellious watchers cut down the trees in rebellion, and then there's that Yah sent angels to cut the trees so that there wouldn't be a high point, basically, with the flood. I don't really see a high point.
Okay, that suggestion seems logical somewhat.
I'll give you my advice on this because from what I've read, the angels were were foretold of the incoming deluge, right? They knew ahead of time that this would come, and they also knew that Yah had a plan to save Noah. How exactly did they know that? There was conversation going back and forth, like you just mentioned, but there was a specific tree, and I've been trying to find where I read this, and I can't find it. It might have been the Book of Giants, but I don't know. But basically, the angels supplied the lumber to Noah when he built the ark, so they helped Noah build the ark. But they didn't help him nail it together. They brought the lumber to him, but that lumber came from like a giant tree that the angels had to protect, right? Because the Watchers and their offspring were on a rampage, cutting down all the trees in Noah's vicinity, so Noah wasn't able to build the ark. Because they're always trying to circumvent Yah's plans, but they can't. Now, the idea that the righteous angels came down and started cutting all the trees down, I never heard that. I thought it was the other way around.
Well, my 2 cents, every time I learn something about scripture or the questions from Globers or people who are asking us, well, where's the edge, and well, why don't we try to escape, or whatever the case, I can't help but ask myself, does does God play a role in that? Maybe not even. I usually, now my thought is, what if the Globers, the ones that know, know, like, what if they think they're doing God a favor because we keep trying to get out of here?
Elijah,
So here's the globe concept.
Elijah.
Okay, problem averted.
Well, I kind of agree with you to one extent, similar with like what happened with Tesla's technology. Imagine if all these useless TikTok degenerates had access to that kind of energy just at a whim. Like how much more useless they would become. So some of it is, these people who want to control the world have hidden certain knowledge from people. Other things is, what? This might be the creator allowing this kind of thing to be hidden from the unwise because the unwise would use it unwisely.
Yeah, so this is the purpose. This is the purpose of these groups, that they have to they've been ordained, dare I say, to keep us within these boundaries in order to protect us. Are they protectors? Are they demons? Are they trying to hurt us? Like, come on. But does it matter if we know the truth? The people who know the truth, you know the truth. That's what you get. That's your reward. If you don't,
shows in the background, someone saying, "Yeah, now you guys got it." Fucking disrespecting me every day. I'm trying to save your ass.
To put a scripture on it though, Eli, not that it's necessarily connected with what you're talking about, though I would suggest that perhaps it is. There's a scripture that says that he, the creator, will send a strong delusion. So sometimes people forget like whose creation we're living in and kind of don't consider that side of it. And your question, I think, brings that back to bear, as it were, and I think is a sensible question. But I know we kind of jumped off what Witzer was talking about the trees.
Well, it's just interesting because you got all these
Sorry.
different texts, right? You got all these different texts, right? So say you got good, Yah sends angels down to help Noah get wood, and at the same time, it's symbolically representing those watchers getting taken down in the flood.
Yeah, I think it could be a combination of the two.
Yeah, because check it.
There must have been massive trees. Right?
There's other interpretation, but it's found in like propaganda, but like the movie Noah, where it's got like basically angels that have rebelled that are actually presented as good guys that are just like helpless and just trying to help Noah or something. All we ever tried to do was help man. So the way they flip everything,
the twisting of the narrative.
yeah. So it seems like if you actually look at it, it could be for me like it is symbolic and also it physically happened to symbolize it. So I don't know.
Yeah, I think that's the case.
Yeah, and like some of these, because I don't know how legit some of these books are, but you could kind of understand how these stories would be presented in one way when you consider all possibilities and go, hey, maybe they're just conflating different parts of the story and putting it together in a narrative that made sense to them.
Well,
But if we just break it down into its components parts, were there massive trees? Were there angels? Were there rebellious angels? Were these trees chopped down? Could these things both symbolize and be used in the practical at the same time? You could say yes to all of those. So then you could equally draw like your own conclusions as well.
Well, this
See
is
what I
going to
mean?
determine the size of the ark, right? If you have, say you have 200 trees, this seems like very crucial information that I can see them omitting. Like, I will say that because it adds like this pretext to the entire situation. It's like, okay, there's going to be a deluge. Noah found favor in Yah's sight, right? He was pure. And then angels come down and cut trees to make this incredible ark that's going to actually survive the deluge. While that happens, it's like symbolic of why the deluge has to happen in the first place, why the flood has to happen in the first place, right? It's because of those rebellious watchers. I mean, now
it would be poetically sweet for that to be like the complete story. So I can understand how it like ties up a lot of the story in a neat bow.
It does, man. Makes you raise your eyebrows.
I do want to say that
because it's not the only time that that's happened in scripture, right?
The Book of Giants is legit, bro. Like if it was in the Dead Sea Scrolls, it's legit. I
They
mean,
always
Dead Sea Scrolls is a collection of literally the Second Temple library that the exiled temple priests stored in a cave. The sons of Zadok. Like there's no doubt.
I'd have to read it, but something that Witzik read from it just seemed a little bit backwards. But maybe it's because I wasn't hearing it clearly. Because my understanding is that it could if it was just a representation, then sure I get it. But they didn't receive their judgment from the flood. They'd already received their judgment prior to the flood. But yeah, it'd be cool to read it. But I still have to read the other one you talked about, the Apocalypse of Amran or whatever it was.
I still think we should look for evidence for the flood. And
It's
where's the
everywhere.
evidence for the flood and the timing?
You ever been in a plane, bro?
You always have these
Mount Everest is evidence for the
quote
flood, dude.
unquote like you always have these like quote unquote Luciferians or these different kinds of people that are like they even got movies where it's like the Christians see it this way but this was really the story, and it's like we have to remember though that what happened is what happened, and a lot of the stories potentially are just from man, and so that would make these religious in a sense. And that being said, seeing as that religion is separate from what is, um who's to say I mean, who's to say what the fuck is really going on, man? Like, it's
Well, okay. So we have evidence. We
Me,
have
because
evidence.
my
We have
mic's
maps.
louder than yours.
I'm sorry. We have maps. And then we have what we see today. If we have a map that shows the land in a certain orientation with no water, or there's more water here, there's more water there, and then we have what we see today that is different, I think that's like tangible physical evidence that we can say that these lakes didn't exist at this point, but we don't know the cause. We can
Oh,
only
okay.
speculate.
Maybe it's just you're new to certain aspects of this subject. Are you aware that there's like off the coast of some of these more populated environments or continents, whatever you want, you have city structures out there, like a few miles out off the coast, that are submerged by water?
Yeah.
So these things, but this is just one example of evidence for flood. And that's not the only thing you have, right? You have a culmination of evidences and corroborative things within both written history and physical history, that you can go and go, hey, these things all seem to line up to be in agreement that there was this massive cataclysmic flood, and not a local flood, but a worldwide flood or a plane-wide flood.
Okay.
So
And then
I think the idea that there's still doubt about it, I
what's
think, is
so
an
hard
idea born
about
of
but
ignorance
what's
rather than
the timeline?
what's so
Like
hard about wait, before we change it to what timeline, and I just don't understand what's so we love not even talking about whether it happened, whether it didn't, just what's so hard about, a worldwide flood. Now that makes no goddamn sense on a globe, so I get that. But when you think of a pond, a pool, a lake, the ocean, you know, it's like all bodies of water are level with each other. Given, I mean, if there were to be a flood, then all the water would be level in this place. Why couldn't a place that was connected, and you have these rivers that run it off into seas and lakes and all of that, then you have the seas and the seas and the oceans, my bad, and all of this stuff. Why couldn't all these things be flooded? Like, there's no reason to even fight super hard on this.
No, even
There's a
if
flood. I mean,
even if the water came from a central point at one time, it would affect the whole plain.
yeah, dude, towns get flooded. Hello. um New Orleans. Hello. Like, it happens all the
Who
time.
built New Orleans, man? That was so stupid.
Huh?
They built it below the line. That was the dumbest thing I've ever
Yeah,
heard.
then there's that.
But yeah,
But
like
that,
on
but
a
well, right, and it got flooded. Why? Because that's what happens when there's too much water for the runoff.
But what I'm trying to say is, the last time there was evidence of a deluge, a flood upon the whole plain, then we have to consider that the point in history of which the Great Flood happened. Because beyond that, in the past, we have no idea. The only evidence we have is within the last 200 years, 300 years,
But that's not
right?
the case, because you have written histories older than 200 years. Man, I got benches in my park older than 200 years.
Did you do a carbon dating on those benches?
Nah, it's just because you live in the States, man. Your country's kind of young. Like England has heritage to the point where a bench that is older than your country, in terms of its formation as the
This is an
United
aside.
States of
Well, you call
America.
it heritage.
Yo, relax, yeah. So
Is that
as
cul-
it's
is that
known as it's known today, the United States of America, we literally have buildings, thatched roofs, benches, trees, and that are older than your
is
country.
heritage along the same lines as culture?
I'm
Is
just,
that like the same?
it's just the word I
This
chose to use
Okay,
about how
okay.
much this country has in terms of history. It doesn't. It's just an example, right? I can
Yeah.
go to parks and find benches older than 200. Just to suggest that 200 is the oldest evidence we have for history is erroneous. That's my point.
Found an area that we could go camping. Me and a Wallaby found an area that we could go camping.
well, is it? I mean, why is it
In the woods.
erroneous? Like,
Around
what's the
here?
other? What I mean,
We could literally
because
take
I
a
don't
truck
know,
all the
man.
way there. It's so close to our
Because
house.
on a fundamental level, especially being in this topic, we understand
It is
that
so
there are
close.
things that we can prove, and then there are things that we take on faith. And because we also know that just a few families can control all
And
of the information,
we could found
all of the information. We're talking about the Rothschilds, you know, building up. Was it the Rothschilds? Am I tripping? Whoever it was that built the school system. I mean, because that's
Probably
just
the rock.
you just go because you go through the school system and then you go through the work system and then you kind of watch TV programming in between that, also owned by these individuals. This information flow, all of the books that we read from,
so we're gonna be catching
come from these people, and they give us time and dates that we know are. I mean, well,
Yeah,
we can't
I get
even
that, but I'm talking
validate.
about
I'm
actual
sorry.
structures that you could go and ask your grandparents, like dads and stuff, like the story that's passed down. So even if you don't believe the stamp that's put on, say, the bench is like, here, this bench is to commemorate whoever the flip in 1800 or 1700, whatever, right?
Yeah.
You just
See,
go,
that's why
you can go and
keeping
check,
it in
you
the
can go and
family
check
is that
that.
much more important. Because if you kept it in the family, the continuity of those stories would be much more.
Right, and that's why I chose something like a
True.
bench because for and it's multiple benches. It's just because we have such an old country compared to you lot, right? It's like what? Why would somebody go and lie about a bunch of benches and how old they were? I only raised that because he's talking like 200 years is like beyond the
But how
pale,
do
but
you
it's
know how
not.
old the bench is, though? Like, how do for real? These dating methods that they use, like, I
But you're
mean,
not dating a bench though, dude. It's not like
so
I'm
what do you
getting out a
do?
tool and testing the bench. This place is. You need to come and visit the UK, perhaps, to get a better idea of what I'm talking about.
What?
Like people okay,
Tell
let's
me.
put it this way. Like I personally don't, but maybe in the past I did. But I've got friends who live. I got friends who live in houses, right, that have been passed down through generations, that are older than 200 years. Like the structure itself, and that they know that because the family's never moved.
Yeah,
So
it's
just
amazing how long structures can last.
right.
Specifically, like New York City, I don't even know how the fuck this place is still standing. I mean, because the infrastructure, all of
Because
the
it was
pipes for the
built
water
properly.
and all that, like I have no idea when they have time to fix this shit. You know what I mean? Like they can't. I know they can't. So it's like the fact that they just stand the test of time like this is crazy.
Built to
Well,
last.
well, see that's just good architecture, and it just so happens that New York. I don't know if it's the whole of New York, but one portion of it, I think it's Manhattan is the big one, or whatever. That the sub base is like the perfect sub base,
That's what
or
I'm talking
whatever the
about.
technical term is.
The
Don't get
subway,
me.
yeah, the subway,
Now I'm
the
talking about the actual
underground.
subterranean rock
Yeah,
structure. It's
yeah.
the
The subway
perfect
is like where
structure
the
for
train
building.
goes and all of that.
Yeah, but
The
like the
the basement of the city, basically, right?
yeah,
Okay.
it's the right kind of rock to build those kind of skyscrapers and all the rest of it. So it's just ideal location.
Sub base. Was that
I to
always the
this
sub
day,
base, or was it level? Was it
no
on?
man, no. As far as
It's
I
just
know,
the rock. The rock is good rock. End of story.
Hey, Elijah, you're interrupting Elijah.
My bad.
Am I?
No,
I just
I
wanted to
am.
say that.
Or is it the other one?
Yeah,
Who's who?
New York
bro,
New York
I'm
seems to have
confused.
a
I don't
granite
know.
sub base. Granted.
Yeah,
Yeah, that's
dude.
the point. The
Look,
granite. Thanks.
my whole thing is like, I don't even know how the fuck they built like these. Okay, yeah, you have stories and schematics on how they built these underground tunnels and the trains that go from one borough to another borough under, like, from island to island, from Brooklyn to Manhattan underwater. Like, I'm like, when did they build that? How? I just like, because the further back you go, supposedly the less technologically advanced we were. So I'm like, when did all of this shit get built? Like, anybody seen the Ninja Turtles? Like, yeah, man, it's like underground is like, who built this shit?
It's not that. See, it's not that hard. Like, because they have this stuff that they've done in more modern times in London, for instance, where they will dam off parts of the river to build the new underground stations. Because some of these underground stations are like, right. I can't remember what name it was, but there was one that they did a massive reconstruction, and I might be mixing two different construction stories up. But the point is, they would dam off portions of the river so that they now have dry land to be able to do this stuff safely. And you have photographs now. Whether you believe the photographs, different story. But you have photographs of stuff like that I think even I have seen that they did back in the days in New York. So really, it's like, and to do a dam, like a beaver can do a dam. So if a beaver can do a dam, how much more so a bunch of geezers with time and money on their hands? So this stuff, this mechanical, like basic
point.
building structure stuff, it's really not that difficult. Yeah, sometimes it costs lives, and we get better at it apparently as time goes on. But to actually get it done, when you have that many people willing to put their minds and their bodies to it, it's gonna happen one way or another.
Yeah, blocking off water is called shoring. And then there's another thing that you can use, that there are certain regions in the world that have uh, certain minerals or compounds that, when introduced to water, they harden fast. And so that's another thing that they use when building, piers and stuff like that. No, it's totally possible.
Yeah, and then
But
you also have in Europe the catacombs. I don't even know how old those things are supposed to be.
I know we got things that people think are natural caves that are definitely not natural. That's my opinion, obviously, but yeah, my opinion's strong. But I want to like just leave it on one thing for you, Eli. If you want to like suggest dubious histories with benches and whatnot, just look at the trees themselves, right? Because you can go cut a tree down, and nobody's gonna go and cheat the tree and go, hey, I'm gonna write on it that we planted it in this year. Meanwhile, we only planted it last week. You can go and test how old the tree is. So the idea of 200 years as being beyond our limit, I just don't think that stands the test of reality. And trees, I think, to do with the flood is a really
I'm convinced.
cool discussion.
You
I
guys
think
have
you've
beat the fight out of me. I'm convinced.
I mean,
okay,
there's
but I
bonsai
think the
trees
tree.
that
I
are
think
like over
I think
1,000 years old, bro.
right, exactly. So I think a tree is a really good discussion because we're talking flood, right? You have these things that the weirdos in the quote unquote science world seem to think that these stratospheric layers of millions of years. Meanwhile, you have a tree that's growing through all flipping 10 of these layers, petrified there like in perpetuity. It's like, oh, okay.
Well, trees roots, and there's certain trees that can survive and propagate underwater. Like, their branches up above from the roots, as they grow taller, will grow more roots. If
Yeah, they discovered a forest. I think it was in Germany where they thought it was like all these individual trees, but come to find out, it was like one giant organism, like underneath the substrate, if you will. It was just like they were all connected to one major system.
What kind of tree was
And
it?
I can't remember. My cousin was telling me about it, but he
Because
like heavily researched.
some trees are like that. They're like rhizomic if you can say it like that. Like bamboo, for instance. Bamboo is a rhizome type tree, so it's all
Yeah,
connected to one original. So you have a whole
bamboo is a
forest
grass.
that will be a clone of it, itself.
Yeah, bamboo is a grass, and like bananas.
But yeah, I mean, I would say that it would, if they're connected at the root base, and only like what protrudes out from the substrate is individualized, that in my opinion, it would be one giant organism just displaying itself throughout the entirety of that landmass. And the one I was speaking of was several miles wide by several miles wide.
Yeah, I'd like to see that if you can find a link, because that'd be interesting. But my understanding of how most
We're
forest
talking about
networks
all this
work.
intricate creation stuff, right? And the Globers are like time and space, bro. Time and space. That's all you need, bro. That's all you need.
Hey, there's another cool thing in Europe that I saw. I don't know if it's a functioning forest. I don't think that's possible, but there's in Italy. I don't know the name of the place, but you can look it up pretty easily. There's an underwater forest. For whatever reason, either I don't know if it was a valley that they flooded intentionally, or whether it was flooded over time for something. But it's like a pristine forest, as if you're in a movie, all underwater.
Yo,
It's pretty cool.
I was hanging out with this girl yesterday, right? And I mean, shit, I'm like this close to just blurting out the Earth is flat. Like, I mean, we have such stimulating conversation. She had told me um that like England was like 5 miles from the US. It's like a 5 mile swim. And I was like, huh? No way.
Is she
She's
okay?
like, yep. Well, I mean, I don't, I wish I would have pressed more, but I'm pretty sure, I mean, I'm pretty sure she knows what she's talking about.
Dude,
Yeah,
I
I
wouldn't
don't
say it's
think
a
so.
5 mile swim, but I definitely think England is way fucking closer than they tell us.
If there's a
I
reason,
I don't
I
know
mean,
who would.
she referenced something that I can't remember because the moment she said it, my mind was thinking flat Earth, so I kind of tuned her out after that.
Well,
You know, but
there's a reason to call her back, dude.
I'm
no,
pretty
yeah,
sure
I'm definitely gonna
I'm
bring
pretty
it up
sure
again.
France is longer than a 5 mile swim.
I don't know, dude. Look, I'm definitely gonna hit her up with that conversation because I was like, huh?
So when I
I mean,
was
but at the
living
same
on the
time,
East
like when
Coast,
I saw clouds, right? I would see clouds going towards the east, and I'd be like, "Yo, crack, it's about to rain over there." And sure enough, 15 minutes later, he's like, "Dude, these clouds are rushing in from," and I'm like,
Correlation is
"But
not
you're not that
causation,
far."
dude. Come on.
No,
The
that's
most
a
you
pretty
could
good point. That's
the
like
most you
you see
could
the
claim with
clouds
that
and they're
is
bleeding.
that the clouds move fast.
Yeah,
But
but
remember, this is England, man. It rains all the flipping time for no reason.
you know when you see rain, some people can feel the change in the barometric pressure, but also you can see it. It's visual. You see clouds, and you know they're holding rain. They're gonna dump.
I'm gonna post the link for you, Elijah. It's not the one I
Cheers.
was actually thinking of, but it says Pando, in fact, is the scientific name for the largest organism on Earth, which is one tree aspen forest in Utah, made up of over 47,000 trunks and millions of leaves connected through one root system. Not
That's
necessarily
cool.
the one I was speaking to, but I could post
Yeah,
it if
that's
you
a
want.
big boy.
Yeah, the one in Utah. Back to a good point on the bananas. The bananas are a monoculture, so whatever banana you're eating is genetically identical to the one somebody else is eating um, around the world.
For the
Around.
most part, but there are different varieties. They're just harder to find. I like the little
No.
ones, the tiny dwarf ones. They're the
Yeah, like
sweetest.
the Thai bananas, or sometimes they call them lady fingers.
No, I don't know if I suppose there's probably they plant them wherever, but the ones I'm referring to come from South America,
The burro banana.
like Peru, north of Peru, those kind of places.
Maybe a manzana.
But yeah, the history of bananas is kind of interesting because they cooked it up with their cultivation methods. They messed up, and then they were susceptible to diseases. So
Talk
the
about the
point
Yes.
where
Cavendish.
say again.
Oh, talking about the Cavendish. Okay, what was the one before the Cavendish? That's the one we have now, is the Cavendish.
I don't know
We
the
had
names.
many,
I
many,
just
many
remember
different.
hearing the story of why we have pretty much only one
It was called
majorly accessible
it was called
variety.
Gros Michel. Gros Michel was
But I think it's because they don't grow them from seed like like they are. So they cultivated
no,
to the point where they do it. They do like root cuttings and stuff. So they propagate it as opposed to plant it. Whereas
right.
people nowadays, it's becoming more of a thing because of all the organic culture stuff. So now it's harder to get in Europe, but in the States, because you're pretty close to South America, you have access to the kinds of varieties where people are able to plant the seed
No, you
themselves and
can.
grow it from seed.
It's very rare to find a seed in a banana.
You know, in the type of banana that you're talking about, yeah. But we
Well,
have
no, 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 no,
now.
no. Even my apple bananas that I get here on the island, but also,
I'm talking about a very specific variety that's become more. It's become more prevalent because of this rise of do-it-yourself organic gardening.
yeah.
I
Okay,
don't know
so
I
there's
don't know
a
the name. I don't know whatever, but it comes
right, right,
out
right,
and it
right,
looks
right.
like a. Yeah, one second, relax. So it's a much bigger banana. Comes out with these fat seeds, and people are growing it intentionally, the old school way, as opposed to this major propagation method that caused so many issues like we discussed. So I think to
Right.
the point where you can get them in places like Florida and
Yes.
other similar states that have similar weather conditions, but it's not
No, yeah,
it's not widely known. But if
there's
you're ever bored, just go look it up on YouTube. It's fun.
there's
They're
there's
much
a
better
there's
for
a
you.
farm in Florida. There's a farm in Florida that'll get you all kinds of tropical fruits, bananas, mangoes. It's really interesting, Florida.
It's just good weather, isn't it? It's good
Yeah.
tropical weather for growing tropical foods. I know got like people here. I don't know who, but post pictures of like pineapples and stuff that they're growing. Flat, is that you? Platypus, was it you that was posting that? Maybe not. Somebody in here was posting their pineapples. But Dicer, have you found it yet?
Propagate a bunch of pineapples. You can just take the top and plant
No,
the
honestly, I quit looking, dude. I figured
Okay,
my
no
point
worries.
was made, but yeah, I'll definitely I'll ask my cousin to cut the chase and see if I can get a direct link instead of
Cool.
spinning my wheels.
Because it would be nice to know like what type of tree it is. My assumption is though that particular forest is a clone forest, so every tree is identical to itself.
So it's like those trees that grow in the Amazon. They have these like, and even here where I live, the limbs grow roots from like 10 feet up, and they go down to the ground. I think I forget the name of them. Like some trees fall, like maybe their root structure wasn't strong enough, or there was too much moisture and it disintegrates, and then the tree falls. It'll begin to grow roots from the fallen tree.
Yeah, you can do that. You can make your trees do that yourself. You can wrap them up. So that people use that as a propagation method. You scar the tree on a limb that you want to take off and start a new tree with, and you wrap it up with just mud and stuff, and then something to keep the mud from falling to the floor. And then it will start rooting. And then you cut it off, and then you've got, I guess, a clone or a cutting from that tree.
Called an
And you
air
can just
layer.
you can just keep doing that. It's pretty cool.
Yeah, air layering.
Yeah, is that what I call it? You know, that'd be an
Yeah,
interesting.
I grow the
Go ahead.
pineapples. We also grow. There's bananas that grow in our neighborhood that are in the creek that we harvest. But yeah, we grow pineapples, papaya, mango, all that stuff. But I've acquired plants the way that you were just talking about. I have a friend who has. He'll take these little plastic things filled with soil, clip them on specific portions of a tree or a plant, get it to root, cut it there. It's already rooted. I've also done a ton of stuff just through cuttings, taking cuttings, sticking it in the soil, allowing it to root. There's also rooting hormones that help with the process. I just acquired a plant called cat whiskers, just based on cutting and planting the cutting, and that's starting to root. There's plenty of things that'll do that. Plumeria trees, I propagate those just by cutting them, sticking them in the ground.
Imagine you could create some really
Hot
cool
micing.
things with
Hey,
those techniques.
elbow, you're hot micing. Elbow, you're hot micing.
Elbow,
Elbow,
shut
you're hot
up.
micing.
Yo, anyone hot mic, just send them to the hot mic room instantly, please.
I'm trying, bro. I'm trying.
Oh, damn. Okay.
All right, you got it. Yeah, super easy to propagate plants, man. Grow
Imagine
things.
if you had the time and the patience, you could probably build an orchard from one tree using a method like that. Because you
Oh
could
yeah, bro. Like,
you could like prune it to the point where you let one limb grow extra long and whatever, you bend it towards the ground, and then you let it root, and then that will send up a new tree, and it's all connected to the mother tree. Imagine that.
You know, it's kind of funny. They say money doesn't grow on trees, but you can pretty much make a lot of money from plants this way. Everything's propagation. You can propagate pretty much any plant or tree.
Black walnut, that's a good one to have.
Black walnut matured. I'm pretty sure they go like 500,000. There's a
'Cause
big
you can
payout
get
for
you
walnut.
get iodine, you get the walnuts themselves, all sorts of stuff you can monetize from that, and then the wood as well, like you were saying. It's all about land, baby. Get some land.
All right, so what are we talking about here, guys?
Pretty much everything. Kind of gone down the trail, haven't we? From marriage to growing food.
Yeah. What else we got though?
Electroculture, somebody's asking about in the text chat. The answer is yeah. I've experimented with it.
I haven't done it myself, but I've heard a lot of people say it's real and it works and it's proven.
I've only done a little bit of experimentation to answer the guy's question because I can't be bothered to text.
Yeah.
But the
Yeah,
the
there's a couple scientists, actually two of them to be specific, Rawls and Davis, who tested on a lot of this stuff. And there's like 4 or 5 books basically that they put out pertaining to, you know, magnetic and electromagnetic fields on biological stuff, living things.
right. The principle is already sound and proven from multiple sides, so it's already a known thing in the general, even in like the non-investigative world, of how copper is a deterrent, as it were, to slugs and stuff. So people already put like copper, just because they don't want slugs to be eating their plants, they just put copper rings around it. So
So
the
you have a
basis
pot.
is already there. The effectiveness of grounding is already there. So it's really not too much of a stretch. And then, though I don't have the kind of data that I've seen from other people, there's been control studies of with and without, and the amount of yield you get is orders of magnitude greater. This I'm saying all this specifically to answer Frenzy 2K17's question. Carry on, whoever one is. Didn't someone want to say something before I finished? All right, well, I'll continue. Yeah, Frenzy, that it all makes sense because you have that base principle with the way that the birds will work together with the plants. So the birds always tend to begin their serenading prior to sunrise. And I can't remember who did it. I can't remember the name of it. But there is a study or some kind of investigation that shows that the frequencies that the birds emit open up some, I don't know if it's the capillaries or something within the leaf structure and within the plants and the trees, that gets them ready to receive the I guess the juice or the energy from the sun, etc. So it's a symbiotic functional relationship. So yeah, and classical music is the best kind of music from that point of view, because all other musics tend to be destructive when it comes to natural. So yeah, careful what you listen to.
Yeah, I noticed that when birds mate, there's a lot of flapping going on. Like, so it's just not, but it's very fast. It's very quick, especially with my chickens. But there's something like with the feathers. Um, I feel like the feathers are very conducive in producing static electricity, um, or somehow, but you know, like with bird mating, there's no penetration. They just put a little drip and then it goes down and somehow gets there. And then the egg comes out and it's fertilized. Fucking crazy. So a hen can lay a bunch of eggs. If there's no rooster, they're not going to get fertilized. And all the rooster needs to do is put a little drip drip right there. As the egg comes out, boom, fertilized. It's weird. Did anyone else know that's how birds reproduce?
Yeah, listen, you want to repeat it?
Yeah, I had a bird try to reproduce with my foot. I don't have any foot chickens, by the way. Didn't work.
That how they make deadly fish? So what's it like? How does it feel when a bird can mate with your foot? Did you at least let it finish or what?
Hold on. I'm having trouble hearing you, bro.
Did you let the bird finish, dude?
Oh, it takes like fucking 5 seconds. No, I try to feed I try to feed the chickens in the morning, and then like hey, you know, I like you, bro, but not that much, and they're done already. As long as it takes to kick them off of my foot, they're already done. It's that fast, faster than rabbits.
So you got like shit all over your shoes or what?
Oh yeah, yeah, that's a good idea. I should probably wear shoes next time.
Uh-oh.
What just happened?
A chicken came on his foot.
Yeah, this guy's complaining how he gets raped by chickens every day or something. I don't know.
Oh man,
It's like
man
the
alive.
taboo syndrome or something. I don't know what's going on.
That's not, well, technically that's not bestiality. That's just like being at the wrong place at the wrong time.
Dude, no,
Well, I mean,
my
if you're going in willingly knowing that you're gonna, get mauled by chickens, a wild pack of chickens like that, with no shoes on, then
Yeah. Okay. It's a fine line, yeah.
well, I hope you at least wear shoes in the house.
I do.
All right. Well, there's a start. You're forgiven. Coming up on a Monday, boys. Yeah, heading right back. Get some of that watermelon Skittles.
Hello.
Good evening.
Good evening, Mr. Montreal.
Everyone's quiet tonight, huh?
I just I hopped onto medicinal mass media server for like 2 minutes, and then I came back because reasons.
Let me guess, they're all talking to fight the flat Earth or something.
Today it seemed, at least for the small time window I was there, it seemed that they were assuring each other that the moon landing happened, and there's so much evidence of it, and how one could be so stupid after seeing every piece of evidence and the sheer amount of evidence. Like, how could you even question it? Because, reasons.
Yeah, that
Oh, what
sounds
channel?
legit.
What channel was this?
I mean, I'm not trying to poison the well here, right? I'm just a careful observer, hopping around different servers, and I think it's the server of this guy called Demonstrate, right?
Oh, okay.
I'm
Just
not
checking.
quite sure, but I think that's his server though.
But now you're on this server.
Yeah, it always gets me back to this server, as I think it's the best server which is around there.
Yeah.
So they were patting themselves on the back, huh? For the moon landing. Yeah, that sounds legit. Yeah.
You all said good evening, but I think I'm a little back from your all's
Yeah, it's already night where I am.
good night. Yeah. I'm back a little bit. The sun is still shining bright.
Oh, I think actually the sun is under my foot.
Mm.
If I would look down through the ground where I'm standing on, I would just, imagine I could remove the earth,
Like
and then I
X-ray
would,
vision.
and then I would see the sun, right?
Yeah.
What up, Clay?
So anyone out there in the chat in the server right now know about differential and what I can do about this FedEx truck that's stuck. He can't back up. He just keeps slipping. And he's gonna if he tries to spin his wheels. I told him not to go anywhere, not to try anything. Shoot, maybe if anyone knows maybe a little trick he can do. Oh, he's gonna try it. He's gonna do it. No. He might get him. Hold on.
Can you imagine releasing a picture like this to the public and them seeing it and saying, "Yep, that's freaking yeah, that's what we would have done if we were on the moon."
Is that only part of an image, or is that the
Oh,
whole
that's
image they released? I think it's only a part, right?
I'm not sure. It could have been like a zoom in on it. I'm not sure. Yeah, because I
Yeah.
don't think they would have released that. Yeah, that is so freaking embarrassing. It's not even funny. It's beyond funny. I mean, yeah.
Smurf is going ham.
It looks like there's a nail in there or something. No, doesn't it look like there's something protruding in the so-called tire?
Yeah, that one is great too.
Guess the backpack wasn't operational on that day, huh? I had to hook him up to hose.
Yo. Hey,
Hey, what up?
what's up, my man? Hey,
What's up?
what's up, fool? Hey, I did Jem's server. I did Jem's show yesterday. He does that show every few Sundays or whatever, and it was weird. It was weird because we talked about this. You know that movie? It was actually a good show, by the way. I recommend it. But anyways, it was like 3.5 hours. But anyways, yeah, we did a show. Or we talked about that movie, Sound of Freedom. You guys heard about this or the controversy behind it or anything?
Update me.
Mel Gibson thing.
That's he's barely related to it, but kind of. Anyways, my girlfriend, she was telling me for a couple weeks like to go see that because she says all over Facebook and stuff, and I thought it's just like a movie, she wanted to see or something. But I found out yesterday from Jem's show. Jem's did a good thing, a good presentation on it because he put a bunch of videos together that showed like what the media is saying about it, and I didn't know that like the media is trying to paint it as like a QAnon movie. Like a lot of media sources are like, oh, it's a QAnon adjacent movie and blah blah blah. And I was like, well, I didn't even know that. And then Jim Caviezel, the guy who played Jesus in Passion of Christ, Mel Gibson's movie. Okay, so by the way, just to give background of the movie's about like a government agent dude who is trying to like stop child kidnapping, because people are kidnapping children, putting them in sex slave and all that kind of stuff. So that's what the whole movie's about. Anyways, Jim Caviezel plays the main character. He was the guy who played Jesus. The next clips that Jem showed was Jim Caviezel is like super into. He's like basically saying that it's not QAnon, but I'm I'm okay with everything with QAnon, all that kind of stuff. He's basically aligning himself with QAnon. And then he's like, who's the president again? Joe Biden. He's like, Joe Biden's not even the real president, blah, blah, blah. And like basically saying all the stuff that you wouldn't really imagine like a Hollywood actor would be saying. And what else? He was talking about adrenochrome and all this other shit. So I was like, okay, maybe he is aligned with QAnon. But then the next clips that Jim showed was like all the movie theaters that are playing the movie. So by the way, Disney had the rights to the movie 5 years ago. They didn't play it. So then, they end up doing it like like privately or whatever. And like Hollywood is trying to shut it down is what they're claiming. But then like all the movie theaters that are playing it, well, not all of them, but a bunch of them are like, they have all this like problems all the time. Like they're like keeping the lights on the whole time or turning the air conditioner off or claiming that the movie theater is full. So when you go buy tickets, there's no tickets left, but then they go to the theater and there's nobody in there. Like all this other type of shit like that.
Sorry, what?
Yeah. What else? Oh, it's just weird though because everybody in Gems, I was the only person who like I thought that was weird. Like they think it's just people making a conspiracy theory about it, but it's like, wait a minute, the media is like saying that it's all QAnon, which it doesn't seem to be about QAnon at all, and then it does seem like they're fucking messing with the movie theaters that the people are going to see that. Like it's not weird for some movie theaters to have problems, but it is weird for a lot of movie theaters to like, fuck up on the same thing. Like all their air conditioners don't work, all their staff doesn't turn the lights on, or turns the lights on instead of turning the lights off and stuff like that. It seems a bit weird. And then some of the theaters, like the movie just messes up and they got to start it over and shit. And so it's like a lot of people. They tell the people that they have to leave and they give them a refund. Even my girlfriend, her friend who saw the movie here, she got turned away once before she actually got to see it. So I think it's weird. Anyways, it seems like something that more people would be talking about.
I'm not really familiar with what you described, I know the server of gems and the show, but I'm not familiar with the context. But what you just explained reminded me of that one movie, I think with Robert De Niro in it, where he gets this, where he gets like arranged by the president to like change some news scandal which happened. You know, you know what I'm talking about?
No, Robert De Niro. I can't think of that movie.
Okay, let me look it up real quick. Give me a second.
Yeah, you say like arrange like a news scandal, like because it is weird. Like you can see the guy who plays like there's a guy that Jim Caviezel's playing, who the guy the movie's based on. Like he's going all to like news networks, and every news network like they just bring up QAnon every time, and I don't know what to think of
Wag
it
the dog,
because
I think. I think it's Wag the dog.
like the dog. Let me see. I don't think I've seen that, but let me see the
Bro,
IMDb.
if you haven't seen that movie, it just fits so perfectly what you just described. I think you have to see it.
But it's funny Jeremy brought up Mel Gibson because Mel Gibson, he's he's sort of he's aligned himself with the movie. I think he's one of the producers, but Mark Wahlberg, he's like there's some celebrities who are speaking up for it, but most studios and it seems movie theaters even are and news networks like they're painting it like QAnon, like it's a QAnon conspiracy theorist crazy person movie or something. But it's just about a guy. It's just about child abductions. There's nothing QAnon in it or conspiracy theorists related. It's just weird.
And you're the only one that found it strange.
Yeah, I kept saying that when I was in there. Like I was like, am I going crazy? I was like, am I the only one who thinks that this stuff's weird? And like, some of them were like Zant was like overzealous about how it's all just conspiracy theorists and going crazy and stuff like that. And you should watch the show because Jem really does a good presentation on it. But we talk about the clips in between and whatever.
I might watch the show if you watch Wag the dog.
All right, deal.
I remember when I was talking over there about women, about protecting children, they thought I was crazy.
Yeah.
They thought I was being prejudiced. What's wrong with a grown man dressed in drag doing a strip show in front of children? Nothing wrong with that.
I think that's debatable. Maybe it's not even debatable, man. Come on. But I don't know, We have plenty of those in Germany over here.
Oh yeah. Germany is going to be in for a rude awakening, I'm afraid.
I'm afraid everyone's going to rave parties and doesn't recognize anything.
That's the problem.
Yep.
What Merkel did a couple of years back, that's gonna haunt Germany in the future. Hope I'm wrong. I hope it doesn't turn like France.
Anyways, I wanted to tell. Oh, what's up, Chris Lale?
Hello, Kosho. Me and you are no longer friends.
The fuck? First Jeremy, then you?
I'm sorry, but you never helped me with my thing. You lied to me.
I know. I did. Listen, I felt bad. And I was like, oh shit! I fucking told Chris I was gonna go down there, and I went down and you were gone. So I'm
I
sorry.
waited for a lot longer than 10 minutes.
How can I make it up to you, Chris?
So can you go down there right now so Jeremy doesn't interrupt and say, can we change the subject again?
Jesus Christ. Just tell the problem. There's no talk. Just tell the problem very briefly. What's the quick issue? And I'll let you know if we should go to the other room.
I need to recover a Google email password.
Fair enough. Let's go down. Let's go down there.
Which room?
It doesn't matter. But you have to give me a second, okay? Just don't go down there yet.
Okay.
Hey, how come you don't go on Jem's show anymore? You used to super chat him all the time.
I don't know. How come
So
you
he
don't?
had a good I was on it yesterday. Did he? It was a good show.
This is gonna sound weird. I'm kind of getting worn out of flat Earth BS.
Doesn't sound
Same
weird.
arguments repackaged for the last 8 years. Ever since I came in, they're just repackaging the same arguments.
Maybe me and you should switch sides. Join the flat Earth, make a couple arguments, and then switch back. That would kind of revitalize it.
I don't think I could come up with a good argument. The only argument that I could come up with was I believe the Bible to be true, the Old Testament. Those people believed, and I don't even think this is a valid argument. The ancient Near Eastern
Don't say that in
people-
the middle of it. You're having a good start. Go ahead.
The ancient Near Eastern people believed in a flat Earth, and so they wrote that into their religious document.
There you go. Joseph Smith, somebody who you
Not a flat earther.
Yeah, but you don't know that.
I do know that.
That's the second person today that said that they lost interest in gems.
No, I said I lost
He didn't
interest
say
in flat
gems.
Earth.
He didn't say gems.
Oh, in general, okay.
Yeah, you're putting words in my mouth just like every other flat earther does when I say stuff. You're putting words in my mouth I didn't say. I said I'm getting tired of the flat Earth BS because the Earth isn't flat.
Oh, because he asked you why you didn't go to gems. Okay, maybe I misread that.
I was saying Jim's show specifically, but yeah.
Naps was saying she's fed up. That's why then I heard Lael, so I go, okay, what's going on there?
Where'd you see Naps at?
Naps was here.
Honestly, these two servers are the only good ones.
Which two? I only see one.
Well, the one you were just talking about, obviously, this one.
You're kidding me. Come on.
Yeah, because SEM Montreal likes echo chambers, so he doesn't like any other server.
What echo chamber? Every
That's
time
not
I
this-
come there, I go there. It's 10-on-1, which I don't mind, but it's all insults and You've seen me a few times there, Lael. You see how they treat me.
No, I'm talking about this server.
This server's not an echo chamber.
Yeah, it is.
No, it's
If
not.
you're
You're
a flat
here.
earther, it's
Chris, I made this a server will work. Okay, so just
No, you know that
It's a-
Kosho is a mod here, right, Lael?
Oh, okay. So that doesn't
Are
make
you
it.
accusing him of not being fair?
That's
Being
not what
echoey?
I said. That's not what I said. If you're a flat earther, this is a server for you because generally speaking, everyone is a flat earther. Now there may be some that flow in every once in a while that are not flat earthers, but the general population of this server is a flat earth.
Yeah, but you said echo chamber, meaning that
exactly. You don't want to step outside this server and go to a server that does not believe the earth is a flat earth.
Of
course, you gotta be careful not to interrupt me.
Yeah, but those are two different issues, Leo. One is an echo chamber, and one is not stepping out. Those are
This
two
is
different
an
things.
echo chamber because you don't step out of that and you stay here and have only people who agree with your position. Like 99% of the server agrees with your position about the shape of the earth or the lack thereof.
What? I argue with everybody. What are you talking about? You haven't been around, have you?
What shape is the earth, SE Montreal?
I have no idea what shape the earth is.
Is it a sphere?
Most probably not.
Okay. How many people out of the 100% of this server would agree with that comment?
Not 100%, but a good.
I said out of the 100%, what percentage would it be?
I don't know. I can't give you a number. I don't know. 70%? 60? I don't know.
No, it's way higher than that. Look at the people in here now. Me and Kosho, with the exception. All the rest of the people here believe the Earth is not a sphere.
Okay, if you use today's numbers, yeah, but other times there's more. Right now they're a little bit butthurt, the ballers. So they're like doing like a little bit of a boycott because we're not letting them run rampant and insult and interrupt and stuff. But other times there's way more ballers in here than now.
Yeah, but compared to how many people don't believe the Earth is a sphere, that's very small amount.
That's maybe a fair statement. There's probably more. Yeah, I'll give you that.
Can we cite your source for that?
Yeah, every person in this room right now, except me and Kosho.
Chris,
That's every source.
None of you guys are making good arguments, okay? But Chris, your arguments for this are not really fair because there's plenty of Globers who come here, and sometimes, depending on when you're in here, the argument you just made can be made in reverse. You could say that it's mostly Globers, and that doesn't represent the entire server. It just depends on when you're in here. So, I think it's a fair distribution, it's evenly spread out in this room.
You're saying half and half. I don't think so.
I'm saying
90% of the server believes the Earth is not a sphere.
Hey, Kosho, we could be honest about it. We don't like you guys, and you don't like us, right?
I didn't say I didn't like you.
So, there's a bunch of flat earthers over here that like each other and all hang out. I mean, flat Earth started this whole thing, right? You guys are a bunch of reactionaries, right?
I told
I think
Jem
most of us
yesterday.
are.
Jem was asking why. Anyways, it got brought up why some flat earthers do this, like why they're in this community and stuff. And I think that question was. I told him I thought it was like short-sighted because it's a mirror image. Okay, it's not that you guys are reactionary and we're reactionary and you guys are, the cream of the crop or whatever it is. We're both here doing the same thing.
Well, no, there's nothing wrong with being a reactionary. I'm just saying, Like what happened was a bunch of people were like, "Hey, wow, the Earth seems flat." You know what I mean? Let's get together and talk about it. And then a bunch of dickheads were like, "No, you guys shouldn't talk about it, and we want to kick you off the internet, and you guys shouldn't do that, and you guys are bad."
Well,
And then
let me
fucking, and then what happened was like, the flat earthers were like, "Well, we're willing to debate because we don't know everything, and we're not all scientists. We want to learn. Maybe you guys have hidden information we don't know about the globe." But the flat earthers generally like started this whole conversation. And now we got a bunch of fucking haters that want to like get in the mix and hang out with flat earthers. It's a
uh,
like there's nothing wrong with there being an echo chamber, especially in light of the idea that we understand all of your arguments at this point. We don't really need to involve ourselves with this oppositional
wait.
fucking people anymore, really.
I think you're generalizing too much.
Well, I mean,
What
I
is
think
what?
I think
What are
I've been in
my
it long
arguments?
enough. I mean, how about this? How about this? You said that this is a fucking echo chamber. If
How,
that isn't generalization, I don't know what is, dude.
okay, what percentage of this server goes to Gem server? I've only seen Jeremy and SE Montreal in there. Nobody else.
Yeah, nobody want. So what?
Why
We
do you
also don't. How
stick
about
to
this? How about
just
this?
the
You know what?
server by
Most of the
yourself?
people. How about this? Hold on. Most of the people in this server didn't go to a baseball game today either.
So what? So
So what?
if you
Exactly.
know my arguments, like you claimed, then what are my best three evidences that the Earth rotates?
Well, my point is like I don't know your specific best 3 points, man, but I'm pretty sure those 3 points I've heard about before. So you're not going to introduce any new idea to me, I would imagine, at this stage in the game for me.
Then you should be
Right?
able to name at least 3 of my evidences. Then, since you've
Right,
come
but
all
how
these
about this?
way.
Even I got a better question. Why should I care?
Well, you claim to know all the arguments. I'm pointing out that you don't even know my arguments,
Right, but
even
why
though you
should I
claim
care
that you
what your arguments are at this point in the game for me? Because your arguments, I tell you what, let's get like, I tell you what, can you list off your arguments and I'll let you know if I've heard the argument before.
No, you should be able to tell me what my arguments are, since you claim to know all the arguments of the opposite side. You should know my best evidences of the Earth's rotation.
You're hilarious, dude. What I'm proposing, dude, is that whatever the fuck your best 3 ones are, I've probably heard them before. So whether it's from fucking satellite imagery to fucking the boats going over the horizon to fucking spectroscopy to whatever it is, like I could go read the source material for your opinion about it. So you're irrelevant at this stage in the game. Always kind of were.
Yeah, but the thing is, I've never used boats going over the horizon as evidence for the Earth's rotation.
Well, I was taking a shot in the dark, if you will. Forgive me. That's why I asked you what your 3 words are. And I prefaced this by saying there's no way for me to know what your best 3 arguments are. But you know what I mean? If you'd like to elaborate, please, man.
How about you just shoot in the dark and guess?
Okay, can I just real quick?
Please, Kosho, please introduce some sanity.
Sometimes I won't say that, but I'll just say this. Chris, he's not saying he can read your mind. Okay, what he meant was they know all the arguments that people continue to bring up as if they've heard it already. That's what he's saying. He's not saying that he's going to know that what your 3 arguments are. He's saying if you were to tell him your 3 arguments, he could then tell you, "I've already heard those and know."
Yeah, and I've heard every single flat Earth argument there is. They're all repackaged from 2015.
Right, and your stuff is all prepackaged from either like the 1200s, fucking anywhere from ancient Greece to fucking, the 1960s, dude. And either way, the important part about this is that I don't give a fuck. You get it? You know what I mean? Like I don't care. I don't need to hear it from one of you people, dude. Like I like Kosho, so I will fucking entertain hanging out with Kosho. But generally, like, and I love Gem Panda. And if you go back over to his server, tell him I salute him and I love him dearly. and I hope he fucking takes my words kindly, because I love that guy. But I don't like who he hangs out with because we don't all believe the same shit, and some people can't handle it. You know what I mean? Some people are like, dude, remember, we came out proposed. Like, granted, some flat earthers came out fucking all piss and vinegar, ready to try and fight every glober. And for that, I respect the reactionary position. I have no problem with that. However, it's also in some circles there was just an intellectual conversation going on, and we all got attacked by these, these like rabid fucking anti-flat earther types. And so it's not even a diss to you, Lael, because really I don't know you, dude, and I'm not even trying to whatever. But generally, on the scope of the conversation level, I don't need to hear whatever there's probably a couple of young bucks and flat earthers that would love to go toe to toe with you on fucking whether or not flight patterns work on a fucking flat earth. I personally don't give a shit what Globers have to say about it. Like, it's not even and also too, like, I'm not trying to say that you're a Glober or that Kosho's a Glober, like, in the sense of the words either, because like it's none of us should be married to these ideas where we're so like identifying ourselves by these ideas. Also, I'm a proponent of that concept. But generally speaking, we don't like one another. So there's nothing wrong with hanging out with people you have like I want to hang out with flat earthers. I couldn't give a fuck about hanging out with some people who I think to be incredibly boring.
Hey, Kosho.
Yeah, Chris, bud.
Can you come down there now?
Yeah. Hopefully this is brief. I'm in the middle of cleaning something up, but yes.
Livestream too?
Yes. I'm gonna help Chris with some internet stuff real quick.
Yeah, help me to understand how I just bought like a whole bunch of computer parts and it didn't come with any thermal paste. How does that work? I didn't know I was going to need thermal paste.
Issa, it totally sounds to me like Lael was paying attention to everything you were saying. I think he was super interested. You know what I'm saying? Like, you take your time, you just let him know what's up. And then you stop, he's like, hey, Kosho, let's go down to another room. He doesn't care, bro. They don't care to hear anything.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. Notice that? Yeah. In one ear, out the other.
Hey, he didn't even care. He's like, he has his preconceived notions of everything and doesn't want to hear anything about it, but still wants to come around places like this and spout off the mainstream narrative as if it somehow is married to him and he had anything to do with it. It's just a way for, I hate to use this, man, but it's almost like a lot of them are experiencing this Dunning-Kruger type thing, because they can read the official narrative, so therefore they have the intellectual high ground.
That's basically what it is, yeah. It's basically what it is. Like I said, told them, like, you're really irrelevant right now, because if we want your opinion, we just wiki it. It's that simple. You don't have an opinion. You have given opinions. And we can just Google them and see what you think.
Yeah, I mean, that's the funny thing is, like, literally, we don't have to have them around in order to understand what their opinions are. I can read your opinion for you, and it's gotten so far to where they've even started incorporating this archaic viewpoint, blah blah blah. Like, they've watched so many flat Earth videos that have the disclaimer underneath it that has been subconsciously ingrained into them so much that they use it on a regular basis in their normal conversations.
Yeah.
Well, that's like all of Wikipedia for them.
Yeah. I mean, I hear it a lot. That's just an archaic viewpoint. They're so easily programmed that even a little blurb underneath videos is programming.
Right. And it's interesting, right? Because they say that ours is an archaic viewpoint, but when did Aristarchus or whoever came up with this come up with this? Like before Christ? Aristophanes was before Christ. So isn't that the definition of archaic?
What about Al-Biruni? When was that dude around? Not long after Christ, right? So
Yeah. So what are they talking about?
I don't know, man. I guess
Sounds like projection.
A dude measuring angles from mountains? Yeah. That's ingenious.
Yeah, it's amazing that the optical measurements, right? The measurements based on how we optically see the world that Al-Biruni made at 500 AD or whatever the hell. Somehow, those measurements that gave us our globe dimensions, it's weird when we go out and we try to optically measure things, it matches how the globe measures optically. It's almost as if they took their optical measurements and assumed that we saw the world in straight Euclidean perfect trigonometry. And then based on that assumption, their incorrect analysis of their measurement leads them to believe that we live on a curved surface. And it still rings true today if you try to measure the world optically, and they call it a prediction. I'm so far in the yard. Jeez.
Well, yeah, that's the thing is it's about people. You know, who's interesting. You know what I mean? Like, I don't give a fuck about your shape of the earth opinion. You know what I mean? Are you fucking cool? Are you fucking you know what I mean? Are you fucking? That's the only thing I give a fuck about. It's really I can't talk about this shit with normies that I know in my life. Even people I love and respect. I gotta fucking try to teach them half the shit you want to fucking talk about before you can even try to talk about it. Like, why would you bother? You know what I mean? And it's like, you get a
Yeah,
normie.
you wind up
Coming in and trying to talk to
what
us.
they already think they believe, you know?
Well, you get you gotta I don't know, if that's what I always found so cool with the Discord rooms and shit, and or finding anybody out online that was flat earthers. Like every flat earther had another nugget of information that you wanted. You know what I mean? There was always another little nugget that somebody was dropping, or another word, or you know what I mean? That's where it's you want to keep that. That's what I seek to keep going is the contemplation of interesting ideas, and you see new people's take on it, or you know what I mean? To hear new people's perspectives. It's fucking cool. But remember, I love that. That's so interesting, that study that it's 50% of the population doesn't even have an internal dialogue, bro. You know what I mean? That's why motherfuckers
That can't be right, bro.
I don't know, bro. They did some study about it, and it just makes sense because you think about I don't know, and that's what upset slows me down when I'm in a flat Earth conversation or with a bunch of flat earthers, and everything gets or when jokes get lost or references aren't made. You know what I mean? It's that's where all the fun is all in those little Mark Sargent references that only flat earthers know. That shit's hilarious to me. I don't know. I like to see all that fun. I don't know, that wordplay and all the rest of it. And that's why clever ballers are so funny, because they're hip to all the lingo of the flat earthers, and yet they find what's funny in it. And I find that fucking even more hilarious because you just think it's all a joke. It's great, man. I fucking love this shit. You know what I mean?
It's come to the point now where it's comedy for me too. I'll be honest with you. It's it's turning into comedy. I want to hear what next bullcrap they're gonna say. What next sophistry excuse for the model they're gonna come up with. Yeah.
Well, I think of it I've always felt like we're battling like a Screen Actors Guild, like a British comedy troupe. You know what I mean? Like, like there's like 30 of these people that are all in the same drama club and they just like come after flat earthers. That's how I feel about it, bro. And like they're smarter than you think and they're fucking funnier than you think. It's like Lael right now in his own ignorant way sounds like he was trolling me and is actually more intelligent than he was leading on, which is hilarious. Like to think that somebody is playing that role and like just being like ultra slow. I just think I prefer to think of them that way. Like you're not this like you're not really this stupid. You're just playing wordplay games with me, and you know what I mean. Like I take that as a challenge, which I find fun. You know, that's fun to deal with. And you're not so there's no reason to get so worked up about any of this shit. I think, but if you're making a point, it's one thing to get worked up about making your point, but to get so serious as to like be like totally mad at somebody for them. I just don't, there's no reason for that.
No, you can't be mad at a guy like Lael. Lael is a character. I known him for years. And one thing you can count on is Lael is gonna say the craziest stuff you've ever heard. He's gonna ask the craziest question, and when Lael gets on something, like he's like a pit bull, right? If he gets on a point, he'll be on that point for all day. He's gonna be asking you the same question for like 5 hours. That's Lael. And I don't think he's acting, if you know what I mean. Because if he is, he's the best damn actor I've ever seen.
Well, I mean, like, think of how easy it would be to like create a character, go online, and piss off flat earthers. I mean, that's so easy and so funny.
I truly believe they have characters like they pick like NASA Shill, for example. He took a pilot role. He plays it not very good, by the way, but yeah, they get roles like you'll be a pilot, you'll be a lawyer. You know what? You can be an engineer. How about you? You can be a surveyor.
Yeah, it's kind of funny, and then it's fake it till you make it. They're kind, it's funny if you look at it that way. That's how I see it.
Yeah, I'm telling you, there's definitely role players.
Like boxing.
For sure. What, you'll see if Lael comes back. He's gonna stay. He's gonna ask you the 3 points. Watch, just for the fun of it.
I bet you can't guess my 3 points.
Yeah.
Somebody just posted in the other mass media, or whatever. He said, "No one likes you, and you're stupid."
What? Who said what?
Just getting tagged by like somebody like who's like, "Nobody likes you, and you're stupid." That's like that is hilarious to me, dude. Like that's.
Oh yeah, that happens to
Come
me all
on,
the
man.
time.
That's
People that they
like, dude.
think
That's
are like
just so funny.
they're listening on YouTube and then they're in some other server and they'll at me in some like other random server and then the people in the server are like, "What are you even talking about?" They're like at me like, "You're so stupid. You shouldn't breed. You're so stupid. You don't even know how to say whatever word. I don't even know. Just all random things." And it's like, you guys are calling me retarded and calling me dumb while being in the incorrect server to even harass me. The irony, it's not lost on me. I enjoy it.
They do it all the time to me in Gems. Like they're in here in the chat, we'll say something, and then I'll get tagged in Gems. You're running away, chicken. I dare you. Yeah. Larry, you know your camera's on, right?
Yeah. So what's going on are I feel like the Globers are on strike. They just want to stand on the picket line, which happens to be the text chat, and wave their signs around and picket, but then they keep creeping in.
Yeah, no, it's a common theme.
They're breaking the strike lines
Well, they
coming
always
into the VC.
Yeah, what do you call that?
every 6 months.
Scabs. Yeah.
Every 6 months, they boycott the Flat Earth server at the time.
They can't keep away. They're probably listening right now.
No doubt.
Did you
Give
guys
them
hear
their own
about that?
server, they're gonna eat each other alive. Yeah.
Did you guys hear about that Chinese plane flight that got shut down?
Yeah, wasn't there like 2 of them actually?
I don't know about 2 of them. I'm just like halfway through the video about the first one, but
What the guy thinks they're, what they're saying is that AI people that are like running like on these fucking things. Is that the one with like the 6th loop guy?
I'm only halfway through it, but basically the guy was saying in Mandarin how they're not humans, and I don't know. I'm kind of getting like a translation going, but
There's 2 of them, I think. One of them, the guy was saying that he was on a loop on a plane and that he kept dying, and so like everyone panicked and like got off the plane and everything. And he was saying he was like the 6th loop, and he like every time he was doing it, he kept dying in the plane crash and then starting again, and everyone started freaking out on the plane and got off. And then I guess there's another guy who was saying that like there's like people are saying like, oh, this guy's not real, and what some people are proposing that they're like AI clones and shit that are being introduced into the fucking world, some shit, and like that's why like that lady freaked out on the plane.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm only halfway through this video, but so far it's just like holy shit. The first translation said that they're not human. They're, I don't know, something like demons or hollow earth inhabitants. Like they couldn't like really translate it that well, but
Yeah, you heard about
something not human.
So fucking the former White House chef who drowned in the waters of Obama's Martha's Vineyard estate. They're saying this guy couldn't swim, and there's like all this video footage that the guy could swim. So I guess fucking the old chef from the White House from Obama's drowned, and everybody's saying that like he was actually like a really good swimmer, and media's reporting that he drowned because he couldn't swim. It's kind of weird.
That's kind of bizarre.
Yeah, on another note. But yeah, I just was going. That's where I'm up to with fucking my news cycle.
Back to your plane thing, the Battlefield woman, the first one that said he wasn't real. I seen a dude that posted later said he was back there and said the dude never said nothing, but when he turned around and looked at him, he winked at him, but he winked back.
Well, that particular video that people are talking about with the guy in the hood or whatever, if you look at the seats in that video, they're totally different than the seats in the original video. Like somebody like edited that particular video, and I don't think it was having to do with some guy sitting there in a hood. So.
Well, the second dude said it was some dude sitting there. He didn't say anything about a hood, but he said the dude sat there quiet through all of it. And when it was all over, he looked at him and he winked, but he winked sideways.
Right. Well,
Okay.
I think you're referring to the guy that was in the hood. That's been going around, but again, that's like just an edited version. I think she was really alluding to the flight attendant, like what's going on with this Chinese one that just came out. I can post the video link if you guys want to check it out. Give me a
Where can we find red night vision cameras?
Amazon, but you got to get the good ones. Don't get the cheap ones. That's what I hear. Like $2 to $4 grand.
In red?
No, go to Afghanistan. Trader Joe's, you get them real cheap.
Yeah, right. Trader Habib's.
No, Trader Joe's. You know, Joe Biden.
Oh, whoa. Nice. Ha. That's a good one. Trader
Joe's, Afghanistan. Get them real cheap. Of course, we already bought them, paid for them, but you can buy them again if you like.
Too much. For an independent investigation to north to south, south and pole and navigation. Cause I don't feel alright. No. Saying I don't feel alright. Moving to bed tonight with your satellites compression down. Compression down. Ooh. Too much. Too much. Yes, for an independent investigation to your moon landing and your space station. Said I don't feel alright. No. Said I don't feel alright. Going to bed tonight with your satellites crashing down, crashing down, crashing down. Ooh. Today too much. Yes, for independent investigation to your JFK assassination. Said I don't feel alright. No. Said I don't feel alright. Sal. So what do you think, guys? It's good to be winning, right? You guys think we're winning? Because we are. Preachers and drunkard. Yeah, it's a bottles and bottles. In the floor. Long reliable. Place that will go. The preacher's been drinking. That's hard not to do. She's ready to scream down, swollen through. Oh Lord, if you can see the preacher drinking. It's a hard way to go. On the straight and narrow. Well, everybody in town points a finger at you. But it's wrong with the way you are. They don't know who you are. They think that they do. He didn't believe her. Just knew she'd come home. She's no, I don't think so. And he cried out to heaven. And he'd only pray. But the light's always busy since he was through. Oh Lord, you can say spirit down. Preacher's been drinking. But it's a hard way on the straight and narrow. Everybody in town points a finger. But they love with the way you don't know. They think they do. Now the bottles and the Bible broke out in fight. The whiskey from hot sun took the victory at night, and they found him laying face down by the stairs, dressed up for the sun. Nobody would hear. Oh Lord, if you can save the preacher drinking. But it's a hard way on the straight and narrow. Everybody in town points a finger. But they in the rain. They don't, but they think that they do. Love that too. Great. Some vacuuming in the background. Of course. Stacks, save me. Play some saxophone.
Six, you think that's a good time?
I mean, it's always a good time. It's always a good time for some saxophone, man. You got it with you, or are you fucking hemmed up, wedded, fucking read and all, or what?
No, I got it. I got it. I've been working. I'm shedding a little.
Oh,
I got.
cool. Cool.
I'm gonna have to. You can make me have to go down to the rehearsal studio to fucking play.
Oh, fuck you. Oh, what are you in a quiet spot?
I mean, come on.
Yeah. Yeah, man.
I don't want to be known as that crazy saxophone player next door playing at 10 o'clock.
Yeah, you do. You already are. Come on.
Nah, man, I like listening. I wanted to like whistle along with what you're playing, man. Like,
oh man, dude, feel free.
No, I feel like I was out on the trail or something like that. You know, we're all around the campfire.
Dude,
you
I've
know,
been falling.
that was a nice little tune.
Been falling in love with this dude, Tyler Childers, man. He's one of my like favorite artists right now. And you know, remember fucking
yeah,
what's his name?
Did Haunted recommend that to you?
Nope, Flatlander.
Flatlander. Okay.
Flatlander, dude. And I haven't seen that dude
Okay.
for fucking ages. I don't know if you remember that guy, right? I don't know if you would, but he's kind of hung around. Yeah, you know who he is. He used to hang around. He used to hang in your server. I think, if I'm not, like, I know he was in my server quite a bit. And then fucking, I was trying to do that Mount Meru festival, and he was one of the first people that like stepped up and was like, "Yo, I got land." I was like, "Fucking yeah!"
Oh wow.
And he was like, "Yo, like I looked it up. It was like $1,000 for fucking for porta potties." He was ready to cater it. I just was reluctant to do it, man. You know, I just was reluctant to do it, but it would have been fucking sweet. It just would have been, you know, in the middle of the woods, and we would have like anyone wanting to get there would have had to, like, as I was thinking, like prep for it, like do like almost a fucking.
We're gonna have to do this Mount Meru shit in Florida, I think, man.
Yeah, the Florida shit would be cool, but even still, like, you know, it'd probably be up north, that kind of thing. But at least like that was. But but it could work if like Florida's too flat for Mount Meru, dude. You want to have a view.
You're talking about this. Literally, it's the flattest state in the union.
I know, it's horrible for that.
And its abbreviation is FLA. I mean,
Yeah,
you're one letter away from T. You know,
that's funny.
That's
funny. Yep. Yeah. But yeah, I would think it'd be like, even like, I mean, I hate going out west, but I fucking, the mountains and shit is just so beautiful, man. Like, that's where you need to do like a Mount Meru. But like, you know, my theory with Mount Meru is just wherever you are. You know what I mean? Mount Meru is like you being with you and your eyes open is Mount Meru. You know what I mean? You with your mouth and your, like, you know what I mean? You with your fucking five senses looking at Earth is the Mount Meru. And you know what I was thinking about too? Like, the term, like, what was I looking of? What was the word? Like memory. Like, I think it might have been memory or something like that, but how it begins with me. I forget what word it was. Messiah. That's what it was. How it begins with me. You know, me. You know, I don't know. Like, you know, you have to be the Messiah. You know, I don't know. Like same way, like you're the Mount Meru. You know, you're it, nigga. I'm a student. My working day. Ooh, swim put your toes down in the water. Smile across your face. And tell me that you love me. Love me. I ain't the sharpest chisel that your hands have ever had. But darling, I could love you well till the world's calling high.
I see my share of trouble. I held my way in shame, baptized in your name, Lord, Lady Mary. Lord, the way she waltzes over me, rushing through my tumor till your love brought us me. The mountains all are blushing, they don't know what to say. Just a good long line of praises for my love, Lady Mary. Well, I ain't the toughest hickory that your axe has ever felt. I'm a hickory just as well. I'm a hickory all the same. Came crashing through your forest as you cut my roots away. I fell a good long ways for my lovely Lady Mary. You heard of this guy Bailey Zimmerman, man? I don't know if he's.
Who's that?
He's got this one tune I've been learning. What the fuck is it? It's pretty dope. It's like, I don't know. It's like probably cheesy, probably on the radio, but I wouldn't know, you know?
For the radio?
I don't know. A buddy of mine turned me onto it, but it's like neither one of us listens to the radio, but it probably is poppy, probably is popular. I just don't even know it. It's like, heard you moved out to South Carolina just like you always said we would. Packed your bags in that old Ford line. I thought you when things were good. I'm glad to see the scouts I need to bring you back to your senses. Love you and go goodbye. Oh, heard you found yourself a brand new man. Put a rock on your finger and vowed to give a second chance. Build a house right by the coast. Ocean view is beautiful, but baby, I just want you to know, never knew you like I did. Money talks, but I ain't by. His love is my second, it's a blessing. Next day, it's already gone. You don't want to fall in love. Seen your mama walk county market and I stopped to ask her how she's been. Said she's missing you, tried to go convincing you not to settle down with him. She run the whole town, didn't know better was a girl you couldn't walk around. You can act like you're doing fine. 'Cause love is second, it's a blessing, and the next thing it's already gone. Broke down, my walking testimony. Confession is a lesson. Worry out my song. Ooh, 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 ooh.
You don't want to fall in love. Ooh, you don't want to fall in love. Ooh, you don't want to fall in love. I just love that shit. It's so fucking cheesy and awesome. You don't want to fall in love. Ooh.
That one on the radio, I think.
Yeah, it's got to be on the radio. I should make. You know what it is? I should make it a reggae tune. That would be fucking maybe.
Yeah, hell yeah.
You know what I mean? That kind of cheesy. Heard you out South Carolina, just like I was said you. Packed your bag when that old song ran. I bought you when things were good. Glad to see you stop Sunday meeting. Till it's gone, maybe gone goodbye. Yeah, I don't know. Been digging that tune though. That and a couple other. I've been getting cheesy, dude. Learning like cheesy songs. It's great. I fucking love that shit. But, you know, that's pretty cheesy. It's not as cheesy as I get.
It's not as identifiable, you know, as you might think. I don't know. Like,
No.
I
No,
don't
I
think
think
it sounds
I
cheesy.
live in
You know?
but I moved in
You-
this. I live in the sticks now, nigga. So it's like all fucking country, fucking. You know, I'm not hip. I'm hip to the country scene now. I'm like Jason Aldean and shit. Yo, you know what's fucking crazy? Check the hey snacks. Let's hear this elaboration. Let's go down Conspiracy Street.
Oh my goodness, where we
Oh
at?
yeah, oh yeah. Oh, so do you know about the song Jason Aldean or whatever his name is, or whoever it is, that small town song that everyone's freaking out about?
What? No.
Okay. All right. Well, you need to like go spend 5 minutes and catch up, nigga. Cause there's like this tune that's like this country song, and it's like, try that in a small town. Like dude, it literally sounds like Trey Parker singing. It's kind of hilarious to me, but it's a great tune, and actually I love it. But it's like you just listen to it and you'll know that it sounds like Trey Parker. It's fucking like, you know, doing a South Park impression of a country song. You try to do that in our it's like try to sucker somebody, punch somebody, you know what I mean?
What would you do?
Yeah, exactly. Dude, it's literally like I can't help but like if I didn't like the song as much as I do already, I would not be able to listen to it because it's just so funny. Trey Parker needs to do something about this. But dude, so fucking but the song's like created quite a controversy because fucking it's like,
That's
you
a
know,
fucking miracle, bro.
so
Oh
all
my.
the BLM people fucking
Dude, that was a miracle, bro. I just found some weed. That is crazy. That
awesome.
never happens. Never happens. We
Oh,
don't
good
get
for
high right
you.
now.
I'm
All right.
happy for you. I'm happy for you. Yo, listen to that song and listen to smoke that weed and listen to James Aldean, dude. And you won't do
James
that.
Aldean.
You wouldn't try that in a small town. Let me tell you. Fucking no, like
Wouldn't try that in a small town.
yeah,
That's
no.
so fun.
But
Dude, I
dude,
don't
so
know,
anyway,
man. Like
it's
I
hold on,
can't handle
I'm
like
not done. So fucking, I'm glad you found weed though, if that's what you're gonna talk about. But fucking so this guy Jason Aldean that's blowing up right now, #1 song on Apple, all the rest of it. He was the dude who was on stage at the Vegas fucking shooting, and I guess fucking everyone's like he kind of acted like he knew. Yo, it's just psyop on tops of psyops. But I was wondering if anyone wanted to go down Conspiracy Street on that one, or if you'd heard anything about that.
like he's a hero pretty much, and that's why he's getting all this recognition.
Well, I don't know. Or he was like, I mean, I don't know, man. It's a big play, right? But he was the guy that was on stage during when the guy started popping off and like everything went crazy. And I guess people are saying he acted like it wasn't a big deal and it was like part of the show. It was like weird.
I thought you were meaning like he got that's his payout. He got the
maybe so. That's what I mean. Now he's getting like the payout. I don't know.
Oh, okay. You don't think
know.
maybe just a local celebrity, you know, because it's position there and it's so important. It's possible, you know. Wow, I found this
Forgive
weed.
me.
I
I'm back
can't
in the house for a
believe it.
minute.
All right. I'll talk
Put
to
that song
someone.
on. Listen to it.
Yeah, that's what I want to do right now. I don't even remember the name. Try it in a small town. All right. It's a good song. I don't know. Let's smoke this weed and find out.
I think you're gonna like it. I really should learn it and try to sing it real quick. Because that should be on my playlist for sure right now.
One hit wonder, hopefully. Woo. It's just one hit. But hey, better than not. That was a mirror. I never. It's not like I misplaced. It's not like I misplaced that kind of stuff. To be honest, stuck to the front of a page. I was writing. How the fuck? That is some deep shit there. I tell you.
Hey, yo, my dude's opening up a dispensary in Jersey.
Oh yeah. So you get free weed?
I'll get you free weed if you want it. If you go there, for sure, bro.
Okay. Well, I won't turn that down. Ah, I gotta pay for this motor. Fucking vehicles, bro. Oh my gosh. Ay ay ay. What are we
dude,
to do?
I should
You know what I mean?
I should turn you. Yo, I should definitely link you guys up anyway.
Oh, okay. Good. Is he local or is this?
It's a little north of you.
Yeah. What, like
Yeah.
45 or something?
No, not too far though.
Okay.
Maybe, but
That's good.
I really don't know. But yeah, it's a little up.
I just
kind of
as long as I'm, I don't have to go through like Elizabeth Land. I'm okay. That's a depressing place.
Right.
That
I really,
dude's gonna happen.
I don't know yet.
That's where Jeremy thinks that all of New Jersey looks like that. You know.
Good. Let him think that.
I know. We know it's not.
We don't want people going to New Jersey and fucking it up.
They're ready, sir. Just enough of them here. They're just escaping Staten Island and Long Island. Refugees.
The worst was the Jersey boys, because they were actually from Long Island. They're Long Island, and people thought that was
It's
Jersey.
so funny. Yeah. Oh, right. No, you're talking about Jersey Shore.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Fucking. That. It's so annoying. Yeah, man. They're bennies. That's what they're called. They're bennies. They're not New Jersey.
You know where that comes from?
Bennies? I have no idea. Is it bad?
No, it comes from when doctors used to tell people in the city they needed to go to the beach and shit. So it's called it beneficial treatment.
Oh wow!
Right. So bennies come from the like it's called beneficial treatment.
Yeah, that's cool. I had no idea about that.
Yeah, I've heard that.
Anything special about Guidos? You know about Guidos?
I don't know. I think that's an Italian thing.
Is it? No, it's not. No, Guidos is multicultural.
Puerto Rican thing. Yeah, you can be Puerto Rican. There's an overlap.
Guidos.
There's an overlap.
Yeah, it's gold chains and like Jacquard Noir, right?
Mm-hmm. Right.
You're a certified Guido.
That's a pretty good staple of fucking that trend.
Actually, it's a good fragrance too. It's a shame it's a little overused.
Dude, remember Jacquard Noir back in the day? That was the one.
Yeah. Never forget, bro. Never forget Jacquard Noir.
I always remember my mother, like somebody gave me like a fucking perfume once when I was in like 7th grade, and I like wore too much of it to school.
That's funny.
Oh yeah.
Is that what you call it in England? Perfume?
Or fragrance, or is that what I called it? I don't even know.
Cologne, man. You know, eau de toilette. Toilet. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. The ode to the toilet.
Yeah, man.
No doubt.
Sounds like you got a little person there.
Oh yeah, that's funny. You can hear. Yeah.
Yeah, that's a good little person.
You know it, brother.
No, I don't.
Oh, yes. It's so funny. Dude, I mean, you know what, man?
No, any little persons, you know, if they weren't cool, you'd be like, get the fuck out.
Right, if they weren't cool, they wouldn't be hanging out.
No.
But no, fucking dude, you should actually come up sometime.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Yeah, that'd be cool, man.
Oh, fucking right.
How far? What are you like? Couple hours, or am I into 4 hour
like
bullshit? I'm
like
into
8.
6. What the fuck? How you
Yeah,
8 hour
man,
wait?
I know,
Get
I know,
the
I
fuck.
know.
No. What are you talking about?
Oh man, I'm in the sticks. You got to come up. It's great.
That was the most Jersey I've ever sounded. What are you talking about? That was the
We
most Jersey I've
talking
ever
about fucking
naturally came out of me.
driving.
I
I ain't driving 8 hours. Oh my
I
god.
can't I
Oh
can't
my
fucking
god,
believe this guy.
Sharon.
How you fuck you what are you fucking Canada over here? You New
Shannon,
Brunswick?
I'm not driving 8 hours. I'm not driving 8 hours. Oh, it's so funny. I remember growing up, my buddy fucking. I guess he had an aunt or something,
Damn,
and he
would
just.
you buy me a plane ticket or some shit? That's crazy. 8 hours.
I know,
Damn,
I know,
what the fuck?
I know.
What could
It's a little
happen in
wild.
8 hours? It's
You
like,
gotta
well, I
stay.
could drive to Ohio in that fucking time. Come on.
Yeah, I know, but there ain't shit in Ohio.
Could I?
Fucking,
Wait, maybe. Yeah, I've been in
fucking.
Columbus, Ohio by then, I think.
Well, dude, I'll tell you, we'll have to fucking talk about it because you should come. But yeah, it would be fucking sweet. Actually, I should fucking set it up so you come up, hang out for a week, and then we do a show like the weekend of. Some shit like that, man.
That's not the year I can sink my teeth into. All right.
Yeah, man. Actually, check it. There's some kind of fucking festival with like a $750 prize, and like my
I
friend
feel
tagged me
like
in it. Like I should fucking go.
I would have
Which
to be
I'm.
like chugging energy drinks to keep up with the amount of product you're going through, probably. You know what I mean? And so if I drive 8 hours up, you know what I mean? You can be like, hey, man, try this. And I'll be like, all right, I'm just going to take a
Yeah.
nap now. You cool with that? All
Nah,
right.
dude, you
See
come
you
up,
tomorrow.
man. Dude, you should come up, man. I'll tell you what, bro. Honestly,
Yeah.
dude, if you came up, you could probably fucking. I don't know if. I mean, dude, there's like
You want me to
work
pick
up.
up Lonnie out on the way?
Well,
So
no,
you
but I'm
want?
saying like there's work up here even too. Like if you wanted to work,
Oh, yeah.
you know what I mean? Like fucking, like there's like I mean, there's just work. Like I got a couple
Wow.
projects going on too. Like fucking, I want to.
So cryptic and mysterious. I love it, man. What
Well,
have you been
yeah.
doing?
Well, no,
Yeah.
no, no. It's
Yeah.
all like it's all above board shit. It's just fucking,
Yeah.
it's just work shit. But it's like make a couple bucks, fucking.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like
Oh,
it
it's
work.
not like cutting sheet metal with a hydraulic press or something like that. I'll be okay with it. Yeah, sure. I
Well,
I
yeah,
don't
no,
want
no,
to like nothing that's gonna make me lose body parts.
no, nothing. Totally safe. Totally
Sweet,
safe.
we're there.
Yeah, no, I'll be doing the dangerous shit. But the fucking but yeah,
We
it's
cut
just
timber or something.
no, well maybe.
All right.
It
Okay.
depends. It's
Okay.
all
Okay.
kinds of
All right. I
shit.
like the mystery. I don't know. I'll stop guessing now. All
Yeah,
right.
yeah. And then fucking yeah, dude, I want to
I'll
actually
remote view this shit.
there's like
Mm.
two little projects I'm working on.
All right.
But yeah, it'd be cool.
Good, man. Yeah, it'd be nice to like have some time to like sesh. You know what I mean? With some tunage or
Yeah,
whatever.
no,
But
I
you know
mean
what?
even
Oh,
like
let me tell you
like
this. What I'm gonna do. I'll do this for you. I'll get my horn repaired before I come up because you're gonna be
yeah.
mocking the shit out of me if I'm like, hey man, I just got a problem with my GT over here. It's no
I
problem.
know,
I'll
dude,
just
I
feel it.
know
We
it.
don't need G. What do we need G for, man? We don't need. Let's use other notes.
Yeah. Yeah, you'd be out near with rubber bands and shit, dude. Yeah, we can't do
Oh, I
that, man.
probably will anyway.
Yeah, I
That should
know.
be my saxophone name. Call me Rubber Bands. Nah.
No, that'd be dope if you come up, brother.
Yeah. Yeah,
You
that would
know.
be cool. I should bring my fucking I mean I never get to really play around with my loop pedal and shit. And I
Yeah,
could bring
man.
some so I got pedals. I got pedals and microphones and Scottish accents to bring along.
Yeah,
Did
man.
you hear that girl on here the other night from Scotland? She was mad Scottish.
Yeah, she
But like
sounded cute.
but like in a good way. Yeah.
She sounded cute, man. I was like, damn, sounded cute.
I was thinking if you heard her, you'd have been like, damn, she sounds cute. That's what I thought
That's what
immediately.
I thought.
Yeah. I have
Oh
an
yeah.
impression about how you hear voices. And I was like,
Yeah, yeah. She was
like,
cute,
I'm
man.
like, I don't think she's cute because I'm not here for that type of shit. But Issa, now he might think she was sounding cute. No, I'm just
Yeah.
joking.
Oh
But
yeah.
that's
No, man,
cool.
I love
It's always nice to hear different voices from different places and shit. You know.
well, it's cool again, it's like to hear fucking intelligent people. Like, you know what I mean? Like I'm like like you're like somebody that's I don't know, chicks are awesome. Whatever. But like flatters chicks are
Like we say
pretty cool,
intelligent
man.
pretty plainly, for it to be such an important word if we value intelligence, but we're like, it's intelligent, but then like it's intelligent, you know what I mean? Or they're all over that. They're going all around that shit. It's crazy. They're
Yeah,
like
no, she was talking
pink
about
puff and
going
macaroni.
fucking. I was like, what's wild to me? England, the latitude of England. The latitude of England is like 54, man. That's like Canada country, bro.
They got like moral liberal latitudes. Yeah.
Yeah, they got like. Well, I mean, like they got that.
It's a
colder,
wide country. I got you.
No, not too wide, but fucking definitely. Well, yeah, I guess. Well, whatever. Like tall, but like fucking because it's that them high, like Scotland's up there, man. Like it's fucking like it's like Canada country.
Yeah,
Sort of
yeah. It's
kind of like
probably equal. I was gonna bring it up, but I'm gonna bring up like when I lived in Canada every time. That one time I lived in Canada for a while, but that was Prince Edward Island. I think it's right around there because like the types of weather she was talking about sounded like that, and also like that she was talking about like you get like all four seasons one day, and I was like when I was in Amsterdam, that's how it was one day. It was like in May, and it was like snow in the morning, and then it like rained, and then it was fucking blisteringly hot, and then it was like I don't know, man. It's like there's 3 different weather fronts I think converge on this bitch, and they do some crazy shit. Yeah, it's a little bit like the Great Lake effect, and our whatever fucking bullshit climate we have. Yeah, you're 8 hours away. Where the what? How are you not in Canada? That's crazy thought.
Yeah, man.
I could get across the border in 8 hours now. No, it's not really. It's really 12 hours, but whatever.
Yeah, yeah. But yeah, yeah. It's just how long it takes to get here. If you're the crow flies, a little bit easier. But what was I going to say?
I'll scoop up Jeremy on the way.
Oh, that'd be cool.
Like, I don't know about you driving, Snacks.
Yeah,
I don't know about you driving either, buddy.
You guys be arguing by the time we get up here.
That's funny. Yeah, man. It'd be cool to play just like do a duo thing.
Yeah, you know what I mean. Like fucking like I got a fucking one drummer up here, but I rarely.
I have a cajon and very little skill at it. What do you think about that?
A cajon.
Yeah,
I don't even know.
You could probably use that shit too. I don't know. It's a box. If it, little, it's got a little snare and kind of almost a bass drum sound. It'd be nice.
I think I know what you're talking about. Like the wooden boxes.
Yeah, it's just like hand percussion. It's
yeah. Those are good.
It's kind of gay. It's a little bit gay. I'll be honest with you. But I don't know. It's like it's got style. People appreciate it. I think. Like that's weird.
Yeah, that's what's up. I tell you, it's better than not having any.
I already have I'm already the Odysee with the saxophone, so I might as well have the cajon too. I just figured, and I don't know. It's like, but I find it, man. I was thinking about music today. I tell you, I think about music every day. But
well, yeah, you know what? The loop pedal would fucking do well with that. Put a mic and a loop pedal and just loop your beats, man. That would be what's up, and then just fucking solo on top of it.
Yeah, why didn't I think of that?
You know, like I play my guitar for my drum whenever I try to get like a little bit of a fucking. And but I only ever hit. But I only ever hit the 2 and the 4. I don't ever or the 1 2 or the 1 2 3 4. Yeah. I never. I only have,
on the yeah, I get you. Yeah, you played
one tone.
You don't need it that much.
Well, there's only one tone.
Wow.
You know what I mean? If you had the one tone, like on that thing, you could like get a percussive vibe going and then fucking loop it, man. That would be fucking sweet. Actually, I didn't sweat.
Yeah, right.
That's fucking sweet.
And even though it's not like, I don't like the pitch of the bass part of the drum, but really I could just downshift it on the pedal, for just a bass drum, and then the snare actually sounds kind of cool. It's a little almost like it's almost like a marching snare in a way, which I kind of like that big snare sound sometimes.
I'd have to hear it. That's cool.
It's got like because it's got a big volume, but it's like a weird sort of snare. The fucking I don't know what the fuck you call the mechanism, bro, but whatever fucking snare drum is it's like some cables and some jangly shit. I don't know, right? But I like it's got like kind of like a piccolo kind of snare pop kind of thing. Anyway, yeah, try that. That's cool. And I got like a wah pedal and some distortion. We definitely need that, right? I don't know. Maybe. Oh, you know what I should bring some shitty keyboards too. That would totally sound some like reggae sound system, just bullshit kind of idea. I don't know. Like just toy.
Well, I got the keyboard and the fucking guitar.
Oh, you have like an action keyboard. You bring the Rogue?
Yeah. And then
That'd be
but
great, dude. If we had a drummer and the Rhodes, we just trio, dude. Power trio.
oh,
Fucking
dude,
great.
it's that retro, it's that same keyboard that I've always had, but it's a retro one, so
It's
it's got.
so good, bro. Don't ever
I
fucking
know, I know.
don't
That's
ever
it. Yeah,
don't
yeah.
don't ever
I gotta
whatever.
get what I want to get though is a 64 key one so I can move with it because this one's like a fucking shit brick, brick shit house, man. It's like fucking,
Uh,
it's heavy.
yeah. So, but that's why it sounds good.
Yeah,
It's
that
just
is
built
why
out of
it sounds
America
good.
because
Yeah,
it's built out of America. That's why it
oh
sounds
yeah,
good.
oh fucking right, 1970s America for sure.
Mhm.
Yeah,
My
it's fucking.
saxophone's about to be 100 years old, I think.
No way.
Yeah, man.
That's
How
silvered
about
one.
that? Isn't that cool? I got
That's
I got two of these about same age.
oh, that's awesome.
I
Oh
had
shit.
twins. No, I bought a second copy because I was like, you could easily fuck one of these up, and it's like if I'm serious at all about gigging, it's like I should have two of these, you know, right?
Right.
Because they take forever to fuck, like, because you can't get good work done like on it at the drop of it. I can't anyway. I don't have like some fucking Batman saxophone repair person to help my shit out, you know. It's like I gotta wait on the list. It'll wait for the good ones. It would be nice to get. Ah, man, jeez. Now it's just like spending hundreds of dollars just for tuning it up. It's so crazy, man. Getting an action tune and stuff. 'Cause there's guys that are really specialists at that shit up in the city, like their music schools and whatever, and like Soho. You know, they get all the music school students, all the jazz students. You know, whoever does those horns, the shit. Anyway, what time? When type of time frame you talking about?
I don't even know, man. Like September even.
Yeah. All right. Cool. I got that's sort of a busy
You
schedule.
know, I got a little time to schedule, and then
I'm here all the time. I got a busy schedule, man. I don't know if I. Oh, hey, what's up, man? Hey, how you doing?
yeah, that would be cool. My dog flipping
All
out.
right.
Oh,
All
I'll
right.
be back.
Dog wants to talk. All right. Who's
My
the
dog,
dog?
yeah,
Okay. I like
he wants to go outside.
I guess Issa lives dogs. Ooh. All right. Larry's installing a cesium clock to the motherboard of the HP cesium clock machine. Um, it's pretty clear. Yep. You want to go righty tighty? Yep, that's right. Yep. Righty tighty. Just kind of do them evenly. It's good, Larry. That's cool. Just freeze frame. I lost your feed. All right, now you're back. Yeah, there you go. Yeah, screw that shit, Larry. Fucking screw that bitch. Yeah. So use two hands. That's good. Three hands. All right, what the fuck is that? Right, looking good, Larry. You got an AGP slot. You got a little ASRock. You got a little NVMe. Yep. Okay. Maxed out on the rim? Not yet. Nope. No? Yeah, you got an empty slot there. What's your graphics card now? Sure. What's your graphics card? No? Too much. What is the feed, man? Narrating motherboards. My favorite. There we go. Phantom Gaming ASRock Radeon 7900 XT RX. Yeah, dog. Sure. XT 7900. That sounds like a pretty decent card. I'm gonna go with 12 RAMs. You know, it's probably got 12 RAMs in it. AMD RX 7900 XT. What a gigabyte. Fuck off. What? Oh, 20 gigabyte, bro? That ain't, I'm not reading that right. Need that. The fuck company with it. 20 gigabyte. Wow. Dang. Is that like new or some shit? Plunge. I must know more about this graphics card. Hmm. Hmm. Is this supposed to be competitive with a 4080 RTX?
I, I think it's about that, yeah. It's in between the 4070 Ti and the 4080. But I don't really care about ray tracing.
Oh, it doesn't have ray tracing?
Well, it does it, but I don't care about it, so I didn't get a ray tracing card.
You
But
don't really need it for games, you know. What they got?
Oh my
Is that
goodness.
use the Vulkan shit?
This thing's thick.
I'm not looking at it right now. Okay, so this is like off the Navi 31 GPU series. For those who are paying attention, let me see this thickness, Larry, with your incredible mic noise, which I love. Oh, all right. You just sound like you're talking in spideries, dude. That's not good. Yeah. It's like if you were a giant arachnid, you'd be talking to me like this right now, and I don't appreciate it. I don't appreciate it a damn bit, Larry. To be honest with you. Stop using your mandibles to speak and use your human voice box. Thank you. All good. All good in the hood. That's not that big of a card, right? Like, no, it is actually. No. It's just chunky. Nice little open case there. Nice, nice build. Yeah, that's good. That's nice. We got. That's not a Noctua fan. What are you doing? You don't have a Noctua fan? Or is it? No, that might be. Although I've heard the Gentle Typhoon is very good as well. Yeah. Yeah, I think your mic's better now. You definitely sounded like a giant spider talking to me. I don't appreciate it. Get your yeah. So that's pretty cool. Like, what kind of fans you got in there? Are they just like kind of ones came with it, or?
Yeah, it came with a case. It's Montech.
Looks a little like a Noctua fan, which I'm a fan of Noctua fans. Well, how could you not be?
I would be. Get out of here.
And what do you got? Like a you're like a Ryzen or something? What kind of pro stand?
7600X. Ryzen 5 7600X.
I have no idea how fast that is. How many cores is it?
I believe it's a 6-core.
6-core.
Yep.
Nice. Yeah, these GPUs, man, they add so much. Like, they're so dynamically more than what the processor's even trying to handle anymore. You know what I mean? Incredible.
Let's see what's going here.
Oh man, you got
There's
like,
another one.
what? Another what?
Another graphics card. This is what's going in the old computer.
Oh, I'm like frozen or something. Hold on. It's weird. I'm not getting your signal. Wow. So yeah, 20 gigabyte graphics card, bro. How do you feel about that?
Yeah. Going pretty good.
Yeah.
So there's the other graphics card that's going in the old one.
I honestly like you're just a spinning wheel of blue for me.
Oh, okay.
I don't know.
Yeah, you can't see the other one.
Yeah. I'll rejoin the stream. Okay. Sweet. Now I can see your camera again, I think.
All right, there's the other graphics card that's going in the old computer.
950. Nice.
6950 XT.
That's like
Last generation.
how many gigabytes is that? Oh, you're putting that in another slot?
No, that's going in a other computer.
Oh, okay, gotcha.
That's
Thanks.
going in the old computer, the one that's like 5 years old.
Damn with your 16s. Wow. Man. I almost want to pick up a couple more of these Vega Frontiers. You know,
Vega Frontiers. Is that like
it's
really
like
old
not
card?
well, it kind of is. Yeah, it's like I guess in the 3060. It's like a 3060 something like that. But
3060. That's not too old.
it's like kind of competitive with it. Yeah, like for cryptos, it was anyway. Crypto solves. I got to figure that's a pretty good test of the calculation power. But it's just for like running on Mac, you know. So it's not ideal. But I didn't want to pay for like the brandy new shit. And it was like during the graphics card crunch. It's like you think about how much the crypto market just made, like the graphics card market, so much fucking money. It's crazy. right?
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. For sure.
You guys sold their dicks off like for like 2 years almost, just selling their dicks. Oh, they still are. You know what I mean? But
Yeah.
now everybody's got enough recycled stuff because they're like, oh yeah, and then now it's like it's uh, man, like, yeah. Anyway, but just running. I'm running off of like a Mac. I'm basically trying to do like a extremely poor man's Mac, poor man's Mac situation. But it's basically like the last computer that you can customize in any way. You know,
Customize.
like
So it's not customizable, is that what you're saying?
well, like the other ones, you got to like buy like some kind of crazy bullshit like screw setup. You know what I mean? And take them apart with some kind of like spatula. You know what I mean? It's like cell phone repair, and then you're trying to like replace parts or something to upgrade. And there's only like a limited amount of things you can do. You know, it's not like you can with the Mac Pro 5, 5, 1 or 6 or 7, no 5, the 5, 1. It's just like fucking from 2012. That's the only bitch of it. No, it's from 2010. That's how old this fucking bitch is. It's still probably pretty awesome actually. Because if you think about it, like the architectures of these, it's still like a server grade thing from like basically. I think they probably are licensing the design from like some kind of HP server, and then they just branded it under Apple. So they're like, it's a dual core, it's basically 12 core, 24 thread, which is good for the computer work part of it. And then yeah, I got the Vega Frontier 16, but it has ray tracing, and I have a pair of these. Like I have two copies of this computer set up, the graphics card in the tower, just for like some video editing or something. I don't even know what the fuck I bought. Jeez, I do. I'm just procrastinating the fuck out of it, actually.
Yeah, you can pretty much
Noah's Ark of
play
bullshit.
with.
What's that?
You can pretty much play with just about any processor within like the last 10 years. You just gotta upgrade your video card.
Yeah, sure.
And the 3060 will do you just fine. You just have to turn down some graphics if you don't get the.
Yeah, I
I
mean,
think they make a 12 gig version?
I can do nearly like, I don't know, what does it take like 10 seconds for like a Blender scene to render, something like that. It's like real fast, and it makes a lot of noise. So I'm not happy. But I kind of want to get the liquid cool version, but then also I don't. But I don't know. Probably those parts will be real cheap to pick up, and I can just build like an ecosystem of these things. Just have like, I don't know why. I should probably just buy like the new M series. You know what I mean? Rock around with that. That's what most people would do, I guess. But it just like, it insults me to pay like $3,000 for like something that I don't know. I can't really upgrade, or can't fix. Can't, but like, yeah. But yeah, basically I can use all the modern OS and all that stuff. So that's pretty good.
Gotta figure out how to put that fan on that cooler right there. I don't see any screw holes. So there's nowhere to put it on. Is it magnetic?
Yeah, I'm not a Mac user necessarily by choice, but I think it's the best system to build off of for like video editing and shit.
Because
it's already got lots of the codecs like are better for Apple. So I think it'll process better. And then these cards, even though they're not like the snappiest cards ever, the Frontier's like it uses like double float point. So to me, maybe that's like it's gonna chew out more quality, like I guess like diffusion effects and like some different types of rendering. I think I mean I like compare video game like frame, like I'm not gonna go bother playing video games with it. So
I see.
you know, you're gonna be on some Red Dead Redemption 2 or something, which I don't blame you. Don't blame you.
Yeah, absolutely.
These games are looking so fucking beautiful these days. It's crazy, you know.
It's ridiculous. How amazing they look.
Yeah, like so what? Like I don't play video games at all, but I do like to keep up with video game culture, you know, because I don't feel like a fucking square, or I want to feel like I don't square. I don't know, whatever. Aren't they geeks? I don't know. I guess geeks that's a pejorative now that I might have identified myself with, or I might be a geek. I'm not really sure, Larry. I'm not sure if I should identify as one either. That might be bad. I don't know. Whatever the case is, these games are amazing, and they're like movies almost. You know, they're like movie quality. They're not like no PlayStation 2, Tomb Raider, Lara Croft is the fucking center of attention here. You know, that's some new shit now. I mean, shit. Like that Xbox, I think just the first Xbox was like way ahead of where like the computers like processors and that shit were. And it had like all the custom chipsets and stuff. Basically had like the GPU in it.
I don't know. I've always kind of felt like PC Master Race because my son has like a PlayStation 5, but towards the end of its life, it's going to be laggy because I remember playing Elder Scrolls Skyrim on the PlayStation 3, and it's like the further I got in the game, it's like this is unplayable, and that's when I built my first PC because I was like, I have to play this game. I am a Nordic Viking. I am going to play this game, and I'm going to set these people free because they're the emperor has to go down.
Basically, we're chosen to do that. It's like it's hero journey. I mean, you got to do what you got to do. Elder Scrolls.
Yeah, had to be done. Yeah, so I built my first PC because of Elder Scrolls.
I built my first PC because I was too cheap to buy one, but also I wanted a dual processor board as well. I'm a sucker for dual processors. I don't know why. It's almost like out of style now. Like they almost like don't make dual processor shit. Isn't that crazy?
Yeah, I think that's what my first computer that I bought from Dell was, dual core or dual processor. And now over there, my old computer is a Ryzen 7 2700X. So that one has 8. What is this one?
Yeah. So I got the 3,1 Mac too. That it's also like I just got an 8-core. So I got a couple of those workstations, and but the 5,1s are really the shit to go after. If you see a 5,1 because they've got like a RAID slot on it, and the lanes are all better. They're balanced better. Like you know, your X16s and those slots, like they did it right on the 5.1. And all those other ones are like fucking. They came out like at like 15 grand, 30 grand. You know what I mean for a Mac workstation. That's not that much more powerful than what the top end of this thing can be. It's like, yeah, no contest. This is definitely the way I want to go. You know, you want to get mad at your computer and throw it out the window, and then be like, it's okay. It really didn't cost that much money. I'll just replace it. I need to do that. It might be time for that. You never know. Never know.
I'm not too sure about this. I've always, well, not always, but ever since I started building my PCs, I had liquid coolers. This is my first time to use an air cooler. So
Really?
I'm struggling. Yeah.
Huh.
I don't know how to do this.
I've never hooked up a liquid cooler. Way too pussy for that. I would like to get liquid cooling on it. I have a HP Z820 server. That's the goddamn beast I have. That is the beastiest of anything I own. And I haven't even like really installed Windows on it. But I keep I don't know. You ever heard of going away, Larry, and then not being able to participate in the conversation here? Just ever heard of that? That was a good one. Nice one, Larry. So I'll just talk to myself about computers now. Well, I'm sure the audience would like to hear me continually talking about computers. Of course. Oh, Larry returns. Larry, you're back.
Yep.
Back in the void.
I'm gonna figure this out without watching.
Separated us from speech. Yeah, Larry, I got this crazy HP server. I want to fucking tune that up. But it has an exhaust system on this bitch, like that is like too much. You know what I mean? It's loud. It's loud, Larry. And I mean too much. Like yeah. It's gotta be liquid cooled. So I gotta do that. You know? It's really badass though. This thing can take like 512 gigs of RAM, you know?
512 gigs? I don't know about that.
Yeah, it's a fucking beast, and it like it can do I think I can do 16 core 32 thread on it. 16 cores. Need that. Everybody needs that. And you can, so with this, I think with this system you can set up something like called, you ever heard of Proxmox? Well, it's got a fun name, so you know it must be cool. And what it does is it allows you to like separate out cores and specific things, so you can like have separate instances of things running at the same time concurrently, and you can assign RAM to them. Basically, build your own computers out of your virtual computer shit. And so that's really neat because you can make other shit actually like you can just sort of be, you can set up little servers if you wanted to inside of it. Yeah, you can set up like
No, see what you're saying.
hook up like a little video server, but I can go to the whole house or whatever, you know, just like serve out streams or whatever. That's kind of cool. I can watch Ernest Goes to Camp whenever I want to, right? I'm gonna bust
You know what
out
I mean,
like
Brian?
dub some VHS shit down. Yeah, just pornos though, just VHS pornos, because I mean, digital is bullshit. You know what I mean? You need warble, you know, errors, weird jump cuts. This is what's important. Tracking, fuck. You know, it's like, oh, you can tell it's a copy. Yeah. Just kidding around here. Anyway, yeah. It's just I just think it's nice to be able to have your own like video server. I don't know. It's like it's my fantasy. And not watch them. I'll just like have them all stacked and just be ready to watch, you know. You know. Like Cherry 2000, you know. Like we don't talk about Cherry 2000 very much, you know.
I don't even know what it is.
It's a great movie with Melanie Griffith as an android in the future, and I think like we're close to actually achieving Cherry 2000. So that was 2000. It's only taken us another 25 years, but you know we're nearly at it. I think in a couple of years we'll be at Cherry 2000 level, and you know it's great. Yeah, she's like a robot, but also like a Mel Gibson type. You know, like whatever. You know, Thunderdome type. You know, fucked up world, like the world's all fucked up now, kind of movie. It's in the 80s. You know what I'm saying? A post-apocalyptic android hero as young Melanie Griffith. Yeah, reprogrammed android, probable sex doll, let's say, but turned action hero. You haven't seen shit film till you've seen that, and so I need this on my server. You know what I mean? Just like to have, watch, at whim, and yeah, and that's what you can do with like something like Proxmox. But you can also make you can make your own Minecraft server on there and run that like for your kiddles or whatever. You could you know do many things. I think you could probably like work something out where you just use like a laptop as like a way to get into the, like just you plug in or whatever, just Wi-Fi into the thing, and it would just like kind of appear on your screen. You basically be offloading all the processes to the virtual computer. I don't know. A lot of fun shit I'll probably not do. Yep. But it's cool. Of course, I could just sell them off. That might be a good thing to do too. I don't know. But I
That
don't know.
looks like that won't work.
I don't know why I'm talking about this shit, Larry.
No, it's all good, bro. What's that? I like computers. I just don't know a lot about the server and the technical stuff and the workload part.
Yeah, I'd like to talk gaming, but it would only be, I don't play game. I don't play any new games or anything. I haven't played really like heavily video games since PlayStation 2. And I was just like Grand Theft Auto Vice City the fuck out. And I was like, okay, I'm good on video games now. I don't know. Vice City. I'll play fighting games though. Like if somebody's got some Street Fighter 2 or some Tekken, I'm there, But I'm not good with shooting games, I don't think. I never really like the analog stick. Like I think I'm just such a D-pad like head, you know what I mean? I can't handle it. Analog sticks. Whatever.
What the fuck?
I think my controller preference probably is like the Nintendo 8-bit D-pad with two buttons on it. I think that's what, like, I like that form factor for some reason.
I try to use controllers. I just stuff with controllers. Oh, is that what's
What do you
Is that
just
how
use
it
your
works?
mouse? Did you figure something out there?
Yeah, I think I'm getting closer.
Mm-hmm. Just gotta make sure to tie a little dental floss to the fan. And just let that shit run. A lot of fun.
And these graphics cards come with Starfield, which is a Bethesda game. So it's kind of coming full circle.
I didn't really understand what you said there.
Oh,
but hey, Larry, did you ask me the name? Oh, motherfucker!
What? What happened? Why can't there just be screw holes like normal computer cards? So these clips. Maybe I do need zip ties or something. No, it can't be that hard. It's not rocket science. What? That looks like that. It's moving. Nope. Lost just one.
I found right enough power.
Posture.
Yeah, you got drawings, technical diagrams.
Yeah, this is the part I'm trying to figure out.
Mm-hmm. You got your heat pipe. And the wire on the double collar to slip locking mechanism. Yeah.
What about missing?
Adapter plate. Is it supposed to? It's supposed to fit right there.
Yeah, it's a clip-on.
Okay.
But
So what are you missing?
I don't know. Maybe it's backwards. Oops, something on. This.
Okay.
I like solving puzzles, but this is getting
So
frustrating. Maybe
a flat
maybe I
spring
should
or
watch a
something?
video.
Some
It's like
kind
this
of
little spring
right.
device.
Yeah, that's gonna like probably like lever down onto some shit.
Right.
Yeah.
But when I put it in here,
All I can see is the picture.
Oh,
I don't know. I don't know if your video is just coming through bad or my phone's not wanting to do anything.
okay. All right, I'm going to figure
Your
this out.
blue wheel.
Hey, you're awake. Sleep good?
Larry, you asked me for somebody's name if I remembered it.
Oh, yeah.
I responded to you, but like I was sure as fuck I was not going to get that. So weird.
Helena. What was her name?
I don't know. Oh no, I mean I think I sent you her YouTube channel name.
Oh, okay.
Is that what you were asking?
Yeah, I was gonna show my wife. She did like a
You
acoustic
talking about the
cover of.
astrology? Are you talking about the astrology girl?
I don't remember all that. I just remember that
Oh,
she
you're
did an
talking
acoustic
about
cover.
are you talking about the one from Australia?
Yeah, Helena something.
Oh, okay, Helena Phoenix. Wow, how did I know that too? What the fuck?
How did I not remember Phoenix?
I don't know.
Terrible, man.
Yeah, she was. Yeah, she got a little something at towards the end. I'm not really sure what happened with her at all. Everything was like pretty cool with her until one day she was a little bit not. So oh, I thought you were talking about somebody else, but I can't remember who that is. I thought you were talking. I remembered the wrong person for you. No problems.
Okay, I'm about to watch a video because.
Cool. Ditch me for a video. It's fine, man.
Well, I ain't even. Gonna...
It's like that lever spring's got to go through some like little place to clip in, and then so right. Unless you're missing a part or something.
Hyper 212 Halo.
Right there. Well, good luck.
I'm not leaving. Hyper 212. Okay, here we go. Oh, it came with the fan already installed. Happy shit.
What?
His came with the fan pre-installed.
I didn't understand that.
Flips are super. These got flips. Black edition. Oh, okay.
Yeah. Did you figure it out?
Think I mean,
Yeah. The malleable logarithmic casing has got to go over the. This goes around the morsel vein and then to the prefamulated amulet.
attach this here like it seems like it should fit. And the clips are going wrong way. Okay, what am I missing?
You'll need one of the phalangosoidal Allen hex keys. Just pull them out of your tool pack.
It's like my family. Guess we tried looking at the box.
You're trying to align the phase detractors?
Yeah.
Tricky.
I could have used some zip ties, but I'm going to try it one last time.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, just like sense. Okay, that's.
Did you effectively eliminate the side fumbling, or do you need
I'll show you
hydrocopter
what I got
primary?
going.
Go on.
Oh, you said your camera didn't work, or my camera
Send
didn't
your
work
camera
or
to work.
something. All right, that's what the picture looks like. I don't know if you can see that. That's what I got.
Halo.
Yeah, it's like a shitty cooler. This was going to be upgraded later, but to get it up and running, this is what I bought for it. $40. So this is what I got going on. That looks like that.
Has it got spinner rims?
They spin it. So here, what is it supposed to attach to? Man, I'm about to totally go get some zip ties. Because it doesn't even fit. No, there's nothing in there for it to grab onto.
There's semi-bolide slots.
Let's see what coffee. I think I did real low. Low. Flush, hit, clip, and clip. Wow, that took me longer than anything else so far. Okay. It took me like 20 minutes.
Oh, it's party time now. Land of a Thousand Dances, Larry. How are we doing?
Oh, things looking good. Let's start connecting the cables. What's that? Now it's time for the power supply. Another product plug, Corsair RM75. 750E, sorry. like that box, Morty? You like that box? Cindy? Cindy?
Oh shit. Jesse tried to say Planicity. That shit is not a word. Mm-hmm.
Oh,
Planitude.
with the
It's
lane
planicity, bro.
aerospace.
It's the planitudinal phase conjugation of the. Maybe he was turbo encabulating. I know I was turbo encabulating like a month. Yeah. Also, Larry, I want to talk to you about the wonderful powers of red light and what it can do for you and how it can win you friends.
All
I
right.
just want to speak it. Go ahead.
Of course, red light, what? Green light?
Red light therapy.
Yeah,
Mm-hmm.
you too.
Yeah. I'm glad we had this talk. A very special episode of Earth Awakenings.
Let's see. Red light there. Which way is this gonna click?
I mean, you're into earthing,
Yep.
intermittent fasting, possibly. I don't know. You're into keto.
Sometimes.
Like
Sometimes.
you could very well be deep in this red light bullshit that I'll be talking. And just letting you know. Okay. How's your computer doing?
Yeah, the red light. Tell me about the red light therapy.
Oh, I'll tell you all about it if you'd like.
Yeah.
It works. Yeah. This one, it's a 4-frequency spread, which I think is especially good, and it uses the 620, the 670, the 760, and the 830 nanometer ranges, tuned in 42 beautiful blazing lights going through a acrylic hyperconvex lens, which penetrates your epidermis with much force and high degrees of energy density, luminal density. It blasts the shit out of you with red lights, and it's I think it's the most powerful thing that's available in the market, and so it's pretty cool. Most of the stuff that you can like buy, like on Amazon or in stores and stuff, is going to be big sauce. So I don't know. Yeah, I don't know if you're ready for it. It's just this is an expensive model. That's really it. But it's like the only thing that's that's rocking it out like this.
Oh wow, I'm at 10%.
What's it, 10%?
My phone red light therapy.
So we. Are these like fresh computers, or are you just upgrading the graphics card and the water cooling?
This one, I'm taking putting it in my first build, putting the XT9 something 50, 7950 or 6950. Let me look. Yeah, 6950 XT. And the second computer build, and then yeah, now I have third.
Are you building these for resale or just for funsies?
These are personal gaming PCs.
Sweet. So you play Elder Scrolls like 2 at a time now?
Yeah.
No, you should be like in the AAA gaming stuff, right?
Oh yeah. Starfield is my next big
I
game.
gotta say, I'm really interested in like the stuff that comes out with Steam. Is really interesting to me, and I think I could probably waste a whole shitload of money playing video games there.
I have.
You know, if those guys just had like I don't know, it's just like if there's like an AI that eventually just like can just take apart other video games and just recombine them, need some kind of bullshit way the AI does it, there'd be games shitting out like left and right, but like good looking games, I think. That's what they're gonna have to do, just like, you know what I mean? Like it takes too long to make a game.
Oh yeah.
Like it's right, like the good. I don't know.
Oh wow.
It seems like the really good games take like 2 years minimum, and maybe as much as 5 years, which is crazy. Isn't that nuts? Isn't that crazy how long it takes?
Yeah, it's insane. I was waiting on Tears of the Kingdom for Zelda game, and it was just like taking forever and ever and ever for it to come out.
Does that work on PC?
No,
Okay.
I did hear that Linus Tech Tips YouTube channel was trying to mod it over, so I guess it can hypothetically. But no, it's a Nintendo Switch game.
Yeah. I like the Switch.
Yeah,
I like those controllers actually. Those are good controllers. Nintendo fucking I don't know. I guess I got Nintendo hands. Whatever. Yeah, I mean maybe people got Sega hands or Xbox hands, but these mitts are made for Nintendo controller.
I can see that. Whoops. Look, I'll shut
Yeah,
my
but
camera down.
I started playing Breath of the Wild and I was just like, wow, this is immersive as fuck. You know? I'll make some food now. What the fuck?
Yeah, Breath of the Wild is a ridiculously large game, and then Tears of the Kingdom, they've added an underworld and sky islands. So, and there's a cave system in between the underworld and the flatland. So 1, 2, 3, 4 levels of gameplay.
But it's got the whole like building power you can do.
Yep. Telekinesis, assembly, and all that stuff.
That's a whole crazy like another dimension of the game that must be freaking awesome. Like, I wonder. I guess it must look pretty flat from up in Highland game.
Yeah, the sky islands, you look down.
Flat horizon. Hyrule is so flat though. Hyrule is the flattest part of the kingdom. To be honest, we're losing people to not. Oh, what do you want? Go watch some videos. Talking Zelda now. I like classic Metroid too. I don't know, man. I'm just a big fan of the 8-bit shit for some reason. Like, I would be into like a game that looks like that, but was also really way more expansive, you know, but still looks like old Metroid. I don't know, man. Those sound effects, bro, like that's just imprinted all up in my brains, you know. I can hear it right now. Just the start screen.
What's that? The first time I saw her like take her helmet off, it's like, oh my god, it's a girl. And then like you play the game more, and like she takes off her clothes and derobes. She's wearing like a bikini.
No, and like man, yeah, that was your first trans experience, Larry. Nice to hear. I was playing as a girl the whole time. Fuck. Yeah. Just keep dropping. Gio's gonna drop it. Like fuck this. We're not having to stream. You guys can't be talking about video games like this. Enough fun. Sorry. Anybody can talk about anything. Come have something good to talk about. Oh, stop video game talking. Larry's gonna mute. Cool. I'll just be talking to myself about the old days of Zelda.
Pieces together, the most important parts.
We only had rupees back then. Yeah, it was.
We're talking about Zelda.
It's a simpler world.
What are you doing?
Why are you asking me what I'm doing?
I'm just curious.
What does it look like?
Well, it looks like you're putting together wires, but well, what do the wires go to?
You don't know.
No, because you didn't tell me.
You want me to explain it to you? I offered to teach you how to do this. You come in while I'm almost done, and you ask a question.
Are you hot mic? And maybe you are. I don't know.
Yeah, I am. I
Sorry.
said that I was. You said you were by yourself.
No, you're too polite. Thanks. Cool. I might have to hit the road anyway, Jack. So,
All right, man. Peace out. Peace out.
all right. Take care.
Sorry if I killed the live stream.
like the server live stream. It doesn't look like the live stream is deafened though, so that is not on. At least not on this end. Oh wait, Snacks. Did you want to see my coin collection?
Yeah, sure.
There's like barely anybody in here right now, so I feel like you hear my shekels? I keep them in a plastic bag. Let me see here. Let me just clean up a little bit here. I'm gonna have to hold the phone with one hand and.
What? Is it on Geo's side that the server or the community?
It's got to be on the YouTube because I just checked it's live stream is always deafened, but if you wanted to, sorry, live stream is always muted, but if you wanted to keep it from streaming to YouTube, you would deafen it.
Geo already restarted.
I'm just kind of sorting these out here real quick before I present them. Because some of these are not very rare, for sure.
Quarters? Silver quarters?
I have quite a few silver quarters.
Okay.
Some of them are going to be rarer than others, for sure. But I also have some other U.S. currency that is made out of silver. What the hell is this? Oh, Susan B. Anthony. Very good.
Silver Susan B.
Silver is silver, is the way I look at it. It's like.
Well, I mean,
some of these.
they got different values, based on the years and rarities of print for that year.
Yeah, I'm trying to lay them out so you got a good little. Because I'm just gonna turn my camera on, and then you can ask to see whatever it is you want me to hold up. Time is of the essence, though. These coins might not get put away. Not tonight, at least. Okay. And then everything else is just like. I got a couple really old nickels. They're probably not worth anything.
Is this for real? Like, I don't know, man. I'm starting to wonder if I do have a good coin. But I don't know, man. I'm a little shocked at some of the prices for what they're asking for these. I don't know. I guess I should get it graded or something.
I got this bad boy right here. I don't really know what this is.
Oh yeah, well, that's
1921 though.
It's okay, yeah, 21. She's got the Phrygian cap on. I have a couple of those.
Yeah, she does. And then I have this. Kind of hard to see. Get some better light.
I got
there
one.
It is. That's 23.
Crazy evil. Yeah, I got one of the 23s. Or this is 20. I don't know what, but yeah, I got one of those for you.
And then I have a gang of silver quarters.
Oh,
I love that sound.
I keep losing the video feeds on this for some reason. I guess I don't know if my phone's dying or what.
And then I have I don't think any of these are really that rare. They're the these guys.
Roosevelt $50.
Yeah, they're $50. I got some of the Kennedy ones.
Yeah,
as
nice.
well. I don't know if those are.
They're not that rare, but they're still kind of rare. I guess now they're more rare.
I'm trying to see what my oldest quarter is. I have a bunch of over 1960s.
Yeah.
Here's 66, 69, 67, 64, 63. But then I got 51, 50, 53, 54.
Yeah. Nice. Yeah.
Ooh, this quarter right here is actually one of my favorites. 1949, bro. Let's go.
Yeah.
Got that 49.
Yeah, it's pretty nice.
Yeah. And just that sound. So
Yeah,
good.
yeah, you definitely hear it in the silver ones. The 90, there's like there's like 100% silver and 90% silver.
Yeah, and then I know I had something else that was kind of rare. I'm trying to remember. Like, why do I have this nickel? What is special about this? Okay, this is a 1946 nickel. It's probably just actually made of nickel. I don't know. Anyways,
Yeah,
I
that's good,
remembered
man.
just saying, I was like, oh, I'm
Thanks,
going to
man.
send you pictures when I get home, and I never did that. So, my bad.
Yeah, keep an eye out. I think that the 1965 90% silver quarter is probably worth money. I don't. I'm like, I don't know what to think, man. Like, I'm gonna look for sold ones, maybe.
I
I'm just
have
on eBay, like looking.
63.
Good.
Oh, I was just saying, I have 63, 64, then 66, 67. I'm literally missing 65. That sucks.
Yeah. Yeah, it's weird.
Freaking love that sound, though.
Yeah, the silver quarters, I like the sound of this. I like to feel them too. I like to flip them.
Yeah, they don't, like, your hands don't smell like money, you know? It smells
Yeah,
different.
weird.
Dude, oh my God. I gave my buddy a fucking hot tip on
Yeah.
crypto back in February.
Uh-huh.
And it worked out perfectly, right? Like, he kind of,
Yeah.
excuse me, he kind of forgot about it and called me up today and he was like, hey, can you like help me sell this? It's like worth double now. And I was like, oh, absolutely. This dude, oh my God, bro. He had me set up a MetaMask account. You know anything? You know about crypto?
How
You
about
do, right?
what a MetaMask account?
I basically set up a wallet for him
Yeah.
and he like wrote down the fucking secret 12-letter passphrase.
Lose it?
Dude, no.
Okay.
Somehow the account that we sent his funds to was not that account. And so his money, like I tracked it down on Etherscan. It's still on the wallet. It hasn't been fucked with. Nobody was hacked. Just somehow we put it on another wallet. And so like, dude, he's just got like thousands fucking chilling. Like he's not missing it or anything, but it just sucks. Like when you like, not only did you give somebody like a good tip and they like fucking made bank, but they just can't get to it because of some ridiculous shit that's never happened to me in all of crypto. Like never, not once has that happened to me or anyone that I've ever helped like do crypto, you know? Fucking wacky. But yeah, that was part of my day dealing with that. Because I immediately like just got on with the customer service, you know, started that whole process for him. I'm just hoping it goes even higher, and like him trying to sell today, being stopped, and like then being not able to is just gonna like make him even more money. But what a fucking nightmare.
No way to do anything once that happens, huh?
Not really, dude. Like he has his bank statements and like his Coinbase account that prove that he's the one that sent that money to that wallet. But that doesn't mean shit. That just means he sent money to a fucking wallet. I don't know. It's sad. It's sad. Um, it's a lot of money.
Is it possible that it? Uh,
Dude,
I wonder.
I was there with him when he set the account up. So it was like this. He didn't have a MetaMask. He didn't even have it on his phone. He downloads the app. We create the account. The first fucking thing they do is they give you those 12 words. And then on that account, I was there. I did it. I got the money onto his MetaMask, went into Uniswap, bought whatever, imported the wallet. It was all there. It was all there on his MetaMask, and he was able to check his MetaMask for months. Okay, this happened 155 days ago, right? So I know that it should be there, and he's never set up another MetaMask account, and somehow it's not there. Like, it's just bizarre. Like, the MetaMask, he did get a new phone, but when he downloaded MetaMask and put in his 12-word passphrase, he has 0 transaction history. It's just, it makes no fucking sense. I don't know what the fuck is going on. That's why I contacted customer support. That's ridiculous. But he'll be all right. He'll be all right. If he wasn't going to be all
Ridiculous is
right,
these
I'd be fucked.
1965, 90% quarter prices. I have no idea what's going on with these.
What are they at?
Like, here's one for 300 that's sold. If that's sold, I guess it's sold. I mean, I don't know really how to verify that these things actually go through. And then there's like 3 here, like one picture, like these like the shittiest pictures. I mean, I don't know, but that one sold for $22.50. So what's the difference between something that sells for $22.50 and something that sells for $300, right?
I don't know, dude. I have a signed Pele soccer ball that I tried to sell.
Quarter, though. Yeah.
And it's got like a mounted memories fucking barcode on it with like a little whatever. And like other Pele soccer balls go for thousands of fucking dollars. My shit's been on eBay for months for like $300 and nobody's touched it. Maybe even like, I don't know, when did Pele die? Like a fucking year ago or something? I put it up as soon as he died. I know it sounds fucked up, but I'm not a soccer fan. I'm a business guy. That's how memorabilia works. I don't know, maybe nobody knows who Pele is anymore.
So then there's there's a listing for a 1965 quarter struck on 90% silver planchet with that's graded as an error, right? It's an error, and the errors for this 90%. This is selling. This guy's listed for 30 G's, right?
That's insane.
Now here's another one, and these are like real accounts and like they're coin sellers, right? This guy's got 22,000 fucking transactions, right? This quarter is mint error, same deal, just mint error. Like that's 15,000. This is trying to sell for. I mean, neither, nothing that pricey has moved, but like that's the value. Like that's these are from 2 coin guys. 68,000 transactions in this other guy for selling for 30 G's. Like what?
Yeah, I don't know, man. That's nuts. That's nutty.
I know that's like it's one of the rarest quarters for some reason. Like of any year. Like there's the fewest amount of like the errors on that. But yeah, crazy. I think I've got a couple of those, but maybe only one on a 90 planchet. The other ones are just I think regular. I don't know. Actually, I might have 2 that are on a 90%, but one of them has errors and the other one is fine. But so the one that has errors is the one I should get like certified or whatever. I mean, if I could just like list it for 30 G's, I'd be so happy. Never sell it.
Are you kidding me, dude?
Sell. Who knows?
What would you do with 30 G's right now?
Pay some bills.
Yeah. How much
Or
would you do? How much
maybe
would you
I'd go
spend
to
on
AC
bills?
and bet it all on black. Who knows? I'm a crazy dude.
Oh yeah, you're kind of actually a wild card. Like fuck it, nice.
Can you
I
imagine
like
that? Yeah.
Oh,
But can you imagine like
I've
losing all of it? Can you imagine losing like you find a quarter, you're like, oh, it's
I've
worth
placed
30
very
G's, and
large.
then like we'll bet it all, and then I just lose it all? That'd be amazing.
I've
Write a book
placed some
about that.
fucking really large bets, dude. For
I'd write a
somebody
book
that's
and be called
been,
the biggest mistake I ever made. You know what I mean? That'd be what it's called. Or if I win, it'd be like the greatest mistake I ever made. You know?
yeah, for sure. I made some good bets. I made some bad bets.
I don't know. It's just crazy. But we got like $1 billion lotteries now. You know what I mean? So what the
I played
fuck is
that
30
lottery.
G's for a quarter? You know what I'm saying? So.
Yeah.
Or like it's possible that like the crypto world goes so bazonkers in the next 6 months that like there's just too much cash flowing around. You know what I mean? They're like,
Look,
oh yeah,
I'm
maybe I'll buy the rarest quarter that exists. And I'll be there, standing there with my hand, a little quarter inside it, and like, paying me my money.
the next investment that I'm going to make is going to be livestock. These like my big goal is like get this job, and they have 10 acres on the backside that they are not using for anything, and I'm going to proposition to them like to let me raise a 10-acre swath that'll be fire prevention. So just imagine like a strip of land that kind of like forms a U around their property up to the road. And I'm just going to be like, let me just graze this. You guys get a fucking tax write off. You don't have to fucking hire anybody to like use lawnmowers or anything like that. It's going to be cycling nutrients. Meanwhile, I got fucking 20 live animals. I could even do 15, have some females in there, birth all of them, and then sell them when I'm done. Like there's so many fucking things I can do. I'm thinking about getting like 10 or 15 sheep and maybe doing a small lambing operation just so I could start my own like my own genetics pool or whatever. But yeah, livestock. Because I know people that want meat and I know people that want live animals. I'm going to do a little crypto too, but this will be my first opportunity to own livestock, so I'm really excited. Like that's something
This
I've been
is,
playing.
but here you go, man. Crypto
What's
meat,
that?
crypto meat. You know what I mean? Just like I
Well,
don't know what
dude,
it is.
you
Some
can
kind of
buy
meat. Here,
you
have
could buy
some.
livestock off me with crypto for sure. You
That'd be
know,
crazy.
fuck, dude, why not?
You could turn animals into digits. That's insane.
Yeah, I know. And
I'm
well,
with
the
it.
thing is, the animals they breed and they make more animals. You know what I'm saying? And that's a sure fucking fire thing. So
Yeah,
it's
because
like if I just
they have.
started churning out livestock and then just turning it all into crypto, and that's how I was like building my crypto wallet or my crypto assets is just by fucking breeding livestock. That'd be kind of tight. Completely untaxable, untraceable. If people are just sending, I'm like, oh, I'm sorry, I only take Ethereum. You know, fuck, that's kind of
Slick.
a good idea.
That'd be pretty slick.
Well, dude, I have a couple business ideas that I'm going to drop on these people if they hire me. If not, I'm just going to do them myself, and I've got the channels to do that.
Oh.
So there's a specific type of there are 4 specific types of trees that are very hard to get in Southern California and that are becoming increasingly popular, and they're fucking expensive as fuck, dude. A 4-year-old tree can go for like $750, and I know where to get the seeds. And so in 5 years, you know, if I plant 1,000 trees, I have almost $1 million worth of trees. And 1,000 trees, 1,000 4-foot trees, I don't even need a fucking acre for that, dude. That's easy money. That's fucking easy money. So I'm gonna do that and do the livestock thing because I want to plant these trees like on the property that I'm working at, and I want them to pay me for the fucking trees. I'm gonna be like, hey, I have a good idea. You need trees. You need more trees on your land. It's gonna make the soil better. And they're gonna be like, oh, that's a great idea, but what kind of trees and where do we get them? I'm like, oh, I'm so glad you asked. Get them from me.
Yeah, man.
The thing is, though, like anybody can do that. anybody with space to like water some plants can start growing trees. They don't need to grow them to be like 4 feet tall. They don't need to be these monsters. They can grow them to be 2 feet tall, keep them in smaller containers, and just have the connections to offload them, you know? Just have it be like a one-time thing. You're not like going to the farmer's market, dragging trees all over the place. It's just like they're sought after enough where people will come to you and pay a lot.
I gotta get the quarter graded. I can't even stop thinking about it right now.
Is there a place near you to get it graded, or do you have to
I
send
don't
it in
know. I'm
somewhere?
like
Or?
so apprehensive about sending it out in the mail.
Oh,
You
fuck
know,
that, dude. Don't send that shit out.
I don't know what kind of balls I'd need for that. Send a
What do
quarter
you,
out in the mail. Fucking expect to get it back. I don't know. Maybe.
dude? Oh man, have you heard Theo Vaughn talking about the U.S. Postal Service?
No.
Oh god, it's so funny, dude. I can't. I don't want to repeat it because it might not be appropriate for the live stream. But holy smokes, it's funny.
Yeah, I guess there's got to be somewhere I can just go and they'll. I mean, what? It's just a quarter, right? They should be able to fucking grade it there.
Yeah, I would go somewhere like real professional where there's like lots of people there. You can get second opinions in house. You can go somewhere else and get second opinions, like because yeah, I used to hawk shit.
I at least need to buy one of them fucking plastic containers for it, because I don't want to. I just have it in a bag labeled, It's a special piece of plastic to put in it.
Dude, I still want to know what happened to my Pokemon card collection.
Oh.
I left the house and they were in a shoebox, and they just disappeared. And I had some real good ones. I know that they're like my collection was worth a ton. Is worth a ton wherever it is. I actually, oh man, yeah, I mean, some ancient
Everything happens for a
and
reason.
dude, like my from generations passed on. There's going to be some like residual genetic anxiety about the Pokemon cards. Where did great grandpa Platypus's Pokemon cards go?
Generational
Where did
wealth.
they go? Oh yeah, for sure, dude. The way I spend money, multi generations, dude, for sure.
It was a crazy collection.
Dude, I'm pretty sure if I won the lottery, like the biggest news story, it would be like man wins $1 billion jackpot, takes lump sum, has spent $37 in 2 months. That's how that would go. I would definitely not be spending it right away. I'd probably buy a fucking bus ticket. Just take a real long ride, look out the window and think.
I think all the people from California winning all the lotteries out here. I don't understand.
There are a lot of us.
You should just buy lottery tickets in California. I don't know. Just
Are,
buy New
are
Jersey
you in
lottery tickets. It'll fucking
Are
crush
you
it.
in Arizona?
I'm in
Okay.
New Jersey.
Oh, you're in Jersey. Oh, that's right. I just found out that New Jersey was 8. Cool though. I don't like months. I don't like the states. Like I don't know the little trick to remember how many days are in each month. I think all that's totally whack and pointless. I don't even believe it's 2023. No way.
Well, as long as you put it on paper, nobody's gonna ask any questions. Yeah, like when you sign things or whatever, you put the date on it. But
Oh yeah, for sure. No, I signed some stuff the other
or you,
day.
you go to your bank and try to deposit stuff from like 2020, whatever you think it might be. Like I don't know. That's what I think it is. You a historian, Jack? Yeah. You're like, sir.
Oh, nice.
Yeah, 6,000, whatever. You're 25, 25. I don't know. Good ass
I'm
song.
feeling some very like medicinal properties right now. Feeling lots of like healing all of a sudden.
Okay.
We got fireworks going off on the skyline right now.
Oh wow, nice.
Yeah, we're almost in August and they still have fireworks left over. Why? Neighborhood's just letting them rip. There they go. Man, I haven't watched the news in so long. So nice. I don't even know what the fear flavor is. I remember everybody was worked up about the submarine, and then there was a Russian coup, and then
What I think is like we totally missed the boat on this submarine thing, you know, and that's because like right
no pun
away I knew
intended.
that this shit was going to be in the news cycle for a while, you know,
Yeah.
and like there was a piece of the action I didn't capitalize on. Missed the boat.
All right.
Saying like all these articles just keep recycling the same news. Nothing new was happening, you know. It was for a while. Anyway.
Well, whatever the news has got cooking up, I'm sure it'll be interesting. I'm sure the normies are going to love it. I'm sure they're going to believe it 100%. Feel very, very strongly about it one way or the other. There'll be a lot of opportunity for comedy because these people are so grossly incompetent when it comes to distorting reality, just downright fabricating it, that there's always some good fun to poke. But at the end of the day, it's none of it really matters. It's all a bunch of bullshit. Like until there's bombs dropping on me, really doesn't matter.
It's a shipwreck on top of a shipwreck. I mean, the irony is Titanic in scale. Is that like a
Yeah.
type of joke a comedian might say? Like, "Oh, is it too soon?" I don't know. Maybe it is. Maybe it isn't. But
There's no such thing as too soon with these psyops, dude. It's only too soon for somebody who has not only believed what they heard, but put themselves in, like, empathized with the fictional characters of the story. You know, like you say something about a mass shooting, and somebody gets really emotionally charged. They're like, you know, like about to cry and stuff. It's like, uh, yeah, well, you just got sucked into the story, and you know, you're just operating this weird position that's pretty much all in your head. I don't know. Like I remember being forced to watch Schindler's List in history class in middle school. Everybody's like crying.
a
And,
great movie, great flick. Love that one. No, that's good. We can say you didn't.
well, I mean, I was just drawing like anime in my notebook the whole time, so I like wasn't really paying attention. Um, but yeah, I just kind of remember like looking up and just being like, "Oh, I wasn't paying attention to the movie," and like I probably would be crying if I was watching the movie, but I wasn't watching it, so I'm not crying. Like, huh, that's weird. And then just like went back to drawing anime, but like that whole notion of like not being under the spell has like always stuck with me. But yeah, go draw some anime, I guess, if you're watching too much. I don't draw anime anymore. I was never very good.
Wilbur gay.
What's up? How's it going?
What's up, dog? How you doing, man?
Good, good. How about yourself?
I'm chilling. Been about 45 minutes. I took some pain medication because I had a tooth extraction, so I'm really chilling right now.
Oh yeah, definitely.
Yeah.
What do they have you on?
Just ibuprofens, but I took 100 milligrams of Marigene, Marijuana.
Damn, you are way chilling.
I am super chilling right now. I got a spliff in my hand too. I'm not supposed to be smoking after a tooth extraction, but you know what? It's been 3 days. It's all good. I'll be all right.
What is that supposed to do again? When you smoke after a tooth extraction, it causes something. I forget what it's called.
Well, the act of like using a straw or like sucking on something like a cigarette is supposed to dislodge the blood clot and cause something called dry socket. But what I did was for the first 72 hours, I just ate edibles. I had over 550 milligrams in 72 hours. I was awake for like 5 hours in that 3
That's
days.
insane, dude.
Yeah, I would just get up, use the bathroom, chug a fucking smoothie that I had for, like in the freezer, eat some more edibles, and then just pass out again. And so I know that blood clot is like super legit, like solid. And I've just been drinking a bunch of raw milk, like almost only raw milk. Like there's been no solid food to get caught in the wound. And I've been like salt rinsing and fucking applying methylene blue in the mornings, which helps like show me where it's healing and where it's not. I'm very on top of it. I wouldn't just be like fucking willy nilly smoking with an open wound in my mouth.
Yeah, I was gonna say, yeah. I'm surprised there's no sign of dry socket. Yeah, with how much you've smoked.
Well, no, the 550 milligrams was all eaten, and I didn't smoke for the first 3 days. Today
Oh, is this your
was,
first time smoking?
yeah, exactly. Today at 3 o'clock today was my 72-hour mark, and I'm like, okay, this is
Perfect.
the plan. I'm fucking going it. Yeah, and I mean that's they say not to smoke for 48 hours, but I just wanted to give it an extra day just to be safe.
Yeah, better safe than sorry, right?
Oh hell yeah, dude! I'm not, dude. I was already in so much pain for so long. Like I'm ready for this to be over. And today, like, was day 3, and I was feeling so much better than I was. It's just like night and day. Even just talking to you right now, I can hear it in my voice. Like I've got life back in me. That's probably the edibles, though, a little bit.
That's wonderful. Good to
It
hear.
is. Yeah, it is. We should all be healthy and happy and get the medicine that we need. It sucks that I couldn't have like had this thrown in because all my shit was for free, but I had to go to the weed store.
Shit, man. Well, hopefully you didn't pay too much for the weed and the edibles.
Yeah, well, I've been blessed lately, and I wanted to be comfortable. I really did not want to have to deal with like, because I'm a spliff smoker, so it's like not smoking for 3 days is going to make me very like irritable and just kind of cranky. Like I just get upset about the little things. I know what it's like. I've quit smoking a bunch of times. I'm gonna bitch every single time. The first 3 days are always the worst. And I'm not trying to quit smoking, so I'm just like, all right, how do I deal with this 72-hour period? I know. I'm gonna take off work and get completely blitzed for 3 days.
That
Works like a
honestly
charm.
sounds exactly like me, man. I can't go a single day without smoking, man. I get so pissed at the littlest shit, dude.
Yeah, I mean, all the times I've quit smoking was when I went and lived out on the land, and I was just a very happy-go-lucky person out there. It's when I have to live in the city, like, and I don't know if you can hear me very well, but I definitely live in like the most ghetto-y place I've ever lived. It's just not the best. So for the last 2 years, it's just been like I've seen a couple people die, seen a lot of car accidents. See like homeless people right now. I'm like looking at them. They're just chilling.
Oh yeah, see that's a part of the culture shock about moving in a city, right? You see all the homeless people and you see all the people going through your fucking trash. You're like, wow, I haven't seen this before.
Well, I grew up here, and then I moved away, and then I moved back, and I moved back after COVID, and it got considerably worse post COVID. Like it's the worst I've ever seen it, and I grew up here. I've lived here for over 25 years collectively. So
I'm gonna have to agree with that sentiment as well. In my regard, moving back to the city after COVID, shit's gotten way worse. The inflation and homelessness and everything else.
yeah, well, Lord willing, I get this job that I have gone through 2 interviews so far for, and it'll have me living back out on the land, doing what I love, getting paid for it, and yeah, I'm fucking
That's
really
good,
hoping
man.
that works out.
I remember talking to you several years ago when you were living out on the land. You probably don't remember it, but I do.
No, I don't remember it, but I know I was on Discord back then. I'm stoked that you remember that. That was a really good part of my life, and I'm looking to get back to it. You know.
In fact, maybe I could refresh your memory a little bit. Since my memory is pretty good right now for some weird reason, I find that really strange because my memory is complete shit. But I find it strange that I would remember something so minute. Do you remember when you were trying to plant some shit in your garden in the yard, and you were talking about the gardening method? There's a method for planting plants. I forget what it's called, but you showed me it for the first time.
Oh, I turned my camera on and showed it to you.
I think you did turn on your camera, but you also showed me like a meme of the planting method. You know which method I'm talking about, bro?
It's either hookah culture or the like chop and drop directly into the like to the dead weed matter. That's what I'm thinking.
Yeah, it's a long word, and I think it starts with an H.
It's got to be hookah culture. I'm almost positive it's hookah culture.
Okay, and it kind of seems like that kind of method. It's like a certain form of like recycling. Is that correct?
Yeah, it's all about cycling nutrients and building up topsoil. Absolutely.
Yeah, bro. When you showed me that was like really eye opening. I was like, damn, exactly what the fuck I'm doing.
Awesome, dude. That's awesome. Yeah, man. I'm not gonna be. Well, actually, I will be off grid. The only thing that we'll have is internet, but all of the electricity is solar on that property. I'll be living in my own tiny house.
That's
Yeah,
wonderful, man. That it sure
if
beats the city, man.
dude, if I get this, oh my god, dude, fucking freak out. This is gonna be like I've been working towards this for like half a decade, and I honestly didn't think it was ever gonna happen. For a minute there, I kind of lost hope. So this is just like I've been in like shock. Every morning I wake up and it's like I never got excited about like Christmas when I was a kid. Like my parents literally had to force me to open up my fucking Christmas presents because I was just a weird kid. Oh no, I was bitter about them lying about Santa Claus. That's what it was. I told myself they will never receive joy from this disgusting holiday ever again. I remember
Yep.
that. And anyways, yeah. So I don't really get excited about too many things. This is definitely something I'm counting down the days. I emailed her today, the woman that I interviewed with, and I was like, "Hey, just follow it up. Like, I had such a great time meeting you. I don't know. I don't even know if I needed to write that email, but I just like felt like reaching out. It had been like a week since I'd done it. I was like, I just want them to know. I want them to know that I want it real bad.
Well, you're trying to leave a good impression, right? So I think, I don't think that's overdoing it by saying how good of a time you had. That might be like, that might set the bar essentially.
It could. I mean, I know I made a really great impression in person. I had her laughing. The dogs loved me, even though they told me, they were like warning me that the dogs hate men, and they like thought this one dog was gonna bite me. All the dogs just came right up to me, just licked me.
Oh, that's a great sign right there, man. Yeah, first impressions are everything. If the dogs can notice that you're a good person, man, they're definitely thinking about it.
Oh yeah, she said it right then and there. You just passed the vibe check, and I was like, oh wow, I don't even know what that is. Let's go. Let's do it.
Yeah, that's what's
Yeah,
up, man.
yeah, I'm very hopeful about it. That's the only reason why I'm speaking about it like this, even though I haven't got it checked yet. We'll see if it's God's will, it'll happen. That's what's always the scariest, because it's like, damn, dude, something crazy. This is, you know, I mean,
Well,
most people get it. Yeah.
I hope you receive the abundance that you've been asking for.
Yeah, I've actually just been asking for the fortitude and the gratitude to accept whatever happens from this. If I get it, be grateful. If I don't get it, be grateful. That's my main thing.
I think you're already accomplished with that mindset. You can accomplish anything.
Yeah, yeah, me too. I agree. We can all do that. Like if we can all figure out how to get into our flow state and just become like transcendent of the bullshit in the world. It's funny. I was having a conversation with my buddy earlier today, and somehow we got onto the topic of Xanax and like how crazy it is that people will get prescribed Xanax because they're anxious, because of anxiety, because they're worried about the outcome of something in the future. We're just gonna drug people, and it's like that's fucking insane that they call that medicine, that they call that treatment. That's nuts. Like we are always going to be tripping about what's going to happen in the future. Pills are not the fucking solution, dude. It is. They're just not. Uh,
Well, the doctors are trying to kill you. They're not trying to help you. Like, I think it's a silly assumption that doctors are going to help people. When they're getting a paycheck at the end of every year and they get to go on vacation like however many times a year. It's ridiculous.
yeah, I've only met a couple good doctors in my life, and like they were. There was like a power level reveal moment. There's only two actually, only two that I've met that were like practicing. Maybe I've met some that were retired, and I just don't remember it. But yeah, there's a lot of bullshit in that whole world.
I have taken the channel. The channel is mine. The earth is the sea is level, the horizon is horizontal. Ah, I have one. Yeah, so according to the globularists, they say that in the beginning, nothing, um, nothing happened, and then that happening uh, turned into all this something. So, what the globularists claim is that there just nothing exploded into then from every direction, which way, and it went out in every direction, which way, but the space time. Okay, what's the? Hey, the space time being curved. They say that there's nothing moving near the speed of light away from the nothing exploding. They say that it was going so fast in every direction away from that point that but space-time they say is curved. They say that the nothing's curved into itself and create these balls, these and they claim that you are on such a ball, not in one but on one, is what they say, if you believe it. And by the way, it started with nothing, and here you are.